Good afternoon, everybody. It's James Larson alongside my good friend Barry Brown as we broadcast here from the middle of the Atlantic somewhere. Barry, how are you, my friend?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing great. Good to see you. So 6 players at this final table. We're going to do our best to guide you through this broadcast. We don't have any hole cards. We've got a very small crew, but we've got a bird's eye view, and we're just going to kind of look in and watch this final table. And why don't you talk about who we got at this final table there, BB?
Seat 1 from Las Vegas, Ellie Lesra.
Yeah, I mean a big name pro. We've seen him on all the big TV shows, and I interviewed him before today's broadcast, and he said, you know, I've done the Poker After Dark, the ESPN. Finally, I get to play on the HPT. So pretty cool. The 2 seat, we've got Jackie D. Meglio, Alex Gem in the 3 seat, Scott Waltenberg in the 4 seat. Spent a lot of time with Scott here this week on the cruise. Mona Otto in the 5 seat, the last woman standing, and then Mark Milam in the 6 seat. We're going to prize sheet payout here. Let you know what everybody's playing for. Prize pool was about 118,000. Action on Mark. Scott's going to make the call. Looks like Mona's going to fold. Now over to Mark. Mark makes the call. Now over to Ellie. We're kind of a family pot here, Barry.
We do.
Second hand of the day here. Calling the action for the players there is Corey Stewart, our marketing manager. And the flop looks like King 9-8, couple of diamonds. I'm so used to calling the action with the hole cards, it's going to take a little get used to here, Barry. But my color commentators are going to have to be the speculative people to see what cards they're holding. So that's you've made great reads all week. So I just got to do it here on the broadcast.
You know. So it looks like Jackie leads out with 90,000.
Now action over to Alex. Like I said, 6 players left here. Action's on Alex. And it looks like he's going to make this call, Barry. And then Scott's going to get out of the way.
Action back around to Ellie in the 1 seat.
So action back to Ellie. Ellie's going to fold. So now heads up here to the turn, Barry. 2 of clubs is the turn card.
Pretty relevant card there.
And look at this now, an all-in by Alex.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell everybody what the denoms are? Do you remember from when you were playing this, or do they go by too fast?
They do.
164,000.
The bet is 164.
Looks like it's 164,000 is the bet. The all-in bet by Alex.
If Alex liked his hand before the flop, he certainly likes his... I'm sorry. After the flop, he certainly likes his hand after the turn. I don't see how the 2 of clubs changed anything here.
Coming to you here from Card Player Cruise with the Heartland Poker Tour, James Larson and Barry Brown.
164, sir.
Just got started, 3rd hand here.
Call.
Alex does make the call.
Alex makes the call. And we flip over the cards. So I'm sorry, Jackie all in for his tournament life here. Going up against Alex. And it looks like it's Ace-King going up against Queen Trey. So Alex has the diamond draw.
We're ready for the river.
So the Ace-King in the lead right now, Barry. Turn card is the King of Hearts.
That's going to do it.
That is going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Go, Bill.
A double up there, early double up for Jackie. Started his final table with 294,000, so he's got some chips to play with now.
Good start for Jackie, certainly.
Did you play with any of these guys this week, Barry?
Spend a little time with Mona.
Yeah.
Spend a little time with Ellie.
816.
I played a little bit with Scott.
I did as well.
And Scott's from the Chicagoland area. We just saw him at our Ameristar East Chicago event. What was it like playing with Ellie Lesra?
Ellie's good for the game. Ellie brings some energy to the table, some humor to the table, and certainly it's hard to bet against Ellie today.
First time I've ever hung out with the guy, and you know, just a fun person to be around.
Absolutely.
You know, when I walked up to him, I was a little apprehensive. It's Ellie Lesra after all. You know, I've watched this guy on TV over the years. He's a big name, and first thing he did was shook my hand and said, "Hey, come on and sit down." Very nice guy.
Ellie's good for the game.
Folded around to that one seat now of Ellie. Ellie started this final table with 833,000. From an experience standpoint, obviously, Ellie leads the pack as far as experience goes. We know that.
Most definitely.
He's going to win this hand. Obviously, a favorite going into this final table. But, you know, it's poker, Barry, and anything can happen.
It is poker.
I'll tell you who I'm rooting for. It's the 5 seed. I'm not supposed to pick favorites, but when I announced Mona to the studio or the audience here,
right,
it sounded like we were at a Dodger game.
Right,
and Earl Hershiser was back on the
right. You know, Mona's a fan favorite. What's not to enjoy about Mona?
The Otto family runs pretty well on these things, though.
The Otto family runs well at Card Player. No doubt about it.
What's been your best part of the week so far, Barry?
I think just spending time with you, friends, family.
It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, most definitely.
Had great weather all week. Too far away? Adjusting my microphone here, guys. So Scott's going to raise it up now. Everybody's going to fold, so Scott's going to win that hand. Scott Waltenberg ran into Scott yesterday at the pool. A lot of folks got off and went to Cozumel. I took a day for myself, and I woke up and grabbed myself a strawberry daiquiri, and I went out to the hot tub and I ran into Scott. We had a little bit of rain yesterday here in the where were we at yesterday? Mexico. I don't know where we're at right now. We're in the middle of the Atlantic somewhere. I know we're heading home.
Fort Lauderdale, here we come.
Yeah. You know, I've been on 3 of these, and yeah, I used to get homesick, but this week I could stay another 3 days. You know,
that makes 2 of us.
I've met some really nice people, and
most definitely.
I met a nice family from the Chicagoland area that I've spent a lot of time with, and of course all our card player cruise people. But Jan Fisher is somebody I really got to know more on this trip, and what a sweetheart she is. She's just a sweetheart.
What a production.
Yeah,
Linda
sure
and Jan and everyone from Card Player puts on out here.
Yeah. All right, James Larson, my name, alongside Barry Brown. I like your shirt, man. You're looking good. You're all dressed up today, you know?
Thank you. I don't get in front of the camera too often. So.
Yeah, this is the first time I've been able to do an HPT broadcast wearing shorts, but when you're on a cruise ship, you're able to do that. So we thank you for tuning in here to this Twitch broadcast. And 6 players remain, and we will crown our new HPT champion later today. So this final table broadcast, if I had to put an over-under on it, Barry, probably 3 to 4 hours, I'm guessing. You know, probably 3 to 4 hours. The crew is all hoping for a little shorter final table, as always. But all right, Mark's going to go ahead and raise up. I played with Mark last night, and he knows how to play cards. He's a poker player.
Yeah. I spent the day with Mark yesterday off the ship, and what a kind gentleman.
Yeah, you guys had a little VIP area that was kind of nice.
We did.
Yeah, you guys had some fun.
We did.
It's been just a lot of high-stakes poker. There's been a lot of 1-3, 2-5s. We've been playing open-face Chinese. All kinds of stuff, and even a game that you play called Left, Right, Center, some dice game. I've never heard of it before.
We did have a dice game going yesterday in Cozumel.
When you get back to Florida, you need to fill out a W-2G for that hit you had on the island over there.
Yeah, that was fortunate. That was a lot of fun.
We're going to do this card player cruise again next year, and we'll have information up on the website at hptpoker.com. Try to join us. We're going to have a good time next year. Alex is going to raise it up. I'm wondering who's going to take the aggressor role today. Who's going to get out there? I'm guessing it's going to be Ellie. He's got chips to do it, but he's smart about it. He knows he just can't come in and bully his way to the title. He's got to pick his spots, but I'm waiting for one of these players to really take some initiative and kind of be the be the bully of the table a little bit.
I concur. I think it's going to be Ellie. You got to let everybody get the nerves calm down here a little bit and get used to the television camera. And
yeah, it's always hard those first couple of hands.
Some action.
We always tell people, don't be nervous, don't worry about it. Well, we got cameras on you, we got microphones on you. Granted, this is a scaled down show, but it is a little nerve-wracking. You got people in the studio audience watching you, and then for some of these folks, maybe it's their first final table.
Alex announces raise.
I always say, Barry, it's so hard to have final table experience if you've never been to a final table. When do you practice that besides sit and goes, maybe home games? But as you get down, I've had players say, well, James, I got down to 3 players. I got down to heads up. I didn't know what to do. I'd never played heads up poker
There's some
before.
truth to that too, James. How do you have heads up experience if you haven't played heads up?
Looks like we have.
How do you have final table knowledge if you haven't played a lot of final tables? So yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking.
It is.
And I'm sure everybody will relax here soon, and we'll probably see the action pick up a little bit.
So a raise here by Scott. I think Scott's got a big hand. Looking at his table demeanor here, I just feel he's got a monster. So if we see some Broadway cards out there, and there's one of them, I think Scott's going to like it. I expect... Oh, wow, and look at this. Betting right into him. Alex is going to bet 100. I don't know what Scott has, but I suspect he's going to raise here. I think he really likes his hand.
I like the lead by Alex.
Yeah.
Alex is representing no less than the ace, and he's going to find out where he's at.
I think Scott has ace-king or ace-queen. It's just my guess. Again, we don't have the luxury of the whole cards today.
And we're ready for the turn.
Well, Scott just calls.
Okay, now there's a queen. Ace-queen could have been in that range, too. Second club on board. So we'll see what Alex decides to do here.
Down here.
What do you think Alex has? Does he have an ace?
100,000 is the bet.
I spent a little time with Alex, and it's hard to tell what Alex has.
Now we'll see if Scott decides to raise. Scott's going to make the call. I mean, maybe Scott's got a great hand here, and he's just setting the trap.
It has the feel.
It kind of does. It kind of does. So 6 comes on the river.
Let's see if Alex slows down here.
Well, Alex is going to choose.
I thought he might.
And now he's all in. He's got to be strong. He might have pocket aces.
Yeah, we know.
And a call. What's he got? It looks like ace-king.
Over diamonds, ace-king.
Ace-king.
And ace-king.
Ace of clubs.
Ace-king's going to take it down.
Wow, yeah, he did have ace-king. Who needs whole cards? We don't need whole cards around here. When the cards were dealt out, I saw Scott just kind of pucker up a little bit. When you got a big hand like that.
You read it well.
Yeah.
And I like how Scott just let that come to him.
He did. Now, what did Alex show? I didn't see what Alex showed. Did you see?
Ace-jack.
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 So tough spot for Alex.
Very tough spot, yeah. I kind of figured the way that was playing out, they both probably had an ace. But yeah, Scott just let him do the betting and kept him there, and then makes a big bet on the end. And boy, this is huge for Scott Waltenberg. He's from Greenview, Illinois. Career winnings 12,500. So I think that might just be HPT earnings, but a big pot there, Barry. Big pot. Scott wanted to say hello to his daughters, Haley and Brooke, watching on the live stream. So, oh, look at that pot! Look at all those chips. He's going to take a while to stack all those. Unbelievable.
And Scott's to be reckoned with at this final table. If I had to choose who I think could give Ellie the best run for his money today, I would have to say Scott. I've got a little history with Scott, being from the Midwest and some Chicago Pokerland poker. And Yeah, that's a big score for Scott right there.
So we take a little break in the action here as we get in a new dealer. Once again, James Larson alongside Barry Brown. You can hit us up on Twitter at HPTJAYMZ. So once again, another successful card player cruise, and I know I'm coming back next year, Barry, because it's just 7 days of just awesomeness. And Linda Johnson and Jan Fisher have just been so nice, so cool. I mean, it's a good group of people. I thought the crew I was with, my director Kevin and Corey, we all got along too. We didn't fight once this week. Unbelievable. But we still got one more day left on the cruise.
Well, what could you fight about out here?
I know.
Right, yeah. It's a fabulous way to spend a week with.
Spend a lot of fruity drinks and great food. God, I think I've gained about 10 pounds on this cruise.
I second that.
I went to the gym. I met you in the gym on day number 1, and I'm going to tell it like it is. The last 6 I missed. But I did some jogging and some other exercising, but not so much in the gym. But when I get back to shore, we'll work on that.
Yeah.
So again, if you're just joining us, Scott just taking down a huge pot. Go to the flop here at 7-6 deuce, couple of hearts. Jackie's first to act, like we said before. Jackie first to act. Yeah.
And we're ready for the turn.
Let's go to that turn card. Turn card now is the King of Clubs. Jackie checks.
Alex bets 25,000.
Alex bets 25,000. Alex came to this final table as our chip leader, so he got tangled up with Scott. And as soon as we get a break, I'll give you some updated chip counts. And the other thing, if you're just joining us, this isn't our full production. We have very limited cameras. We're on a cruise ship here in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and it's the Harmony of the Seas, and it's the largest cruise ship in the world, Barry. Largest in the world. Never even felt like we were moving.
It hasn't.
Okay, again,
it
2-5 no.
certainly has that luxury feel to it.
8. Mary, Charlie, Harry, Steve, Dan S., Steve L., Dave, and Bill.
Now, it sounds like Mary behind us on the overhead. If you heard it on my microphone, every day we were at sea. This is how it works. Cash games. Last night we had just a private game with you, me, and some friends, but it ended prematurely because we did have a little argument at that.
Probably won't be the first or last.
Right, exactly.
Today's a new day.
Today's a new day, exactly. Yeah. There is a Greg back here. All right, so back to the action here. Elliot Lesver's been pretty quiet early on here at this final table. What do you think we played about? Maybe 15 hands is all, but
right.
You know, Ellie is obviously a very patient player. We've seen him in a lot of the big stages, ESPN and the Poker After Dark, and it's just cool to have him here. You know, it really is. It's a lot of fun.
If I'm not mistaken, he won a bracelet at last year's series. Just an overall nice gent.
But at the poker table, Barry, your resume doesn't matter. How much money you have in your pocket sometimes matters, but right now it's all about these chips at this final table.
Definitely.
There's no rebuys now.
Most definitely.
It doesn't matter if you're the best, the worst. You got to run good. You got to play good. You know, it's a little bit of both.
And Ellie came to this final table second in chips. So he's got a little time to feel this out.
He sure does. He sure does. Ellie is from Henderson, Nevada. $3.4 million in total career earnings. He's born in Jerusalem, Israel. And he's got his whole family out here on the cruise. So this was just a fun thing for him. When I saw his name tag when I walked in, I was like, wow, Elliot Lesver's going to be here. Very cool. You know, I'm always looking to meet new people. And, you know, I've mentioned this before on other broadcasts. I've met some of my best friends through card player cruises, you know, just
Absolutely.
great people. And, well, I wish we could do two of these
I've done
a
the
year.
same. Yeah, I concur. You know, I became an Ellie fan a few years ago. I played a 2K senior event at Bellagio, and I spent the entire day seated next to Ellie. And he just breathed some life into the game. He made the game fun, entertaining,
I like him because I'm
not at all surprised to see him here.
No. I'm an old school poker guy. I grew up watching Sammy Farhan, the guys that had that cool look at the table, kind of that gangster look almost. You know, for me, sunglasses, headphones, and a hoodie, it just doesn't do anything. It just
Sammy
yeah.
with a cigarette.
Yeah, but I like the old school look, you know, and you know, when you look at Elliot Lesber, it's almost something right out of The Godfather, almost. You know what I mean? He's just got that look. And it's intimidating, you know? It's intimidating. But these other players at the table, hey, they made it here too, and they're hoping to take this thing down. As you can see, a crowd forming behind us. Let's go to the flop. And that flop is ace, 8, ace, 9, deuce, couple of clubs. So it looks like we have, 3 players in this hand, Barry? And it looks like action is on Ellie. Taking his time. He's going to go ahead and check. Action on Jackie, who doubled up to start in the second hand of the day here. And now Alex is going to go all in. The chip leader is now all in for his tournament life. Or he came to us as the chip leader. And if you missed it, Alex Gem came to the table with 1.85, but got into a big hand against Scott Waltenberg. And look at Scott. Scott's sitting there. He couldn't be any happier right now.
No,
you know?
Scott got a nice setup with the ace jack.
Yeah, ace jack, ace king, yeah.
And it's a tough spot for the ace jack.
You know, unfortunately for Alex, he doesn't have the cameras up here to watch what we were watching. You know, he just had he betted each time, and I think he thought he was good. Obviously, he made the call in the end. And
Started a brand new game on table number 8, 2-5, no limit hold'em. There are seats available. 2-5, no limit hold'em.
I think Ellie's got some kind of a middle, kind of a tweener hand here. I think he's got something, but is it enough to make the call? And will he maybe try to raise? No, he's going to fold. Jackie folds too. So Alex is going to win that pot. So besides the card player cruise that we're on, we want to remind everybody we've got some more events coming up. We've got Colorado. That's the next on the schedule out of Blackhawk. All the information at hptpoker.com. And you know what kind of crowds we get out in Blackhawk. It's always a fan favorite out there, and typically $1 million prize pool. We've done $1 million prize pool. I want to say 8 out of the last 10 times we're there. Are you going to try to make it to Blackhawk this year?
I'm going to try. I'm not sure if I can pull it off, but if I can, I'll be there.
That's another one of those spots where we see so many people, dealers and friends, and people say, why did Blackhawk get so big? And I say, I don't know. It just did. It was just one of those events. You know, we've been going there for, you know, almost 10 years now. And, you know, the poker room's not huge, but people just love it out there, you know?
They do. You know, we had that conversation. I was in a cash game the other night, and that topic came up of why Colorado?
Yeah.
Why is Blackhawk such a draw? I heard different reasoning of why. But the fact is, and it's the $1 million prize pool, and it's a draw to all of us.
A couple of 4s and a 10. I think it's the clean mountain air. There's just that smell in the air. I don't know what it is.
Maybe it's the air. Maybe I don't know. You know,
they do it right over there, though. You know, and they're, you know, now people don't want to miss it because it's first place. As our friend Craig Casino found out, can be almost $300,000.
Yes.
You know, we use the word life-changing money, and quite frankly, $300,000, that's life-changing money.
I think for most everyone in this room, it would be life-changing money, most definitely.
Maybe not for Greg, who's coming up next in the commentary booth. That's tipping money for him.
Hard to argue.
I want to thank our entire crew this week. We had Kevin Bove, our director, Jeff Kaspers, handled a lot of our technical end, and then Corey Stewart has been helping us out from the marketing angle, and just another kind of an extra set of hands. So, you know, for me, they put me on a cruise for 6 days, and I got to work on the 7th. I wish this could be 52 weeks a year, my friend. I'll take
It's
it.
not so bad to beat James Larson.
It's not this week. It's a
Yeah,
good week.
most
It's a good
definitely.
week.
So Mona's going to get involved.
Mona's gonna
All
get-
right.
Mona on the button,
right.
gonna raise it up. Action over to Mark.
Mona hasn't played a whole lot of pots,
No,
but when she does, she usually rakes it her way.
Mona is from Canada. She's self-employed. I mentioned before her husband is Don Otto, and he won this thing a couple of years ago, right? Was it the
did.
last? Was it last?
He did.
Yeah, he won.
No, it was not last year. It was the year before, I believe.
Yeah, yeah. So good to have Mona here. Like I said, when I introduced her in front of the crowd, boy, the place went wild, went nuts for Mona. So she's got a lot of.
The lovely Mona. Hard not to be a Mona fan.
It really is. All right, action continues. Alex folds over to Scott. Scott's going to get out of the way, as does Mona. Now over to Mark. I played with Mark's daughter last night, too. She's a dealer out here on the cruise.
She is. She is.
A lot of fun to play with. A lot of fun to play with. She was bopping around all week long.
She spent the day with us yesterday.
Oh, she
Off
did.
the ship, Mark and his daughter.
Cool. Very cool. And your daughter's with us, too.
And my daughter.
Yeah. All right, the flop is Jack 10, 5.
5.
It looks like Ellie checked. Looks like Jackie's going to make a bet. And Ellie's going to make the call.
This.
Let's go to that turn card now. And it's the ace of clubs, so second club on board. Some Broadway cards out there, the ace, the jack, and the 10. And what do you think Ellie's got here, Barry?
I don't put Ellie on the club draw.
No.
Okay, so who showed the jack? Ellie?
I didn't
Did
see
Ellie
that.
show
I
the
didn't see
jack?
that.
Well, we got our answer. If
He might have had a queen in his hand. Possible. Might have had two queens in his hand. He didn't raise, though, pre-flop, so he could have really had anything. He was in the small. We'll have to ask him, and he'll probably
it
not
appears
tell
he had a
us.
top pair on the flop, and
So this is our last day here at sea. Poker room is very noisy in the background because people are trying to get their last few games in. But today's Friday. If you're watching this on a tape delay, it is Friday today. Yeah,
It's Friday.
Today's Friday. I've got my days all
Friday.
mixed up. Today's Friday, so we will cruise all night long, and then tomorrow they'll kick us off the ship. Be knocking on the door saying, "All right, guys, it's been
will.
fun.
Back to reality."
Back to reality." But then we got the Super Bowl on Sunday. Who do you like in the big game?
you know, I'm the veteran. I'm the veteran type. I'm going with Ellie, and I'm going with Brady.
Going with Brady. I
I'm
don't know
not
how.
going to bet against those guys.
I don't know how you can't. I think this is one last freebie if you want to make a couple dollars. It's only -3 too. I don't think you need a money line that. It's only 3. They're going to win by 10.
And you're probably right.
But that's Barry Brown.
Money line, here I come.
Yeah,
and,
Barry Money Line Brown.
Yeah, you know it. Brady, 39 years old.
Yeah, it's my age.
Feels like he's going to be around for a while.
I mean,
don't see him leaving the game anytime soon.
I think he's got 5 years left, you know? I mean, shoot, I think he maybe has 10 years left. He's better than... I'm a Vikings fan. I bet he would be better than the best Viking quarterback in the last few years.
Hard to argue.
At age 50,
Hard to argue,
he's Tom
right?
Brady, you know?
Right? And the University of Michigan awaits him. Once he's
right.
no longer a Patriot, we'll
right.
welcome him over to the U of M
Wow.
and get him on that coaching or recruiting. And
So Scott now all in. Wow. Oh, my, wow. And a call.
Scott shows pocket 4.
Pocket 4s for Scott and Alex.
Ace of diamonds, jack of clubs.
Ace Jack only gives pocket 4s. Never for me a good spot when I've got the 4s here with the 2 overs. It's a coin flip.
so blind versus blind,
And the flop,
you know that
9-6-5, couple of hearts.
you know it's the right play with the Ace Jack, and Scott being chip leader, second in chips, blind versus blind, he's never folding
turn card,
Fours,
8 of
yeah.
clubs. We could have our first elimination of the day, and it would be the person who came in with the most chips, Alex Gem, to start the final table. Let's go to the river card.
Alex is going to have to find an ace or a jack here.
And he hits it on the river, just like that.
The ace
dirty
on the river.
The dirty river. The ace
right.
of spades. Lemmy Kilmister made the song popular by the band Motorhead.
There
Just
it
like
is.
that. You know.
Well, second time around, the ace-jack worked out better for Alex.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I forgot about that. The ace-jack went up against the ace-king.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many chips Alex had to start that hand. A mere flesh wound here for Scott, but boy, if Scott wins that hand and takes out, Alex, I mean, that would have really just been huge, obviously, for Scott from a momentum standpoint.
It's hard to see, but it looks like, let's see, 1, 200, 2. It looks like Alex started the hand with about 260. So that's going to play itself. Those two hands in that spot. And Scott's fours almost hung on.
They almost hung on all the way to the river. All the way to the river. So Scott, important now for him just to shake that off. Right play, right move.
Most definitely.
Nothing you can do about it.
Most definitely.
Ahead all the way until the end. And those are tough. Those are tough to recover
Had
from.
Alex had maybe twice the stack there, then maybe Scott finds a fold with fours.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right, so it's kind of been the Scott and Alex show here, kind of going back and forth.
And I'm sure Ellie's anxious to get involved, but apparently he hasn't had the hands to do so yet. So
For a guy like Eliel Ezra, I think, if I had to guess, and I should have asked him this in the pre-interview, I think the title's probably worth a little more right now than the cap.
completely agree. I completely agree.
Obviously, a smaller prize pool. It's $1,100 event for us. We had 120 players, which is awesome. So I mean, it's a great prize pool for us on this cruise. But I think Ellie is really playing for one thing, and it's the title. I'll do one more, yeah.
I'm good. Thank you.
All right, we go to the flop now. It's 9-6 deuce. Kind of fun to have you in the broadcast booth. I don't think we've ever done this
Thanks
before.
for having me.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And then you and I have an invitational game tonight that you set up.
We do.
20 players. Some of the best. It's ridiculous that I get involved in these.
You're the
these
perfect
games, but
fit,
it's
you
fun.
know?
It's a lot of fun, and it will be fun. And we'll do that later tonight, and we'll have the cameras rolling for that too. So.
4 years ago, I believe it was 4 years ago, 4 or 5, when HPT joined Card Player Cruises, I asked if I could hold a private game, and Linda and Jan were kind enough to grant that. So I've tried to make it an annual event, and yourself and Oral and Ellie's invited tonight, and Stan Jablonski. And it's not an easy tournament, but it's just kind of a farewell to friends. We don't see me personally. I see some of these folks once annually.
Right.
So it's just a few hours that we spend together before we hit the shore tomorrow, and it's a good time.
Yeah.
With some great people, and there's a little, little prize money to win on the way out the door.
Maybe pay for your cruise.
Yeah.
I played 4 years ago, and God, I had a great bluff going. I missed my Broadway draw, but I had this huge bluff at the end. And Tim Ackerman called me. I don't know why. He didn't have 2 jacks. He had 4 jacks. So I bluffed right into quads.
Yeah.
I missed my straight, bluffed into quads, and I lost.
How'd that timing work out for you?
Everything in my life. I'm just happy to be alive.
We'll have a great time tonight.
Yeah, we sure will.
With some fantastic folks.
So we asked who's going to be the aggressor here, and so far it's been Scott.
Yeah.
Mona's been staying out of the way.
Scott should be the aggressor if it folds around to him, because Mona and Mark haven't really showed any aggression playing back. So And Scott's well aware.
And Alex folds.
Alex is going to fold. Have you seen Scott this week? Have you played with Scott? Is he a pretty aggressive player? Does he got some gamble in him? Because it's looking like that here at the final table so far.
You know, I'll use the word solid with Scott. I did play with Scott, and I've played with Scott in the past. And Scott was to my left in this tournament on day one, and you've gotta walk gently with Scott. He's tough to steal from.
Right.
So being on his right, I had to pick my spots. And Scott and I went head to head a few times this week, but he's solid. And Mike, Mark, and Mona. They're going to have to step it up a little bit, or Scott's going to come and get him. He's a little seasoned at this.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Speaking of Scott, from the Chicagoland area, I was just there last weekend, and boy, Barry, out of the entire country, Chicagoland area's got some pretty tough card players. It's unbelievable.
Definitely. Most definitely.
I mean, you talk about the Dave Goodfriends, the Aaron Masseys, the Scotts, I shouldn't even have started. The list goes on and on and on. It's unbelievable. It's just a lot of great players, and we had a great event at East Chicago, and we'll be heading back there again later this year. For the entire list of all of our events, you can check out the webpage at hptpoker.com.
That looks like Ellie takes that down pre-flop. And you're not wrong. The Midwest is so talented at this game, and we always say that up in Michigan.
Yeah.
West Michigan, not just West Michigan, Michigan as a whole, has a phenomenal poker base.
But I remember it being easier than this about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It was a lot easier than
10 years ago.
It's just everybody's gotten so good, The average players they're tough, they're hard to beat. Maybe that's just me, but it just seems like the poker's gotten so much better. And you can see it's a friendly final table. This is, people are laughing, smiling. It's only 11:52 Eastern, so nobody's had their first drink yet here at the table, and I haven't either, just in case you're wondering. But
we will.
We will, yeah. They've got this thing called the beverage package here on the ship, and you almost feel like you got to get your quota in. You are watching exclusive final table coverage here of the HPT aboard the Harmony of the Seas. It's a card player cruise with the Heartland Poker Tour, the old HPT. I never thought when I started this 8 years ago and I showed up to a gig in the middle of Minnesota in the freezing cold January weather, and I drove 6 hours to get there, that 8 years later I'd be sitting here with you on a cruise ship rocking our way back to Fort Lauderdale.
Who'd have guessed?
It's been a fun little ride, I'll tell you that much for sure. We've seen a lot of great cities and properties, locations. And not to keep bringing it up, but just with me here on the poker tour, not just on the cruise, but met a lot of great friends, including you. We met in Michigan. Your buddy took down an HPT event. You have final table. How many events now at the HPT? Have you been to 3?
3 or 4.
3 or 4, yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. It has been a while.
Not counting this cruise last year, it's been a while.
Yeah. Yeah, you final tabled last year on the cruise, right?
I did.
You did, yeah.
I did.
What place did you end up getting last year?
I would be 6 last year, unfortunately.
So Mark's
that was
that
was a great pot for Mark pre-flop. There were 3 others involved, and Mark finally brings in his first raise and takes it down.
Mark Milam, 52 years old. He's a consultant, lives in Tennessee. He's retired. He retired in 2012 from poker, except for occasional cash games and an occasional card player cruise tournament, apparently. So his plans for the money, his wife's shopping habits. He wrote
that.
it, not me. I didn't
heard
say
that.
it. Yeah, he wrote it.
You know, I think we're going to see Mark back.
Yeah.
He's had a fantastic time. I spent the day with him yesterday. He and his wife are some fun, fabulous folks.
Yeah, you know, I wish I would have spent more time with Mark. Yesterday was the first time I really got to get to know him, and had a good time. So for me, my highlight of the week, I have to say, was probably Jamaica. Had a good time in Jamaica, and this was the first year that we actually got out and did a little sightseeing. And I have a video up at HPT, the Facebook page, at the top of this really cool bar that overlooked the water, the blue water, and we were right by the airport. It was just great. And we had a couple of red stripes at this fun little rooftop bar. And so I'd have to say, out of all the sights that I saw this week, Jamaica was the coolest. We got away from the tourist trap area, because I made the mistake of doing that last year.
Right, haven't we all?
And
right.
you know, I'm good. But we paid a couple of guys in a taxi to just drive us. And they were driving on the wrong side of the road, and that was the only thing that I just they're passing on the right side, and they're honking, and I just had a red stripe and enjoyed it. So Mona's all in here for her tournament life, and she's going to win the hand, and the crowd will go wild.
Feel free to applaud back there.
I've never seen cards hit the muck so fast, other than when Mona's all in.
I know.
Mona has created the image of if she's in a pot, she's got it.
She's got it, yeah,
And,
exactly.
You saw how fast those hands hit
I saw
the
that
muck
yesterday
there.
when she was playing against your buddy. She hadn't played all night, and your friend hit top pair, middle pair, and he bet, and she made a big raise, and he snapped full. He says, "You haven't played in an hour and a half."
Couldn't
I'm
fold
guessing
fast
you got
enough, I
something.
know.
Yeah, so, but
Yeah.
Mona, obviously, the strategy for her is working, because she's at this final table and we're not. You know, so.
You know, Mona doesn't play a lot of hands, but Mona's at the final table. So.
And you know, Barry, for a card player, you get a score like this, you make it to a final table. It gives you confidence, and it makes you realize, I can do this. So you enter more tournaments, and you know, you maybe loosen up your game a little bit, and maybe you do back-to-back FTs. You know, I've seen it happen.
Right, and
It all
Mona,
starts with one.
Mona, she's part of the Barry Brown Invitational tonight.
Oh, she
so,
is. Oh, great.
Don
Great.
and Mona, they're part of that. So
6 straight deuce, couple
Ellie
of clubs.
will be joining us.
Can you guys like spot me? Can I get like you spot me a few extra chips? Because I mean,
got
this isn't really fair.
It's not fair
I'm
for
playing
me either,
against
James.
These guys. Come on, man.
All I do is invite everyone that's better than me. So
Well, yeah, exactly.
it's a tradition.
Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. How about I just give you half the buy-in, and you can punch me in the arm, and I'll go sit by the pool for the rest of the day.
No,
You never know, though.
no running now.
Could get lucky.
You're
That's
one of
Barry
us
Brown. He's from the Michigan area. I'm James Larson, and we're bringing you this broadcast from the middle of the ocean. I wish we had. You know what we need to do, Kevin, is we need a GoPro up on the top deck next year, so we can cut away to that. That's what we need to do. But gosh, it's just been great seeing the beautiful sun this week, and the fruity drinks, and all the great friends here on the HPT Card Player Cruise. Action continues, still with 6 players. Put the over-under at about 4 hours for this, and we started at 11 o'clock Eastern time. We got to be done by tomorrow, I know that.
We've got till
So,
6 a.m.
yeah.
And actually, I don't think we had that long, but yeah.
Mona folds over to Mark.
We do have to be done by 7. You're right.
Yeah, we got to be
We've
done by
got a big
7.
game tonight.
Yeah, we might have to have somebody fill in if for us
Yeah.
if we're not done.
3
So-
plays to the flop.
3 to the flop.
3 to the flop. We'll see if
It's
we can
been
get some
it's
action.
been a while for that.
And the flop, couple of trays and a 10.
Spades, 3 of spades.
2 spades out there. This could develop some action here,
All
I'm
right.
saying.
I was just going to say Ellie's going to lead into this, and
on,
he didn't
Ellie's.
let me down. Yeah.
You always got to watch out for the small and big blinds with flops like that. Couple of 3s. And Mark's thinking out of the way, so now blind on blind here, is it?
Heads up to the turn.
Turn card now.
Card is
See if what the turn card is. It's the Queen of Spades. So now we've got a pair on the board. Got 3 spades on the board.
Check, check.
Surprised Ellie didn't bet there.
And we're ready for the river.
River card now.
River card.
There's the 6 of diamonds. So
Yeah, not real relevant there. Let's see.
and Ellie's
They're
going to
just gonna
check.
go
They're
to
both going to
showdown.
check. So I don't think either of them has a 3. Ace 10 is what Jackie's going to show, and that's going to be good enough to win the pot.
And pair of 10s, too. Jackie wins the pot.
There was a 10 on the board, right, Perry? So it's that 2 pair for Jackie. 10s and 3s, 10s and trays. Like I said, folks, we're kind of a limited crew here. We can only take so much equipment on the ship. And we're switching out dealers now. Dealers have done a great job this week. They always
Dealers.
do. And they play the games with us. So the dealers are with us all week long. They eat with us. They drink with us. They play the games as well. And
They're a fantastic group.
they really are.
And they
really
had
are.
the day off yesterday. I was fortunate to spend the day with all the dealers yesterday,
that's
many of the dealers
fantastic. Yeah.
yesterday.
That's awesome.
And what a great group.
Yeah.
Card player, they get it right with these folks.
They do.
And they certainly did with this group.
Well, you know, Barry, with a group like this, you can't fake it, and you can't be. You got to be a people person, because they're going to find out real quick who's not a people person, and you're not going to be around very long. Well, you're going to be around for the rest of the week because we can't just drop you off. But I mean, they know these people, and Linda and Jan have been in the business for so many years. Jan started off as a dealer. We know Linda. Everything she's done over the years, the first lady of poker and everything with the WPT. And now they've got a couple of new partners, and in our next segment we'll introduce them to the folks watching the live stream.
4 to the flop.
So we've got 4 going to the flop.
Queen 9-4 is the flop. It's a rainbow.
Queen 9-4. Checks around to Alex.
Checks over to Alex now.
Check, check.
All 4 players checking that
We go to the
flop.
turn.
Turn card now is the Ace of Diamonds.
Ace of diamonds.
That's a game changer, I have a feeling.
Well, 4 players in the hand. I would hope one of them maybe here has the ace. We'll see.
Alex bets 40,000.
Alex Gem, who started this final table as our chip leader. He's had kind of an up and down roller coaster ride. Got tangled up with Scott. Won one, lost one. So Alex bets. And now over to Mark.
Mark raises 120,000. Ellie is all in.
Oh, and now Ellie's all in. Wow. Right as the ship is about to make an announcement.
Good afternoon, ladies
afternoon.
boys and girls. This is Captain Gus with the news report for this sea day. At 12 o'clock, we were in position of 23 degrees and 10 minutes north, 083 degrees and 39 minutes west.
This doesn't always happen at the poker tournaments I'm broadcasting.
Key West. As a matter of fact, we have
And the call has been made, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Oh, Mark's got a set of 4s.
We have saved the
So 2 pair for Ellie. Ace 9 just runs into a buzzsaw here. So 1 card to go. Ellie's got 2 pair. Mark's got a set of 4s. And we go to that river. It needs an ace or a 9. It's the deuce of diamonds. So a big,
Mark's gonna double up through Ellie.
He sure is.
What a fantastic turn card
Wow.
for Mark.
No kidding.
And not so for Ellie.
Wow, this is really going to hurt Ellie Lesra. And what do you do there? You know, what do you? It's
Tough spot for Ellie. We're all going to continue with our 2 pair, and Mark flopped his set, and the ace, unfortunately, was a bad card for Ellie.
And sunshine throughout the day. Otherwise, temperatures in the early 70s. Today's worry goes like this. The best way to win an argument is to begin by being right. Well, there's no argument there.
Well, that's the ship captain we're talking about that we're hearing there. He's giving us the lowdown.
All around the ship. So have a look at your cruise compass for times and places for the different wonderful activities that Bobby and his team has prepared for you.
Is this all him?
Enjoy the day at sea.
And then Mary Jo.
Bye bye.
All right, action continues. Barry, somebody gave me your resume here. Is this right? 5 HPT caches, second place at the championship at Majestic, second 68,000. Is that you? Is that the Barry Brown?
We're gonna have to go back a ways.
Yeah,
I think that might have been.
Benny Castle was at that favored,
Yeah.
that final table. Leon, I remember Leon. That's a name I haven't heard of. Leon Morford.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that name in a long time. He was a regular. And Mary Jo Zogman. I remember Mary Jo, of course, was I think our first female champion here on the HPT.
Right.
But wow, you got quite the
Player of
resume.
the year, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 2008, I think.
You know, you mentioned earlier about the relationships we've all formed in this game, and that's when it started for me. And I, to this day, just from that 2008 tournament, have become very close with Ben Castle.
Yes.
And another fellow, let me see that a minute.
It's been raised now.
Andy Rubenberg was at that final table and has since went on to have a phenomenal poker career to date.
Alex checks. Now Ellie makes a bet of 45,000 and a fold. Now Ellie, after losing that big hand, he's not the type of player that's just going to jam his remaining chips in the middle. He's still going to be patient. He knows.
I can't exactly see Ellie's chip count, but it looks like he's still hovering around 400,000 or 500,000.
Yeah.
So there's no panic in Ellie. Just a tough spot for Ellie.
It was a tough. I mean, and it's one of those where he probably had no idea his opponent had a set there. That's always a hard one, you know. And you got aces and nines.
You've got the aces and the nines. It doesn't leave a lot left for a set out there.
You want your guy to have ace king there, or ace queen, or ace anything, you know. And when you have a 9 and you hit your 9 on the turn, it's like, this is a dream. This is just what the doctor ordered. Now that's Mark's daughter there, standing up on the last shot we saw. Mark's gonna win that pot. I knew he would be tough at this final table. I knew Mark would be. And he's proven that right here tonight.
And the pace is picking up now.
It is picking up.
I think the nerves have finally left the building, and you're seeing a low ball action here pre-flop.
You know, now it's time to gamble. It's
time to gamble.
And talk about how much fun it is to be at a final table. I mean, once the nerves wear off, you're on a free roll of sorts. You know, you got your money back. What's the feeling like?
They're hard to come by.
Yeah,
they're hard to come by, and it's an amazing feeling. You're playing. You're playing. You say life-changing money. This tournament may not be life-changing money, but most are. Most have that 6 figures up top and well above. So
Scott's going to raise the 55,000 and pull down that pot. James Larson and Barry Brown on location here on the 3rd floor of this huge ship, the Harmony of the Seas. So, Barry, what's your next HPT that you're planning on playing again? Maybe Black Hawk, maybe after that?
We'll see. I go as work goes, so I can't really plan too far ahead, but if available, you'll see us in Colorado for sure.
Yeah, and we have a lot of dates on the webpage, so just head on over to hptpoker.com. I always look forward to the Florida event, so we can see our good friend Dominic Nero and the gang down there. You used to spend a lot of time in the Florida area, so that's a hotbed for it.
Yeah, it's crazy. A hotbed for poker.
Yeah, every other week it seems like I look and there's some kind of $1 million guarantee somewhere in the state of Florida. It's hard for us to keep track of it. But yeah, we do business down there at the card room, the Greyhound Park.
I can remember some stops at West Palm at the dog track, and then West Palm, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe I'm thinking
Daytona
of
Beach Kennel
Daytona
Club and
Beach
Poker
with
Room.
Dom. I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
I was trying to
I'm sorry,
remember
West
it,
Palm
too.
is a circuit event or something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Yeah, the Daytona Beach Kennel Club.
Daytona
and
with
Poker Room,
Dom,
yeah.
our
And,
old friend from Chicago.
From Chicago, you talk
Yeah.
about this majestic cash that you made for $68,000. Dom Nero was instrumental in getting the HPT to the Chicagoland area. It's actually Gary, Indiana, and the HPT owes Dom quite a bit. So it's always great to see him. And that last trip I made to Florida with the gang, we had so much fun. Dom's like family, and I love the room, And on Sundays we all get together and watch football, and they do a fun little pick'em in the bar.
Right.
It's free. All right, well, let's get back to the poker here. Mona's going to go all in. I don't think any of these guys want to take Mona out.
They're going to have it because Mona does.
And now Ellie's going to come
Ellie
over
comes
the
over the
top.
top,
I think
so,
Ellie's got a real hand. I see an ace.
Pocket kings for Ellie and Mona
Pocket
shows
kings.
And that's what it was going to
Ace
take
Jack,
to go up
So
against
pocket
Mona.
kings for Ellie, and
No surprise, Mona has ace king here.
No. And you know my love for the kings, Barry, so we'll see if they can hold up. Kings going up against ace jack, and the flop is ace jack 6.
Oh,
Ace Jack
and
5,
I stand
excuse
corrected.
me.
I said ace king. Mona
Wow.
has ace jack and now has top 2.
Boy, just bad luck
Wow.
here for Ellie Elezra.
Wow.
6, so now,
How quick it turns.
so kings and 6s, but aces and jacks. Ellie just looking for a king
Ellie's
here.
drawing to
River
the
card.
king here.
It's
And
the
it's a
king,
king.
of spades. Unbelievable. Unbelievable on the river. And that, my friends, is going to do it for Mona. Wow. I'm going to go out and see if I can get a word with Mona.
Mona goes out to 6th place. $6,220.
And I'm not going to have his audio. And then I'll go for it. We're playing. Oh, well.
Five players left. Got full. Mark full.
That would have crippled Ellie.
No,
That's amazing.
to say the least, yeah.
Re-raise from Jackie. 1-6.
How fast it turns.
Ladies and gentlemen, our
From
first
LA
elimination,
turning
do me a
2
favor.
pair just
She played
prior to
awesome.
that.
Give it up for Mona, everybody. Big round of applause. I asked her if she wanted to do an interview and she said no, but great job, and we'll see you next year. Thank you. Give her a fireball, they say. Yeah.
All right, sorry, Kev. Sorry, guys. I ran over there and I said, Mona, do you want to do an interview? And she said, no, I'm good. So just wanted to give her a shout out to the rest of the poker room here. So now that we're down to 5, Bear.
Mona was right where we thought Mona would be with the ace jack. We haven't had a chance to see a lot of Mona's hands because we haven't seen a lot of flops with Mona. But
Coming up here at 12:25, we're going to hand off the baton. We got Greg coming on next at 12:25, but I'm definitely going to want you to come back, Barry, when we'll cycle you right back in here. It's been a lot of fun having you on the show.
I'll certainly be back. And well, what a river for Ellie. How fast it turns.
I know. And you looked at him and he was just like, really? Can I not catch a break here? I mean, but you had to figure she had an ace.
Yeah.
But not getting 2 pair there early. She flopped 2 pair. I mean, it just looked like things were just going to continue to go bad.
And the jack, once she flopped the ace, the jack didn't really come into play.
Right.
Ellie's going to have to hit that king with or without that jack.
That's true.
And so good for Ellie. Good for Ellie. That was a tough stretch, and
and now he's right back into this thing. And I know the other players at this table are thinking, that's the last guy we want to see get chips back because, again, you know, we all know his resume here, almost $4 million in lifetime earnings. And, of course, it doesn't say it on the Wikipedia or the Hendon Mob, but we all know that room, that game in Bobby's room,
You know, Ellie plays in the biggest games.
Yeah, you talk about life-changing cash.
Yeah,
Those are the blinds and annies
so,
for some people, you know.
No, I completely concur with you. I think this title would mean more to Ellie than the 35K up top. But
yeah.
And you and I don't want an angry Ellie tonight in our game.
No, we sure don't.
We don't want to get shoved on every single hand.
That might happen whether he's angry or not. So that's the only bad part there, you know.
You know, moments ago you mentioned about the nerves at a final table. And I can remember my majestic final table.
Sure.
And Freddie Bevel and Chris Hansen. Barry looks more afraid than a cat with his tail under a rocker. And I've got the DVD of 2008.
Did they really say that?
And apparently, you know, you're not wrong. It's nerve-wracking, especially if it's your first time.
Now,
I think I was playing to lose, not playing to win.
Sure.
And
players don't believe me. Flop here is 2 10s and a 7. They don't believe me when I say this, and I'm not trying to make the players feel more comfortable. But I remember my first final table when I had to take that microphone, and I remember we were in Las Vegas, Nevada, the biggest stage ever. I think we had J.J. Lew at that table, David Singer, a couple of others, and here's me, this little guy from
just J.J.
Yeah, I
and
know,
David
and I got to interview
Singer.
these guys. I was out the whole night, the 2 nights before, because that's what we did on the HPT, and I had to stand out there with a microphone in front of a studio audience. I mean, I almost turned around and walked back up to my room. I was so nervous.
I know.
So I know what these players go through with the lights, and I've worked in television my whole life. It's so funny when we put a light on your face, we put a microphone, and there's 8 people looking at you, and we say, "Don't worry, there's nothing to be nervous about."
Right.
What do you mean? There's everything to be nervous about. But I always tell the players, try to forget about all this because you got to have fun. You may not be able to. You may not ever get back to a final table again. Have fun, and the other thing I always tell them is play your game. Don't do anything differently, but talk to the other guys. Order a drink, you know. Talk to the people on the rail. Do whatever you want.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And Scott's gonna take that down pre-flop. Scott's been quiet for a bit now, as has Alex.
Boy, Barry, I just don't think we can really. You can't really predict who's going to run away with this thing yet. I think it's really it's a close race with the final 5. A few guys in the back, but boy, I'd be hard pressed to set a line for this thing right now.
Definitely.
You know,
most definitely.
Scott, obviously our chip leader, but Mark right behind him, if not the same amount of chips. We're going to get a full count for you here. But you know who's been really quiet here now is Alex, who started off as our chip leader. And you know, really, it was just one big hand for him, and that's poker, you know.
It is, and Alex, if I'm not mistaken, maybe the short stack right now. So he's got to pick his spots. He's got to find a spot, and
3 of clubs.
Flop is King 8
and
tray.
I think he will. We'll see if he continues here.
And Scott's really been putting the heat on Alex. I think he really wants to eliminate him, and he had the chance to do it with his 4s. Got rivered. I see Scott maybe making an all-in or a big bet here. 50,000 and a fold.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Alex needs to follow through on that flop there at Scott. He kind of allowed Scott to take the lead there, and Scott's going to rake that pot.
I just, these guys having fun, but I don't think Alex is going to have Scott on his Christmas card list next year. I don't think, but I could be wrong, you know. So we're going to do one more hand with Mr. Barry Brown, and then he's going to take a break, probably play a little bit of cash, and then he's going to come back. But we got, you know, Greg? Greg's coming up next.
I do.
He's on the sideline.
I do.
I found him in the casino bar.
Another one that's going to be joining us tonight over here.
Murderer's Row, I tell you.
It's Murderer's Row. He's the perfect gentleman. You're going to love him out there in HPT land.
And he's got an exciting story he's going to tell us about how he met his to-be wife on an HPT cruise.
I've heard this story, and it's an amazing story.
Yeah.
And,
well, we'll bring him in now, Bear.
Well, thank you for having me.
Do me a favor, stop back in about an hour, man. Love to have you back on, man. Great to see you. Just peek your head back in here and take a look. All right, so James Larson, my name, and we're going to switch microphones here and continue the action. We're 5-handed. and bringing in my new friend here, Greg. We're gonna talk about him. Greg's a regular here on the old HPT cruise, card player cruise. Put that on your ear, my friend. Once you when you get set there, introduce yourself to everybody in the HPT television land, my friend.
All right, I am eared up. I'm good. Hi, for everybody out there, my name's Greg Fleur. Just happy to be here.
All right. So what do you know about the players here at the final table, Greg? 'Cause, you know these guys pretty well, I think, some of them,
I
right?
know some of them. Mark, Milam, really good guy. Actually, his daughter's one of the card player cruises dealers here.
Yep.
Spent a lot of time with him yesterday in Cozumel. We had a good time.
Yeah, sounds like you guys did.
Yeah, Jackie, I played with him in a number of the satellites. Had him on my left a couple times. Solid player, good guy. And then in the main event, I sat next to Ellie a good part of the first day. Had him on my right. And everybody knows Ellie, heck.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And, you know, a lot of folks don't know this, but Oral Hershiser plays on this cruise with us every year, and his wife Dana and their entire family.
Indeed, they brought the whole crew this cruise.
The whole gang, and boy, just fun people to be around, you know.
Just a hoot. Oral is the sweetest guy you'd ever want to meet.
He is.
And I'll tell you, he's a darn good poker player,
And
too.
he is. What's cool about these card player cruises is a guy like Oral is on this thing. Nobody bothers him. Nobody asks him for pictures or autographs. He's just one of the guys here, you know. They're part of the family.
Yeah,
you know?
well, but I mean, he's such a sweetheart. I mean,
Yeah, he really is. Yeah.
I mean, he'll do anything for you. He's a really good guy.
A true story. All right, well, we got a little pot brewing here, so we better get back to the poker. And now another 8 there on the river. So looks like action's going to be on Scott. He's going to check. And
Scott's been pretty active lately.
Is that going to be? Looks like Mark's got a 10.
Looks like a winner.
That will be a winner. So, Greg, I want to talk about. We'll get right to it. This story, how you met your bride-to-be here on an HPT cruise. Give us the Reader's Digest version here.
Reader's Digest version. I'd been playing a lot of HPT events. You know, Black Hawk in Chicago, Daytona. Back when you guys were at the Stratosphere in Vegas.
Yep.
That was a good one. And I decided to do the HPT cruise, and it was about 5 months after my wife died. My wife had died from lung cancer. We'd been married 36 years, so you know, kind of not really a high point in my life.
Yeah.
But anyway, I came on the HPT cruise, and as you were talking about the Hershisers, one night early in the cruise, I wound up at a table with Dana Hershiser, Mary Gregorich, who you've been hearing in the background making announcements, and a lovely lady named Lisa.
Yeah.
And we just had the best time the whole cruise.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, it helped me to laugh again after my wife had
absolutely,
died.
absolutely.
So it was great. But so anyway, as things go, did a couple more cruises, saw the gang again the next cruise, and one thing led to another. And this year on this cruise, a couple days ago, Lisa and I got engaged.
Wow, that's fantastic.
It's been pretty
fantastic.
Cool. Been pretty
Congratulations.
cool. Thanks.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
That's great. That's great. Action over to Ellie.
Ellie's back. Ellie and Mark.
50,000. Action back over to Mark. And like I said, folks, in the next break, we'll try to get you updated chip counts.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Mark's increased his stack a little bit here, so he's looking pretty solid. Of course, you never count Ellie out, no matter how many chips he's got.
And I don't think we're going to see this thing finish in a hurry.
No, it's gotten pretty cautious now.
It has. Now, if this deck lights up, that could change things.
Yeah.
But, you know, and I always talk about the pay bumps on the HPT. You know, I'm going to get a pay sheet here if we can get one. But, you know, you've got those bumps in the money. So, you know, you want to hang on, get a couple spots. You know,
yeah, and I've been watching these guys, and like I said, I played with a couple. I don't think anybody here is too worried about pay bumps. I think everybody here wants to win.
They want the title, yeah. That's true. That's true.
I think we're going to see it light up a little bit more as things move on. The blinds start to come up a little bit, but this is a good structure. It's going to take a while. I really do like the structure HPT uses. It's really really lets you play a lot.
Yeah, turn card is the 7 of clubs. I'll be honest, though, it was a long time coming, and we asked for help. You know, we started off as a weekend fishing trip, and all of a sudden we started attracting bigger players, more players, professional players. That's when we knew, all right, let's change a few things. And you know, we talked to Daniel Negron, guys like him, and we even talked to Alan Kessler and Jeremy
chainsaw.
Smith. Yeah, you always gotta invite the chainsaw into the conversation. But you know, really, it was Daniel that we reached out to, and you know, he helped us out with that and spent some time on it. Got to get him to an HPT event one of these days.
Yeah, really.
We played with him out in Reno. We had a Jen Harmon was doing one of her charity events on there, and got to play at the same table with him, and he was a lot of fun, and got to interview him for the first time, and it was a neat guy. It was several years ago, but yeah, Daniel, if you're listening, open invitation here. We'll see you on one of our West Coast dates. So we go heads up now to the flop. And the flop is ace, king, jack. So
it could be an action flop.
Could be an action flop. We got the button and the small blind.
Interesting.
I haven't seen him really.
Yeah, he hasn't been pushing
super
real
aggressive.
hard.
No. Another diamond hits the board. This time's the eight of diamonds. I think Ellie has a plan, and I think this is his plan for right now. I don't know what he has. I can't put him on anything here. I don't know. The check there really threw me off. Both checks. Turn card is another diamond. It's a 10, so interesting here. The diamond draw, the straight draws out there.
There's a lot of stuff
There's a lot of stuff out there. And Ellie's going to make a bet. And it's Jackie have.
I'll tell you, 9 times out of 10, Ellie's betting on the river. He's got it.
And I think Ellie's the mom and dad. Yeah, I kind of figured one of them had 2 pairs. So Broadway for Ellie. The diamond didn't scare him. A call was made on the end, and Jackie's going to lose that pot to Ellie. The king queen is a hand we talk about a lot on the HPT. It's played a lot on the HPT. We see it, and I like it. It's not an ace, but it's the king and the queen. Some people.
It's good hand.
Yeah, it was good there.
Favorites.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of, especially a suited king queen. It's fun to play, but as you know, that hand can get you in a lot of trouble. The minute that ace comes out there, you're in trouble.
No doubt about it. But an interesting thing, I've been watching Ellie a lot this tournament, and if Ellie's betting the river 9 times out of 10, he's got it. I haven't seen as many bluffs out of him as I thought I would see.
No, I do see him playing a lot of hands earlier on this week when we were playing cash.
But when he gets, playing cash is a different story.
Oh, it's a much different story.
Yeah, so far in this tournament, when he gets to the river, if he's betting, he's got it. I mean, even that hand, he lost the mark on the set of 4s. I mean, I think he was pretty certain his 2 pair was good there.
And Ellie was almost out the door where he went up against
Mona.
Mona, who had ace jack. She flopped 2 pair. Like Barry said, the jack was somewhat irrelevant there. The bottom line was she out flopped him with the ace, and then he catches a king on the river to make a set of kings and knock out our first opponent here, Mona Otto, who left us in 5th place.
Yeah, it's too bad. Mona, crowd favorite. Don was a winner here 2 years ago, so it's kind of neat.
Scott's going to fold. Action over to Mark. Mark's going to make the call. So heads up, we go to the flop. Mark and Ellie. The flop, look at that. I haven't seen that all week. That's a tray,
That's what you call a pretty static flop.
These hands, though, heads up can be interesting, Thank you. So the bet is 65,000. And a fold.
Yep.
If you don't hit anything there, it's the aggressor
that
takes that thing down. And
and unless you got some pretty good overcards, I don't think anybody's calling Ellie on
or a
that.
small pair or something like that. So it's Greg and James here hanging out on the ship. What'd you think of the Harmony of the Seas this week?
I'll tell you, this is a beautiful ship. I really do like it. so much to do here, and it's just a wonderful atmosphere. Really liked it a lot.
This week, one of the things I really spent a lot of time doing was just sitting in the pool. I thought I'd have a plan a couple of the days, but I went down, I ate, and I put on my swim trunks, and I never left. And I met some friends outside of the cruise here. Thank you. And just, you know, it's 7 days I used to think is too much for a cruise when I was a little younger. Now 7 days isn't enough time. I want to be here just another 2 or 3 days. I know if I had the other 2 or 3 days, I'd want to stay another week. But and friends of ours, Steve and Trisha Fox, are doing back-to-back cruises.
Oh yeah.
They trade their laundry in, and they clean it for them, and they clean their room, and 7 more days in paradise.
Oh, well, the best one I ever did, it wasn't a poker cruise, but it was 17 days. And we left from Miami and we wound up in Athens, Greece. And that was amazing. That was amazing.
Flop is 10-8-8, so we're seeing a lot of
pairs
flop. Yeah, absolutely.
Plus we got a straight draw out there. We got some backdoor stuff, spades. Could be interesting.
Turn card now is the Ace of Hearts.
Nobody's too proud of it though. There goes Ellie.
Well, there goes Ellie's going to bet.
Yep.
Ellie's on a little bit of a heater here. By the way, up top, Greg, 34,520, 21 and change for second, just over 15 for third, 11,163 for fourth, and right now minimum cash 8,269. So not a bad little ROI.
Nice little cruise.
1,100. Yeah, I mean you can pay for your cruise, and I know Ellie's got I think 10 people on this one, so he might need to get second place just to break even on the deal.
Yeah, this was one of the more interesting HPT cruises I've been on as far as families and stuff. I know the Hersheisers brought about 12 people. Ellie brought a bunch. I mean, there's been a lot of family groups on this one.
I've seen that. Barry
Big
Brown
groups,
did that.
Yeah. Barry had a huge group.
And now we've got an all-in by Jackie.
Please don't look me up on Hendon. I think I'm around 20,000 or something. So don't even bother.
Well, good thing is the internet's not very good here, so I don't have to worry about that.
Don't look me up.
Action over to Scott now. Scott thinking, can I eliminate another player? Can I eliminate my first player? For him is what he's thinking. And I think he might look him up here.
Could be.
Scott might have a hand like Ace-Jack, Ace-10. Maybe an ace with a bad kicker. And he's going to make a call. I'm going to put him on Ace-10. Okay. I'm going to go with Ace-10.
All right.
I was right once.
Solid so far.
Jackie shows pocket eights.
King, Queen.
So he's got King, Queen. So Scott's got the King, Queen we talked about.
All right. Typical race here.
Yeah, exactly. Eights against the King, Queen. He's got to make that call there to try to eliminate a player. He's got the 2 overs.
Yep.
We'll see if it holds up here. And the flop is Jack.
10 Jack.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of outs.
Couple of spades,
Always like that. Always a lot of outs.
Ellie behind us in the booth. So looks like you're having fun out there, my friend.
I do.
And on this show, we can allow players to come in the booth because we don't have any hole cards.
We have no hole cards.
The turn card, look at this, the 9 of hearts.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King. Unbelievable.
I'll tell you, Scott's been running good.
So they both made a straight there, but Scott with the higher straight. And now that's going to do it.
He's got Broadway now.
That's going to do it. I'm going to run out there and congratulate.
Go get him.
Right back.
Fifth place, $8,269. I just got this invited.
Gentlemen, please put your hands together. Going out here in 5th place. Give it up for Jackie, everybody. Played great. Congratulations. Jackie, as he congratulates the rest of the players, anything you want to say about your experience here at this final table?
I enjoyed it a lot. I met a lot of good friends, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
All right, give him a drink, somebody. Big round of applause for Jackie. Going out in 5th place. So the action will continue here at this HPT Card Player Final Table.
And I'm just mousing and changing the video. Check under your seat.
If somebody could get me a decaf, that'd be great too on your way back, Kev. Kev, could you give me a decaf on your way back? Thank you. All right, well, just like that.
Well, just like that, Scott's in a commanding position.
Yeah,
right now.
he really is. He really is. We are down to 4 now. Your final 4. So that's going to take out Jackie. Now $11,163. You know.
Yeah. Alex is going to have to make a move here real soon.
Flop now ace 10-4. Well, we've seen some good hands. We've seen some action hands, some rivers, some big hands here. We had Ellie back here in the booth. He's having fun. Not used to having players come back in the control room because they're not allowed typically, but today it doesn't matter. We don't have any action for the whole cards.
And I'll tell you, granted he's got a lot of chips, but that was a pretty gutsy call with King Queen from Scott. Yeah, Jackie's kind of an aggressive player, but still, that was a gutsy call.
James Larson alongside my buddy Greg here, and to talk about the week, we stopped in Cozumel yesterday, and then before that we were in Jamaica, and then we stopped in Haiti, right off the island, which is right off the boat to an island that's owned by Royal Caribbean. That was pretty fun. I got a little sun out there.
I had a great time out there. We did the zip line.
Oh sure.
Me and Lisa and went out there, and that was a lot of fun. Just kind of long. I think it's like the longest zip line in the world, half a kilometer or something. You get about 40 miles an hour cruising low over the ocean. It was great.
Were you nervous at all doing that?
No, it was a ton of fun. It was a ton of fun.
Yeah. Well, you don't have me beat yet because I jumped off the top of the stratosphere.
Yeah, yes.
As soon as you can do that, my friend, you will be the winner. But that's something I'll never do again. I had a lot of fun.
That's not happening anytime soon for this boy.
I thought that was going to be the end for me. But when I did it, it was a whole lot of fun. And I don't know what I was thinking. The marketing person had some kind of plan for me that week. And I don't know if it was a plan to get rid of me or if it was a plan to market the stratosphere. But either way, it was a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, speaking of stratosphere, any plans for HPT coming back to Las Vegas?
Hoping to, yes, Greg. Working on that right now. We've got our team out there, Ken Lambert Jr. and the staff constantly out there, working it. Flop is Jack 9-8, and we're trying to branch out. We've got some East Coast properties that are popping up. We're in New Orleans as we speak right now, so we're actually got 2 events going on. We're splitting crews up there, so good things for the HPT in the 2017 and 2018 and beyond. And I don't just say it, Greg, because I work for them, but we've made it through Black Friday and what happened after that, and we made it through the tough times. And I think poker, people say poker's is not dying, but it's slow, and I don't agree with that. Our East Chicago event, we gave away $192,000 for first place.
Yeah,
poker's alive, man.
I've played a lot of HPT events: East Chicago, Black Hawk, Daytona. Like I said, Stratosphere when you guys were there. I love it. So I'd love to see you guys keep going and growing.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of fun, and it's great to see all of our players come out and support us. But keep it on the webpage, hptpoker.com, for your chance to play for the life-changing cash. Well, Scott's going to win that bet there. Again, what does Alex have for chips here? Doesn't have a lot.
Not a lot. Like I said, he's going to have to make a move pretty soon.
He's going to have to make a move pretty soon. He's been quieted here early on.
Well, he started out as chip leader and took a couple of beats from Scott. So,
boy, Ellie reminds me a lot of myself, not in his poker playing because he's much better, but the way he moves around, he's up and down.
He doesn't sit very long.
No, he sure doesn't. He doesn't. I wish he reminded me a little bit. I wish I reminded myself of him. I would have actually had success on the tilt. But
I get that.
Just one day, I'd like to go play with these guys, or maybe be a fly on the wall at Bobby's room through some of these big games over at the Aria. I got to sit in on a session with Phil Hellmuth, a former Dallas Cowboy football player, and Steve Martin, the actor, and it was just cool. And a friend of mine,
that was fun.
A friend of mine hopped in the game, and I think he even folded queens and kings with no raise. I mean, he was just sitting there playing. He didn't want to get involved in anything. It was a $3,000 buy-in, and I think my friend had $2,900 and bought $10 from this guy over here to my right, actually, to get his $3,000. That's not a lie. All right, we go to the flop here again. Action flops here. 2 aces and a tray. It's a diamond and a heart, so we've got a good deck in there. Now, what do you do here when you flop an ace? Do you check this, Greg? What's your strategy? Thanks, Cal.
It depends on how the game's been going and what the table dynamic is, but...
Because I like to bet out there when I have it.
Depending on my position,
Sure.
if I was the button, I think I'd definitely bet out here if I'd have been Scott.
Sure.
I mean, that's
Either
just-
way, maybe.
Yeah, regardless. I mean,
Regardless of what your hand
you're
is
on the
there,
button up
playing
against the
that
small
position.
blind.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
I think I'd take a shot at it.
Scott checks as well.
Scott's
One
gonna
card to come.
check.
And let's see the river.
River card now is the 10 of hearts.
All right, so not much has changed really in this
No,
board.
not much. And now,
All right,
reaching for chips is
Mark's
Mark.
going to take a shot.
And Scott just doesn't look like he has much. Just from
It's a good point. He doesn't look real interested.
we've seen the tail wag on a few hands. And a call. Well, I'm
Oh.
wrong. Okay, so he must have an ace here. He does have an ace.
No, he's got kings.
He's got pocket kings.
Pocket kings.
Okay.
Wow.
So pocket kings. Wow. So two
Interesting. He
pair.
played that really slow.
He played it
I would
very
have expected
slow.
a bet there with the aces.
And I'm 1 for 1 now. I was not right on that. But he didn't have an ace. We thought one of them had an ace.
Yeah, but still on the button with kings, I think on that flop, you got to take a
you're
stab
right.
at
Yeah,
it.
I'm a little surprised at that.
Although, I mean, it worked out for him. Hey, he got a bet out of Mark, so I think maybe if he bet out, I think Mark folds.
So I have color commentators on this. I make every final table, but it's not because of my poker play. So I don't get into too much of the strategy because I don't get real far. James Larson broadcasting here in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean alongside my friend Greg, who lives out in Las Vegas, Nevada now.
Yep. Hometown boy along with Ellie, Henderson, Nevada.
I'll have to look you up when I head out there.
Definitely. We got a spare bedroom if you need a place to stay.
Got my brother lives up there too, but don't always like staying with him. It's my brother after all, you know. We start fighting
Yeah, I
by
get
day
that
number
feeling.
2, yeah.
Alex makes the call.
Alex is going to make the call.
Wow,
so
three-way.
Alex
Okay, now we got some
speculating
action
here
here.
with the smallest stack.
See about this
See if we
flop.
can get another power flop here. And it's queen, 8, 6.
Two clubs. Interesting flop.
So to Alex.
Kind of fits. There it goes. Here it goes.
There it
Alex.
is.
Okay.
That's the all-in. Will this be it?
Scott asks for a count.
I can't see Scott calling here without a queen.
Well, they're getting a count. Alex calm and cool.
Alex is all in for 119,000.
So it's 119,000 is all. But Scott's got to have some of this.
He's-
Remember, he's got Ellie behind him too.
Yeah, I know. I mean, without a queen or a really big draw, I can't see him leading out into Ellie. I mean, his options are to call it or to shove on his own, depending on what he's got.
And I know a lot of these guys are playing for the title, but still, you're talking $4,000 in the
Yeah,
next pay
yeah.
jump. So that's,
Yeah.
you know, that's a cruise. That's another cruise right there,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, I think Scott was scared of Ellie. And Alex shows deuces.
Show 2 deuces,
I love it.
huh?
I love it.
All right, all right.
That's the spirit.
All right, everybody loosening up a little bit here. Well, Greg, I don't know about you. Is it too early to have our first cocktail? And now in international waters here.
Dude, you're about 3 behind.
I know. Well, I was on a
Just
little
saying.
later than you were last night. I know that much for sure. But I'm hitting the coffee right now. But boy, we've had our fair share of really good food and drinks here on the
yeah.
cruise. Here in a cruise setup, if you've never been here before, there's a dining room that you can go to for your dinner meals. But breakfast and lunch, you're kind of on your own. And there's a place called Windjammer, which is a typical, almost like a Midwestern type buffet, but it's all kinds of food. It's not Bonanza. It's not Ryan's Steakhouse. This is top-notch
It's
stuff.
not Golden Corral.
It's not Golden Corral. No offense to Golden Corral.
Yeah, really, sorry,
and then
guys.
they've got the other places that you can pay for food, which is like a $10 or $20 a head type of a deal.
Yeah,
Some are
depending
40.
on where you go,
Yeah.
what you got. I'll tell you, one of my favorite places on this ship is the Mexican place.
Oh, sure, yeah.
God, I can't remember the name now. Sorry, guys.
And I've been eating the Solarium, which is a typical, like the buffet, but it's a little fancier, and it overlooks the ocean, and no children allowed in there. So when your head's still pounding a little bit from the night before, very busy. It's a typical cruise, and this is my 3rd cruise. You know, there's people everywhere, but you get used to it. You know,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a small
Yeah,
price
I mean,
to pay. A small price to pay for what you get here. But 2 nights ago was the lobster night. lobster tail night in the dining room, and I tried to do more, but I had to stop at 5. I did a 5-pack. Hey, they weren't huge lobsters, all right. They weren't huge. 10 of spades there on the river, but great food. It's just amazing to me that they can accommodate 5,000 people for dinner every night. It's just, I don't get it.
Yeah, and yeah, Scott and Ellie up against each other. I didn't think anybody was going to try and hit too hard. 2 of the biggest stacks at the table. They're going to be careful around each other right now.
Well, give me your prediction. Who do you think's going to win? And I know it's tough.
I mean, I still have to go with Ellie. I mean, he's got the experience. How can you bet against him? I remember back in 14, Kenneth James was on the cruise.
Yeah, my play-by-play partner.
Yep. Hard to bet against him.
Yeah,
and for sure he won it all.
It really is. So, well, I am going to bet against him. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be Mark. I'm going to go with Mark. I just think
that's a brave call.
It is, and I'm going to get money. I'm going to get 7 or 8 to 1 on that, right? You're going to have to lay.
But I'll tell you, I do like Mark's game. I played with him a lot, and I do like his game. I just think between Ellie and Scott, I think it's got to be between those two. And I give the edge to Ellie. Scott's been pretty aggressive for this final table.
He has been very aggressive.
That there's a pretty dynamic flop. Hearts straight.
Yeah. And by the way,
we're talking small and big blinds, so
right,
I mean, anybody could have hit that one.
And we have no rooting interest in this.
No,
like I said, I
got no money on anybody.
I just like the way Mark plays. Not saying I don't like the way the other guys play, but Mark's in a good spot right now. Ace of spades.
Interesting card into that flop.
Speaking of Scott, though, just kind of been hanging out with him a few times the last 3 days, and real nice guy. He's got a good crew that he's with from the Chicagoland area.
Okay, yeah, I haven't played much with Scott.
Yeah,
so.
I haven't either. I just run into him up in the bars and at the pool. Yesterday we sat in the pool with him and some friends, and he was real excited to make the final table. No surprise. I mean, it's always exciting, but God, he was smiling. That's what I love about poker, you know.
But watch him right now. He's playing with a lot of confidence, and I'll tell you, that can overcome a lot of things.
Now, I got a read on him on the first hand, but I haven't been able to after that. He's really mixing up his game.
Yep.
And, boy, I wish we had hole cards, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, for sure. But like I said, he's playing with a lot of confidence right now, so he's going to be hard to beat.
So we are going to step aside for a 15-minute break. Having a lot of fun here. 4 players remain. We started with 120 at the beginning of the week, and now we are down to our final 4. And by the way, up top for first place, $34,520. Don't go too far. More HPT coming up next.
You bet.
What's that one, large? I'll take that one. Take that one. I couldn't even squeeze one of that one.
Is that yours, honey? Either one of those? No. Okay, we'll get them out of there then.
Perfect. That makes 3 of them.
She did good.
All right, welcome back here to the HPT Card Player Cruise. James Larson alongside a VIP, a celebrity. She's known from coast to coast. Her name is the one, the only Jan Fisher. And you, what's that, buddy? Oh yeah, and you spell that Fisher like Fisher, F-I-S-H-E-R.
Yeah, there's no C. We were so poor we couldn't afford silent letters. So.
Do we need to move this way, Kev? Why don't you move your chair that, or is it the other way, Kev?
This way.
Yeah.
See, I got all this space. We'll get the iced tea out of the way.
You sure? No, I got to go like this.
Come
there we go. There we go.
Get closer.
So anyway, one of the founding members here of the Card Player Cruises. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having your event on our cruise.
We had a lot of fun. 120 entries into the main event, and now we are down to our final 4. So any prediction you want to make here? We got Mark in there. We've got Scott. We've got Alex, and we've got Ellie.
You can't predict anything.
You can't. You said it.
I hope that if the cards break even, that's really what I hope for. Yeah. I hate people taking bad beats. I hate people getting their lucky suck out. They get their 2 cards.
Right. Yeah.
I want good poker. I'm just hoping for good poker,
exactly.
and I'm hoping for whoever plays their best game today to be the one who takes it down.
And I like this card room. It's a friendly card room.
Thank you.
Good rules in here. No one's swearing at the dealer, ripping up cards. Not yet, anyway.
No, only me.
I'm playing in this satellite tonight with Barry's group, so there might be some swearing later tonight. But looking forward to that. And boy, huge numbers this week.
Yeah,
over like 400 people.
We had a little more than 450 people on the cruise. It's our biggest cruise in quite some time.
Yeah,
and it's really awesome to have a big full card room again.
Yeah, it really is.
It's tough, when we only have 8 or 10 games, it's tough. When we have 24 games, it's great.
Yeah, it's been a lot of action down here, and as always, we got to see a lot of cool places too as we made our way through the Caribbean. What was your favorite stop out of the 3?
Ooh, wow, that's hard to say. I'm trying to remember where we went. First of all,
right?
I loved at our private beach day in Cozumel, because we have a beach club that we go to that's always treated us right. They only sell 100 tickets, and I believe our group got 91 of them.
Oh, wow.
And it was just a really nice, relaxing day. First time I've been to Cozumel in years that I haven't gone scuba diving, so that was kind of different for me to not be so active, but it was a nice, chill day.
Yeah, for me it was Jamaica. I talked about it earlier. I just had so much fun there.
Oh, yeah, I had barbecue. Yeah, that was really good too. So.
Well, we got a hand here we got to talk. Unfortunately, we got to get back to the poker here.
Yeah, we got to get to poker,
So it looks like a race here. I think I see pocket 4s for Ellie going up against ace 10. So Alex here, his tournament life at risk. He started as our chip leader, and we go to the flop. It's 4s against ace 10. We'll see if Alex can catch up. The flop is queen, jack, 8. So the 4 is still in the lead, but a gutter ball draw for Alex, as well as 2 overcards. Those 4s really shrink up with these overcards that come on the board.
Well, he's got 10 outs right now, so that's...
So everybody's laughing. That's good. There's a lot of laughter.
Well, they're going to discuss it all first.
Right, yeah, exactly. That's what we do.
Have the postmortem.
It's a TV
The pre-postmortem.
Turn card now is a 9.
Wow.
So 9,
there it is.
10, jack,
it's over.
queen. Yeah, it is over. And now we go to the river card.
We have
and the river card
meaningless
is
river card.
The 7 of hearts. Alex will double up. Alex with some alligator blood here. He started as our chip leader, had a couple of tough beats, and
10 outs on the flop is a lot to fade. I mean,
it really is. It really is. Unless you're me. That's the other way. It's just, it's like, all right, thanks, James. Thanks for playing. We'll see you next time. Early, we saw the players were a little nervous at the table. There's no nerves anymore. It's all fun now.
Yeah, once they get used to each other and the banter kind of, they see how people are talking and reacting to each other. The gloves come off and they're having fun. They're playing poker. They're serious. They obviously want to win. There's a lot of money at stake, but they're having fun too. And that's the really cool part about the poker cruises, because the big events back home in the real land-based poker rooms, they just don't have fun. You don't have any conversation. Everyone's more needling and looking for an argument or to piss somebody off than to have fun.
Exactly. How did you get Ellie Elezra to jump on the ship this year? Did that take some convincing? Or
No,
did you
actually,
say, come have some fun?
He's been friends of ours for a long time, and he'd been thinking. He actually cruised with us back during one of the Party Poker Millions in the
15 years ago.
Yeah, 04, 05, something like that. And he and one of our shift managers, actually Mary, who's our card room manager, are very good friends, and of course he plays with Mark, her husband, and got talking about it, and he ended up bringing a group of 10, and I think he's having enough fun that he would love to come on all the cruises. Usually we don't have action big enough that interests him, but he's actually, one day he passed on the 2-5 no limit game because he was having so much fun in the 1-3 game.
Yeah,
so
that's awesome.
He's here to have fun, and his family is starting to learn how to play some poker. They're they're trying different games, and it's really cool because he's such a nice guy, and he's
really
posing for photos with people and meeting people, and he's so gracious. He's just a true gentleman.
Speaking of the big game, have you ever sat in at Bobby's room and watched those guys play, or dealt that game, or played in that game?
No, and no.
Okay.
They don't really encourage people to come in and sit unless you're you're like with one of them. But no, I have not dealt professionally for 20 years. I mean, I quit dealing in the early 90s, so however long ago that is.
Right.
And they didn't have, the private rooms back then, but...
And you're a big Omaha player, aren't you?
I prefer Omaha. I love Limit Omaha. Omaha High-Low. That's definitely my game of choice. I like no-limit tournaments. No-limit cash, not so much. But on the cruises, obviously, I prop all the games, so
Right.
I play, you know, wherever they need a player to keep a game going, or so we can fill this game to start that game. It's all about keeping the games going and keeping the players happy and letting them play the games they want. So
you and I played last night, and we never tangled up once.
Not once. Well, we had some other tanglements.
We had plenty of other tanglements. It was a private game. I was the last person standing, not because I had the most chips. Everybody else just quit. They moved to other tables, but we don't digress here on the ship. We'll keep moving forward.
We just call it save bygones, you know.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So 4 players remain here at this HPT card player cruise, and talk about, you've got a couple of new folks, Tina and her husband, now helping you guys out, or I'm sorry, not helping out, but with the company.
Mark and Tina, actually, Linda and I hired them on as managers back in May, June of last year, and immediately they kind of saw a lot of the leaks in our company. Linda and I love poker. We love what we do. I'll be honest, we're not the best business people. We our staff has been our staff for so long that we get too emotionally involved, and we may make emotional choices rather than great business choices. Whereas they were, came in up, new, and it was kind of on maybe a 5-year plan that eventually they would buy the company, buy a part of the company, whatever. And about maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, we were having a meeting, and one thing led to another, and boom, in 5 minutes we had a handshake deal where they were going to buy a big piece of the company, and so now they're not just managers, they're the managing partners.
Yeah. Well, I think the story I heard was they told you guys, hey, we need to have a meeting about this, and that, and you guys said, all right, enough about these meetings. Why don't you guys just...
Well, if you really want to know, we were having a meeting, and somebody said, well, Linda, what is it you want? And Linda slammed her hand down, and I can't use the words exactly, but it was like, I want to never have another effing business meeting in my life. And we all kind of got silent for a minute, and we each went separate ways and wrote down a number, and all 4 of the numbers matched.
The exact story I heard.
And the deal was made that day, and the 5-year plan became about a 5-week plan.
That's good.
Or a 5-month plan, I guess.
All right, so the bet here looks like $75,000 by Mark. I keep forgetting we have a poker game going on here.
Yeah.
Scott's going to go ahead and fold. So tell me, how did Card Player Cruises get started, and did it have something to do with the magazine, obviously, as well?
Card Player Cruises was a division of Card Player Magazine. The backstory is that there were actually some other cruise companies before Card Player did it. I worked for them because I dealt for them. Robin Powell, I don't even know if he's still around in any regard, but he ran some cruises. I know that Eric Drake ran a cruise back in 1985 where he took a group over on the QE2 to England, and they played some poker over there, and they flew back on the SST back when it existed. So there were some other groups that did some cruises. Then Card Player Magazine was doing cruises when June Fields owned the magazine. Sure. Linda and some of her friends bought the magazine because they went on a cruise and they had so much fun. Right. They never wanted to miss another cruise. And they talked to June about it, and it was kind of like, well, do you want to buy the magazine and have the cruises too? Sure. They knew nothing about running a magazine. They had to get funding from a bank. And June and Phil stayed on for 6 months to train them to run the magazine. Linda and her partners ran it for about 10 years. Then she sold it, but she sold it to Barry Shulman. She wanted to keep the cruise division, so they were separated at that time. And so it's a little confusing because we share a masthead, but we are totally separate from the magazine. And so I became a minority partner a few years after that. I was already dealing the cruises and the tournament director and the shift manager and the organizer, and I drove the truck and the equipment. I mean, I kind of...
Sounds like the HPT a little bit. I've been there.
Yeah, I did a little bit of everything. And then ultimately, Linda and I became equal partners.
Sure. So Linda, your best friend, you get to spend all this time with her. What's it like with all of her poker, the first lady of poker and everything she's done? It's got to be pretty cool to have her in your life.
Oh my God, it's very cool.
Friend,
I mean, my best friend is actually famous worldwide.
Yes,
I mean,
it's
pretty cool. I'm like the second lady of poker, but there's a big gap between first and second. I mean, it's or I'm the little bit of poker. I don't know.
Yeah.
But no, it's great. I'm so proud of Linda's accomplishment. She knows her stuff. She's the real deal.
Yes,
she knows how to handle any situation. And I've learned a lot from Linda. I've learned a lot from her as a in poker, in life.
Yeah.
How you treat people. I mean, she's just a stellar human being, and I'm very fortunate that we're best friends. We've been friends for more than 30 years.
Wow.
And best friends for probably 20, 25 years,
great.
and business partners. And we get along beautifully. I mean, people say, well, don't you guys ever fight? When we fight, oh yeah, it's ugly, but it happens maybe twice every 3 years.
Can you 3-bet your best friend? Can you 4-bet your best friend?
Oh my God, we play so hard on each other. People are like, oh yeah, they're in the game, there'll be no action. Are you kidding me?
Oh no, it doesn't work
I
that
check raise
way.
her eyeballs out.
I bet.
No, we play so hard on each other.
Oh,
It's
that's
absolutely
funny.
insane. There's
That's
no
funny.
soft play at all. And if we're ever, we play in a high limit game at the World Series sometimes, and sometimes there'll be a lot of betting pre-flop, and then the action
Right.
changes to where now you got to check it down. Like, I never show cards that I don't have to show,
Right,
but
yeah.
if I'm in a hand that ends up head up with Linda, we will both always
Sure,
turn
yeah,
our cards over,
yeah.
so because people know that we have a personal relationship
Right,
and a
yeah.
business relationship, and we don't ever want anyone to think that we were raising somebody out of a pot.
Exactly, yeah. There's
You know,
none of that's going on.
our-
Plus, you
our
guys are too
reputation-
competitive
yeah.
anyway.
And our
You-
reputations are everything. It's not
Absolutely.
something, it's everything.
It's everything. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great story, and it's been fun for the HPT to be along for this ride. James Larson, my name, alongside Jan Fisher, as we bring you exclusive final table coverage here of this card player cruise. If you're just joining us, 4 players remain. We started with 120. Nice little prize pool up top, $34,520.
Not a bad day.
No, 21 and change for second, 15 for third, and then 11,163. You know, you think about it, you take your family on a cruise, 7 days, you have some fun, and you go home with $15,000 or $30,000.
Sweet.
I mean, it's not bad. There's worse
It
things.
might cover a few of their bar bills.
I know, right? Yeah, exactly. I didn't do the all-inclusive package.
Oh, that was a mistake. If you drink a lot.
So day 1 went by, and day 2 went by, and I said, if I keep this average up, I could have bought 3 all-inclusive. So I went down to guest services, and I bought the all-inclusive drink package.
Nice, nice.
And I made sure I got my quota in each day.
Well,
So-
RCL we love doing business with Royal Caribbean
Yes.
Cruise Line. They're a wonderful partner for us. They know what we need. We know what they need. There's give and take.
Yeah.
But things like that, ordinarily on the 3rd day, they don't let you buy the package and
Right.
roll it back and include your
Right.
drinks. But they'll do stuff like
Exactly.
that. We bring them lots of business, so they take very good care of our
Yes.
customers, and
Yeah,
that's very
indeed.
important to us.
Indeed. Okay, action over to Scott here from the Chicagoland area. We just saw him at our HPT event in East Chicago, and it looks like it's going to be pocket jacks are shown, so Scott's going to win that. I heard we had a hand the other day. Aces, kings, queens, and jacks were folded on this same tournament here. I wasn't there for it. I can't confirm or deny it, but well, that's always fun when that. And guess what hand won?
Queens, probably.
Kings. I told you I like kings.
Yeah.
Kings. I love kings.
Well, the interesting thing is that if you have a hand where there's aces, kings, and queens, and jacks all in the same hand, if the betting goes as it should go, jacks are very easy to fold.
Oh, yeah.
Queens are
and
very easy to fold.
Absolutely.
Kings, tough to fold,
Tough to
but I've
fold,
done
yeah.
it. I folded
Sure.
kings pre-flop.
Sure.
Betting's a conversation. I have a good hand. You raise, I have a better hand. I re-raise you, you have a better hand. Now you shove on me. You're probably not shoving with jacks.
Yeah, right.
So
right.
my queens shrink way up.
What's your worst bad beat story of all time? And we joke about bad beats because working on a TV show, everybody, they see you in airports, they see you at home, they see you you're never going to believe what happened. It's like, I probably will because I've heard it all.
You've heard it all.
I've
You've
heard
seen
every
it all.
story. I have seen it all. But do you have one that really sticks out in your head for like a $5K cash pot or something?
Yeah, I'm not really one who remembers bad beats. Well, actually, you know what? Now that you mentioned it, I do know my worst bad beat. It was in a limit Omaha game, a 75-150 game with a kill pot, so we're playing 1 and 200.
Absolutely, yep.
And the flop came queen deuce deuce, and I had pocket queens, and I bet got raised, so forth. Turn came nothing, and the river came a deuce.
Oh my God!
And I can't even call on the river.
You're right. You can't.
I can't even call on the river because he has to have the other deuce. Maybe he's got deuce queen. That's probably what he's got. But I can't even call. And of course, that was my worst.
Yeah. The worst one I remember on TV is we had our chip leader with ace 10, three-handed, and the guy to his left shoves with kings. He calls with ace 10. Flop comes out 6-6-6. So the kings are in good shape.
I know what's already happening. A 6 is coming.
Yeah, it's not the ace. I mean, the ace,
No.
I wouldn't tell the story if it was the ace.
Is a way better story.
There's the 6, and he loses because the kings, the king plays and the ace plays.
That's funny.
Those are, and we got it on TV. You don't always get those hands on TV. And then last week in East Chicago in a prelim, I saw a guy flop quad 4s, runner, runner, straight flush. He's exiting a side event. It was a smaller event, but still not a fun way to exit any kind of. I wouldn't want to exit a go fish tournament that way.
Yeah.
You know, it's just.
And then you hear people tell their bad beats. Oh well, I lost with aces full. Well, how did the hand play down?
Right.
Well,
Yeah, I know.
There were three aces on the flop,
like
and I had pocket deuces. Well, that's not like a bad beat.
I know. It's like
you just suck.
Yeah,
you know.
it's exactly. Yeah, you just.
I mean, if there's any action, two deuces. You're playing two deuces. You're not playing aces full.
Exactly.
A little bit silly.
So back to the poker here.
Now, you know, Mark has worked for us before. He and his wife both.
Yeah, and his daughter.
And his daughter is on this cruise dealing for us.
She's a real sweetheart. And it's
yeah,
just
very nice.
She dealt with us when you left. You left yesterday. We had no, she didn't deal with it. She played with us. We played a fun little mixed game. When it was my turn, then they let me do it. But I called 7-card high-low with a spinner. That's when I play a back room game, and we have one common card as the spinner.
That's not what I know as a spinner, but...
Right, yeah, you think of a spinner as something else.
A little something different.
But thankfully for the spinner, I won one pot out of the orbit. So we played some pineapple, and we played some other fun games too. So my game of choice is Big O. I like playing Big O back
pot
home.
Limit or limit?
Pot limit, and it has to be pot. Our pot limit games get pretty big too, though. But we play a game every Tuesday night that's pretty well known over there in Eastern Iowa, believe it or not. So if you're ever
Eastern Iowa, that's the next place I want to go to play poker, especially this time of year.
Right? Yeah, the weather.
Let me just put on everything I own and still be cold.
Yeah, the weather is perfect, but
the weather is frightful. Yeah.
Yeah, but the poker is red hot.
I've been to Clinton, Iowa.
What were you doing in Clinton, Iowa?
We had an elderly lady who her family was there, and she had a reunion, and she needed assistance to go there.
Wow.
And so I took her there, and it was cold.
It's
and we've got some stories about that trip. Yeah.
Flavor Flav opened up a chicken shack in Clinton, Iowa, and it lasted about 6 months.
Do they even know? I know who he is only because I saw him on some TV. Do they know who he is in Iowa?
They do, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think in Iowa he's a big celebrity.
Oh, okay.
We're not used to that. Ashton Kutcher is from my hometown, so I always say he's the second biggest celebrity in Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
But he's the hottest.
He is the hottest, so give him that. All right, we have an all-in here. All in by Alex.
Looks like we might get some action.
And Alex has been crawling his way back after taking a big hit when his ace-jack went up against Scott's ace-king. And we'll see if he gets looked up here. Ellie is a lot like me when it comes to not being around at the table. He's out talking.
And he's on his phone a lot, too.
He's on his phone. He was in the booth here for a while. Normally we don't allow that, but we don't have any hole cards, so he can sit back here as long as he wants.
And he was just getting blinded off? I mean, he missed hands?
No, he wasn't here that long. He was just back here watching the action. He gave me a little shoulder massage, and I didn't know who it was. Yeah, hopefully he comes back.
Yeah. Ellie. Just slow hand.
We got a call from Mark. So let's flip over the cards. This is a big hand of Bruin.
Okay, flip them over.
And Mark, I see ace.
One ace.
I always hate that nobody wants to turn. You
looks
eventually
like two nines. Two nines against ace jack.
2 9s against ace jack.
Wow.
Okay, let's go to that turn card.
Going.
And that is the 10 of clubs.
That picks him up some outs, but not quite as many because he's got the nines there.
He's got the nines there.
Wow.
Yeah, the jack is now dead. We go to this river card, a big pot of Bruin. And the river card is the 8 of clubs. So a flush is going to be the winning hand. The 8 of clubs, and that is going to do it for Alex Chem.
Nicely done, Alex.
I'm going to go out. And I'm going to go ahead and shake his hand, and I'll be right back. And then we'll get you out of here in about one more hand.
I'll carry the show while you're gone. It's what I do. Wow. We've had a couple of interesting all-ins. I love it when there's some sweat where it's not just,
Give it up for Alex.
Yeah.
He played great. Give him a big round of applause. One quick question. What was it like to play at today's final table?
That was fun. It was exciting.
11,000.
Well, it's good enough.
And real quick, what was the best part of your cruise this week, besides the final table, of course?
Well, we always enjoy cruising in the Caribbean and stuff, so we enjoy the islands. But this was the most fun for me, playing poker.
One more time, going on fourth, give it up for Alex, everybody. And we will continue poker action. Three-handed. We will crown a champion coming up later today.
He's anywhere. All right.
Very nice.
Now, I don't know if I changed my invoice now because I'm doing the sideline duty and this job. So does it pay double? I don't know how that works, but
I'll pay you double what I was paying you. How's that?
So we're going to have Jan stick around for one more final hand. And before we do that, anything you want to say to the folks that are maybe thinking about doing a cruise like this, but they're on the fence because they may get seasick or they don't want to, will I fall off the side? I mean, what can you tell people that are on the fence?
Well, first of all, if you're worried about falling off the ship, because we do read about that.
We do.
Nobody falls off of a ship. You actually have to climb up.
You do, yeah.
You have to really want to fall off the ship. I mean, you have to be wanting to jump. And some people do.
Yeah. To each his own.
Everybody. Yeah. It's not hard to commit suicide if you want to.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
But I mean, do you even feel the ship moving? And
I know.
And I just heard that it was raining and we're in a storm, and I'm like, this ship doesn't even move. Big now. This is the biggest ship in the world, bigger than its two sister ships, the Oasis and the Allure. This ship has everything on it. But I mean, people who are afraid that they're going to get bored, there's ice skating, there's rock climbing, there's surfing. I mean, they literally have two things where you can surf, and I mean, it's crazy. There's so much to do. There are shows. There's an aqua show, kind of like they have at Bellagio. There's a Broadway show. They have Grease on this particular ship, but many of the different ships, some of the bigger ships, have different shows contracted for years. Chicago's on one, Cats is on one, Hairspray is on one. I mean, big entertainment. Star Entertainment. There's a comedy show. You can eat 49 times a day if you want to. You come on,
Yeah, there's plenty to do, but for guys like me, and I'll take the baton from here. For guys like me that don't necessarily need to be entertained every minute of the day, that's what I like most about cruises. Is yesterday, not a lot of people know this, I didn't get off the ship because I wanted to spend some time by myself. I did that in the morning. I ate by myself because I've been surrounded by people all week, and I went
to the pool. Have a little quiet time.
Yeah, and I had a big strawberry daiquiri. And then I had a pina colada, and then I met up with
That's because you have the drink package.
I have the drink package. I had to. I wasn't going to drink water. And all day, and then I met up with some friends from Chicago, and I said, I thought I had something to do today, but then I remembered I'm on a cruise, and I sat in the pool, and I sat in the hot tub, and I drank, and then Corey and I went up and had a cigar to end the day. I mean, you talk about my 40 years on this planet, that's in the top 20.
That's and it's nice because you can do as much as you want to do, or as little as you can stay in your cabin all day. You can, if you have a balcony, enjoy your balcony, total privacy.
For real.
Have room service delivered.
For real.
I mean, it's wonderful. You can have as much privacy as you want.
Yeah.
You can hide on a ship. It's hard to find
really
people.
Can. Yeah.
And you don't.
True story.
They do have internet packages you can buy, and they're reasonably affordable, but. It doesn't mean I have the sound off on mine, so people could be dinging me all day until I look at it. I don't know. And unfortunately, I can't hide because, I do have a lot of customers that I want to be there for. But if I stayed on the ship on a port day, I would be off on that day. And I would be turned off, unplugged, and enjoy it.
And it's funny, you can hide on the ship, but it's weird, and maybe this happens to you too. There's a certain select people that I see everywhere I go.
You run into
5,000 people on this ship.
Right, but you keep running into this.
Yeah, there's these two guys I see from Canada every single day. This group from Chicago. I'll start talking about one of them, and they're behind me.
That's
funny.
Literally.
I know, it's like telling a joke. I got to look both ways.
We actually, we were on the ship last week. We usually go a week ahead to get to know some of the people, get things set up the way we need. So I was I brought my cousin and her husband, and they had a service dog with them. So we were the ones with the dog, and we went in St. Thomas. We went to Cokie Beach. So we get in one of those open air things that's got the rows, and Linda and I are sitting in the back row. So there's two of us in the back row, and actually, I'm sorry, there were three of us because our friend Renee was there. My cousin and her husband and the dog are in the middle row. Now a family of 9 gets on. So literally, I've got it on video. Family of 9, and we're like, so we're moving over. No, we're fine. All 9 of them get in the front row, and we're like, are you serious? Now they ride there, but they get there, they have no money. So the guy says, can you take me to the ATM? Now, they're wearing nice clothes. He has all he's coming to Vegas next week for the magic show. He's in the clothing business. He's obviously a businessman.
Right, yeah.
So when they want to go to the ATM and she's already dropped them off and now we're stuck with him after the 9 of them in the front row, I finally asked her to stop. I said, dude, how much money do you need?
Yeah.
I need $150. you know what? I'm gonna take my chances. Here's $150. Here's the cabin I'm in. He gives me his cabin. Boom. Because we don't want to wait for them.
Right, yeah.
We go to the beach. We asked her to come back and pick us up. Tell her we'll pay her when she picks us up. She says, I'm not worried, no problem. But I'm going to have to go back and get them too. I'm like, no, I'll just pay you now. We're not doing that. Now, every day on the ship, we run into this family of 9. I mean, and he paid me back immediately. And it turns out the family of 9 was actually 11 because grandparents were with them.
Oh my gosh!
And they're all in 2 cabins. You know, and they were inside cabins with bunk beds.
What a story!
It was crazy, but the guy. I was right. The guy paid me back.
Of course, yeah.
Had a wonderful
the
time.
last thing I'll say about card player cruises, well, 2 things. Somebody asked me, James, what do you dislike about cruising? And I'm not just saying this to be a sales pitch here. There's not a whole lot I dislike about it. When I was younger, when I say 5-6 years ago, I thought the 7 days was too long. Now I want to stay another 5 days would be perfect. Another 4 or 5 days because I met so many friends. But the other thing I'll say is this room down here. And again, this is coming from the heart. Good people down here.
Thank
Good
you.
people.
Thank
and,
you.
I've gotten to know so many people. This is my 3rd cruise, and they all remember you.
Yeah.
They remember your name, and I don't know where my name tag is. But
we would make you another one, you know.
I know,
we would do that.
I know. But,
happily.
And the people that come up and like the show and say things. I had this guy play with me all day, and he goes, "I didn't want to say anything, but I love watching your show." I said, "Please, you
please say that."
Yeah, please. You know,
when I had the camera on you, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. But just really neat, and I'm sure you've met some of your best friends in life, just like I have.
We have people who have met and gotten married.
I had them on the show.
I mean. We have actually 2 of our dealers are a couple who met on the cruise. And
this makes me very nervous because I met a girl on this cruise, so I'm terrified.
What is the date? But
I'm terrified.
But I mean, we have an absolute 0 tolerance for abuse. I mean, 0 tolerance, and we never have to enforce it because people get on the ship. They know that. We tell them day one, if we come here to have fun, gamble. We know it's an emotional, and it isn't a church. It's not that you can't mutter something under your breath, but you can't direct anything, and you can't be doing it all day. But you know, it's fun poker.
The other thing is nobody's judging here. I like that.
Well, we are. We're just quiet about it.
We're quiet about it. I'm walking around with a Corona half the time. I know everybody else is, so you fit right in. I mean, this is a vacation.
Yeah.
This is a vacation. We're obviously here for official HPT business, but I'd be lying if I didn't say we were in the sun enjoying ourselves.
Of
more
course,
than anything
and people are afraid that what about the pros? Well, Ellie is a pro. Mark Gregorich is a pro. I don't know really. I mean, I don't know what a pro is.
I don't either anymore.
People think I'm a pro. I'm not a pro. I have a job.
Yeah.
If you have a job, you're not a pro.
Yeah.
But even the pros. I mean, like I said, Ellie chose the 1-3 no limit game over the 2-5 because he was having fun.
Exactly.
Nobody comes here to play their A game or try to make a ton of money other than a big tournament like this.
Exactly.
And even look at these guys; they're all having fun at the final table. They're they're smiling, they're joking.
Right. And a lot of these 1-3 games, the buy-ins 100 or 200, nobody's really getting hurt. A big score can be 800-900.
Yeah,
that's the nice thing.
Absolutely.
You can take your money 7x, 8x, and we see it all the time. And that's fun, just the up and downs. You have a good day, you have a bad day, and it's good to see all your dealers that have been playing as well.
Oh, everybody plays. And, of course, we had Oral Hershiser on this cruise and his entourage. And usually when he and some of the people who are on the ship, we usually get a 5-10 game. I was surprised we didn't even have a 5-10 game because it's more fun to play 2-5 and get to needle somebody when they lose. But when you lose serious money, you can't have as much fun,
Yeah. But it was good to see a lot of the dealers, Channy and Tara, I know from Madison, Wisconsin. We actually played a little tag team event. It wasn't a tag team event. It was a Phil Hellmuth charity event. But we were just playing together. We made it all the way to the final table, and I just had a blast with her. So
nice. Yeah, she's great.
She walks in. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Nice. Yeah, she's great.
Played with her a little bit. I played some cards with her last night and had fun. But
you played with her and you played cards.
And
Sweet.
played cards. Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks
I'm going to let
much.
you get back to it.
All right.
And we're going to bring Greg in. So look at that camera. Blow a kiss. Cut her back hip. Look. There you go.
Thank you for having us. Thank you guys for joining us. Please, everybody, cardplayercruises.com or email me, jan@cardplayercruises.com. We'll answer all your questions. We'll get you booked. We will literally answer all your questions. I've been on the phone for hours answering questions.
She's on the phone.
I have the answers.
And go to our Facebook page. She answered 10 questions with me.
Rapid fire.
I even asked her what her favorite Ozzy Osbourne song was.
That's if you can make my phone ring, it will be Crazy Train.
All the management came over there. Are you sure you should be asking her about Ozzy?
Yeah, she is old,
That's her ringtone, folks. So that's how cool Jan Fisher is. So thank you for stopping by.
Thank you for having me.
And enjoy the rest of your
Thank
day.
you, guys.
All right. So Jan's going to get out of here.
All
We're
right.
going to bring Greg back for a...
This is like the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, they're little... You feel like you're Britney Spears,
Oh, exactly.
It's the Britney Spears. You're close. You got the, you're close. You're close. Well, I would get real dizzy. I would get dizzy is what would happen. So, all right, thank you so much. And Greg's going to come back in, and we go to the flop. The flop is 9. Thanks, Chad. 964. James Larson, my name, alongside my buddy Greg, and our director today is Kevin Bobe. Our engineer is Jeff Casper. Calling the final table is Corey K-Man Stewart.
Okay, I think I'm back on mic.
Okay, well, you're off a little bit.
Am I off a little bit? Yeah, play with my ear.
You kind of manhandled that. Kevin, is there a way to do that better? You can, whoops, sorry. So, I don't know. Maybe put it on the other ear then?
Okay, I can do that.
So bend it like this. These are... All right, so three-handed. My pick is still in. Your pick is still in. It looks like, who's the chip leader here? Would it be Scotty?
I think Scott's got the chip lead on this one.
It's got to go Scott, Mark, and then Ellie. Third place money, BTW, is 15,000 in change.
Yep.
And Mark's going to lead out here, 70,000.
On the button, and everybody dumps. Yeah, it was interesting. You were talking to Jan about that hand, that aces versus kings versus queens. I heard about that. Mark Regorich was the guy who was in with the aces, and that's the hand that knocked him out of the tournament.
Man,
so
that's tough.
yeah,
that's tough.
that was brutal beat. And they were down to, I don't know, they were just before the bubble, I think, on that one. So that was kind of brutal for Mark.
Yeah, Ellie knocked out a woman with aces, and he had 4-7, I think, in the small, and she raised it to 1,100. He made the call, flopped a straight. She turned a set. They got it all in. I mean, you know how it ends.
Yeah, yeah.
And, you know, I'm not one of those folks that when you lose the aces, it's not fun, but when it's the way, I mean, aces, kings, queens, and jacks, the jacks folded, that's
yeah,
one.
Yeah,
That's
well,
when you think about usually from the drive home from the card room.
I tell you, it's so odd, though. I've seen that so many times. Once you start getting pairs in hands, it's like everybody gets a pair.
Yeah, I know.
It's weird the way the deck breaks sometimes that way. Just odd. All right, we got some action here.
Got some action.
Little three-way.
Wow. Let's see what kind of flop we get here. Get some action cards on the flop.
Yep.
Maybe we can get a big pot of brewing.
Yeah, kind of a static flop there.
Deuce. Jack 6 deuce.
Yeah, you got two. Is that a spade on the jack?
Two spades.
Yeah, two
Jack
spades. So you got that, but other than that, pretty static. Whoever's ahead is probably going to stay ahead at this point.
The bet by Mark is 120. Ellie's going to get out of the way, as does Scott. So Mark's going to win that hand.
That was pretty much an either you had or you didn't flop. By the way, you're talking to Jan, and I'll tell you, Jan and Linda or something else. I mean, everybody knows them as Card Player Cruises and associated with the HPT here and everything, but they do so much other stuff. I remember 2 years ago I was on the HPT cruise, and Jan arranged a whole bunch of, I love scuba diving, and Jan arranged a whole bunch of scuba trips, and it was just wonderful. They are just great people.
Yeah, this is the first trip I've really gotten to know Jan. Linda and I spent some time on the last couple of cruises, but this is the first time I got to hang out with Jan, and we did a fun little interview. You might have heard us talking about it. We did 10 questions with her.
Oh, okay.
And we set
cool.
them up beforehand just so she kind of had an idea, but her answers were pretty funny. And asked her what her favorite starting hand was besides aces, her favorite music, Ozzy Osbourne song.
I like that crazy phrase.
That
was good.
You ever been arrested on a cruise? She said no comment on that one. So good times, good times. She's a character. I'd love to. I'd love to play more cards with her. And tonight we've got that chance, you know.
Yeah, two of the sweetest people in the world, though. I'll tell you.
So Ellie's going to make the call.
Yep.
And we'll see if Scott decides to raise his option here. Nope. He's not going to. He says, let's just see a flop.
Let's play some cards.
And the flop is king, 4, 7.
Interesting
They're all diamonds.
flop. Interesting flop.
Three-handed, though, you know, Greg. Things change as far as what hand selection and what your opponent
Scott checked
has.
it as well.
10 of spades. So one of these guys is sandbagging. It's just a matter of which one. Who's got a diamond? Who's got a king?
Checks as well, and we're ready for the river.
That's checked all the way
Okay,
around.
I'm saying neither one of them's got a diamond right
Okay,
now.
yeah,
They're
no
both
diamond.
acting a little.
Deuce of spades. It's going to get checked again. I see a king.
I see queen.
Queen
The
high.
king takes it. Oh no, it was a jack. I'm sorry. It was a
Ellie's
jack.
going to win the pot.
Yeah.
Either way. So Ellie has a little bit of work to do.
Yeah.
But not a lot. You know how poker works. One double up, and all of a sudden you're right back in. And he doesn't even really need a double up. He just needs to keep chipping away.
Yeah. Did we get a chip count at the break? I didn't see.
We did, but I was too busy taking a break on the break. I'm known for that. I was eating some egg salad and a sandwich. That's one of the things here on a cruise. It's always complimentary food, and they got food right here in the poker room.
I'm telling you, and nice too. I mean, you mentioned the egg salad. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah,
here.
for me it is.
Yeah, they got a lot of cold cuts. I mean, they got coffee, orange juice.
Yeah.
Stuff. Last night they had hot dogs. I mean,
it's just convenient, you know.
It's like the good old days in a poker room.
For real,
you know?
yeah.
You don't get that anymore with food in the poker room.
You don't get that anymore. And you know, you don't overeat necessarily on these things. You eat when it's your turn to eat, and when you're hungry. You know, you eat every time you're hungry.
Yeah.
But I didn't really see myself overeating. I just saw myself over drinking.
Yes, well, that's the whole point of the package.
Apparently, yeah.
Yes,
that's the whole point.
I recall I may have bought you a few at the bar.
Yes,
but anyway,
before I got the package, out of my 3 cruises, I have to say this is not just because it was the latest and the greatest, but it was just the most fun I've had. And I actually, believe it or not, didn't play as much poker on this one because I was busy with other things, which is a good thing too. It's not a bad thing.
You know, that's funny. Same thing here. I didn't play as much poker as I normally do. Pretty much playing the tournament and the satellites, and I think I've played maybe 2 cash games.
Yeah, that's
although funny thing, you know, that Jen was talking about, I actually played a 4-8 limit game last night because one of our friends, Rachel, she plays 4-8 limit, and you know, she's just learning the game. So I sat down with her and we played some. It was tons of fun.
Yeah, I played a 2-4 mixed game last night. So
and there's so much here that you don't see in a normal poker room. I mean, you know, I live in Vegas. I mean, you go into Caesars, you go into Bellagio, so you're playing 1-3, 2-5, 5-10, no limit. I mean, you know, there may be a PLO game, but you hardly ever see a limit game anymore. That's what makes this kind of fun.
I'm such a bad limit player at 2-4 though, because it's only 2, it's only 4, it's only 8. You know what? I got a gutter ball for 16. Why not call it? Look at all those white chips in there, or those blue chips.
A little discipline does help, James.
Yeah, so losing 100 in about 15 minutes playing every hand, you know. So it looks like ace tray for Trace, and
Ellie's got the 6.
Ellie's got the 6. Okay, so Ellie's going to win that. Ellie just playing some small ball here, keeping the. Well, he hasn't had, huge cards.
Well, yeah, he hasn't had anything from everything he showed so far. He hasn't had much in the way of cards, so he's actually doing pretty well.
Oh, I think they're.
Maybe we're too loud. I'm sorry.
I think we got to be quiet.
Right,
we're getting too comfortable back here.
Sorry about that, guys.
And if you're wondering, we're about 7 feet from that table. We've got a very small partition set up in between us. Now, like we said before, as you know at home, we don't have any hole cards, but still, it doesn't help having 2 knuckleheads behind you saying, "Well."
Okay. We'll talk drinking instead. Don't. Moving on.
12 minutes left at this level. The next level will be 15:30. James Larson broadcasting for the HPT. It's a card player cruise. And from Las Vegas, got my friend Greg here. How do you say your last name?
Flira.
Flira?
Flira.
Flira. Greg Flira.
Yeah, just don't worry about it. Call me Greg.
I'll write it down anyway.
Yeah, okay.
I'll save it for the subpoena. Give it to my lawyer. I read it phonetically though. That's why I do that. Flira. Oh, Fliral. Oh, Fliral. Hey. You're right. Let's just call. Yeah, let's call you Greg.
Let's give it up. Okay.
Okay, Ellie on the button here. You know he likes his position. The flop is ace 7-4.
Yeah, pretty static there. Not much going on.
Ellie's going to keep the foot on the gas here.
Yeah.
And a fold.
Yep. Mark's going to chuck it in.
So Ellie's won a few of these small pots here.
Yep.
And I
well,
promise
that's what you got to do at this stage.
Promise you, I will get you some chip counts coming up next. If you're thinking about joining us here on the HPT, why not give it a shot? You can check out our webpage at hptpoker.com. We crisscross all over this great country. Our season never really ends. You know, we take time off for the World Series. That's really about it, though. We keep this going 52 weeks a year. There's typically an event about once a month, but we're always doing side projects and work in the studio and fun contests. So check out hptpoker.com. It's funny, Greg, I never get tired of watching poker. I don't know if it just goes back to 8 years of being on this show, but I could watch poker all day long, with or without hole cards. Sometimes it's fun to not have the hole cards.
Yeah, and Ellie's trying to pick a lot of the small pots here. Looks like Scott's gonna hold on here. Let's see what the turn brings.
Turn card is the
another
tray
club.
of
Interesting
clubs.
card. Ellie's still firing.
That is 100,000 chips.
I tell you, it's hard for Scott to call here unless he's got something decent.
See, Scott's been out of the pool. He's got a little bit of a tan. You don't look that red living in Chicago in January.
Scott makes a call. Interesting.
Scott looking. What do you think Scott's got?
I gotta think he may have a club or something like that.
7 down.
Another 7.
I think Ellie might be bluffing here. No, he's gonna check. So maybe he's got a small pair or something.
Ellie checked. He's got something, but not a lot.
Yeah, he wouldn't check it if he didn't have anything.
Scott shoves. That was a bold move there.
Yeah, I don't think Ellie's going to make this call.
No, I
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, I think
Ellie's not much of a Hollywooder, though. I mean, we know that.
No. He's not. He's seriously thinking about that as to how much Scott could have.
This would be for Ellie's tournament life.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't see, without a club, I don't see how he can call this. I mean, Scott kind of made it look like he was playing a flush draw.
I can't put a read on Scott anymore, though. What's he going to show? Did he show too big? He hits the dealer.
And he smacks Tyler.
That's funny. All in fun.
Yep.
All in fun.
Okay.
All right, action continues here.
I tell you, I talked with Scott on the break, and he's playing with a lot of confidence. He feels good here. That was that could have been a very bold move against Ellie. Let's see, Mark raises the button. And everybody folds.
Everybody
over to
folds
Mark.
to
There you
Mark.
go.
Well, another hand in here. We'll bring in Barry Brown. And you've been friends with Barry, and you guys have hung out a little bit on this cruise.
I love Barry. Another one of the sweetest guys around. And we've had a lot of fun.
Yeah, always fun. Like I said, I met Barry years ago. Back in the old days. When I say the old days, if you know anything about this tour, we started in Fargo, North Dakota. I started, I believe, in year number 2. This is 10 or 11 now, and so many stories along the way, so many friends, and it's been great. I only got to play one HPT event. My job interview, I played a qualifier. I played a big bounty tournament. I ended up winning the whole thing. I wasn't the best player that day.
Well done.
I got so lucky, Greg, you would have no idea. King 10 was my hand. I was like, oh, I got King 10. I played it like it was the nuts.
I'm a hero.
I won the tournament on King 10, and I won $5,623. I won a main event seat, which back then was 11, and I won a $360 qualifier. I didn't even know what a qualifier meant. I handed that to my second place finisher. I played the main, and now after winning 56-23 and beating the field, I was going to win this whole tournament. I'm picking out what clothes I'm wearing on the final table. And I got knocked out halfway through and ended up getting the job offer the next night, or the next day, and I never played another one again. So I played one main, won one bounty tournament, and that was it.
No, I played with Barry a number of times, and in fact, he it's starting to be a tradition now. His tournament on the last day.
Yeah, it's always a big deal.
It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
It's a lot of fun.
Absolutely. All right, well, we'll let Barry stop in, and don't go too far, my friend.
No, I'll be around.
We'll need you back in here, and enjoy your drink there.
Always.
I'm going to be catching up with you here pretty soon. Hey, we'll keep it down. We got a little loud there, sorry. I'll take a decaf whenever you go back. Thanks, buddy. Same Z's. All right, well, now I am about to be sitting with an official handicapper. He's known from Vegas to Atlantic City as one of the best sports bettors in all of America. Here, let's get that on for you there, BB. Yeah. I might be embellishing that a little bit. I mean, best doesn't mean you always win, but you're still the best. Well, Barry, you and I bet one ultimate fight together. I've only bet I've bet one ultimate fight in my life, and we won it.
We did.
We did. I have a picture in my phone.
We did. That worked out well. Many don't. That one did.
You know, I've always heard of tips, and we got a tip from a guy that worked at a Hardee's, I think, is what, or a Outback Steakhouse or something. And, well, it was good. Thank you. So you've been watching the play. Your break there. What are you seeing? Are you seeing the same thing we are?
You know, it's played out the way that I think we thought it would. I've seen these three being in this position. I don't know if you felt the same way, but it's going to be a race to the finish. We'll see.
I think so.
Three very solid players.
It's been fun to hop out of the booth and interview the folks as they get eliminated. Everybody's got a smile on their face, and you know, not for nothing, they're playing for some decent money here, Barry.
Most definitely. What are we now? 15,000 for third. So yeah, we're getting serious now.
I mean, if they chopped it all up right now, we're looking at over $70,000.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Nothing to sneeze at. All for an $1,100 buy-in.
Is chopping an option for these folks?
You know, we don't encourage it on the HPT. The main reason we say it's not allowed because we have a TV show and we play our crew. We put them on a cruise ship, and obviously what you do in your room after the cameras are shut off, we can't do anything about that. But it's, you know, we sign agreements that we got to play it out. No matter what deal Barry has set up, we've got to play to it.
Right.
We have an all-in now.
So we got in, Ellie.
And three sharks like this aren't thinking about the word chop.
No, I'm not.
If they're thinking about chop, they're thinking about how they're going to chop up their steak tonight on floor 15.
Right. So who do we get in here, Mike? We got Mark in?
Yeah, we've got an all-in here.
And Ellie's contemplating.
Yeah, it's his tournament life, obviously. He's the shortest stack at the table. Is this the hand? I think he might have paired one of those middle cards there. I think there's what's out there, a queen and a king. I don't think he has an ace. I think he's obviously afraid of the Broadway. How many spades out there? There's 2 spades out there. Sorry, folks, we don't have the luxury of the whole cards and all of our normal equipment. So maybe Ellie's got a king here. I don't know.
We're gonna find out. We may or may not find out. Let's see.
I brought this up to Greg. He's not. This is him. Just really, he's had some hands that I think have really required him to think about here.
I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. A few hands prior to this, he was in a tough spot on the river where he had his 2-pair and the board paired on the end.
Oh, was that what you got?
The club draw the clubs came on the turn, and that put Ellie in a tough spot with his 2s and 3s.
And he turned around and did
I think he made a fantastic laydown. I think.
I do too. But he did whatever any player would do there in the 1 seed. He turned around and smacked the dealer upside the back and said, "Come on, knucklehead."
With a smile for those of you that
and everybody in the poker room. Laughed, that's I'll admit it. When I saw Ellie the first day, I was intimidated. I don't know why. Nobody intimidates me. I walk up and talk to everybody. But the minute I walked up to him, shook my hand. You know, we were like best friends.
Is that the first time you met Ellie?
Yeah, first time. Yeah, seen him around before. I says, hey, can we do an interview? And he says, absolutely, my friend. And we never got to it. And one day he saw me. I was drinking a Corona. He goes, oh, you can't do an interview because you're drinking Corona. I said, no, we'll get to it tomorrow.
Right.
I said, how about we do it after you win the whole thing? So.
Yeah, he was a gentleman to me. I mentioned earlier in the broadcast that we played a senior event together. I spent the day with him. He was nothing but a gentleman, and I couldn't hesitate to invite him to my game tonight, knowing I was inviting the best.
Well, maybe he's going to get his good hands out of the way.
Yeah, yeah, let's hope so.
Something like that can happen here.
Let's hope.
Mr. Alezra.
Well, he's got something. He's in the tank, and
he's really thinking about this. So what do you got in mind? I mean, come on, you're the professional here. What's he got?
You know,
what he's got.
I don't know. I am sorry. I didn't see it play out from start to finish. I didn't see all the betting streets, so I better not offer an opinion here on this one. I'll certainly pay more attention to the next one.
He's going to fold, and I want to put him on a king or a queen.
For some reason, I don't feel like Mark's trying to bluff Ellie off this hand. There's plenty of Broadway cards out there.
Well,
Mark
has an ace, and then Ellie has a king.
Is this the one, Ellie?
He's trying to talk himself into it, but he just can't do it.
So Ellie just spreads the pot.
This is Ellie. This is classic Ellie Alezra cash game with his buddies. Yeah. We run the place.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. It is. Let me touch those chips. That maybe I shouldn't be touching. But
right, but this is we're at Bobby's room right now.
And we're at Bobby's in the middle of the ocean.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can.
This is Bobby's room south, I guess.
Yeah.
South
and it feels like this pot has gotten so bloated that it's a tough fold.
What do you
for
got
him.
Mark on?
I don't know. I've got Mark on the best hand, whatever it is. I don't know. Mark's not bluffing here. I wish I would have seen it play out from the start.
Not one of these players would ever dare call the clock on Ellie.
No,
you thought that little.
I sure wouldn't.
No, I sure wouldn't either. And you know, he's got a lot to think about. This is his tournament life.
Well, he doesn't have a lot left behind either, so does he put it in here and see if he's good, or
I think he might be counting every chip in the pot. He's good with math, so maybe that's
he's staring at he is. Yeah. He is.
He's counting them one by one. That's why he spread it out.
We'll see. He got himself into a big pot here with not a whole lot left behind.
And that's the thing, you know that Barry. At what point does that need to get in there, no matter what the decision is? And boy, from you look at the pot to figure out these odds here, does he have to call this? I mean,
where are we at? We at 15, 30K on the blinds? So, yeah. What are we at? What's Ellie got behind? I can't. I mean.
Oh no!
So Ellie shows the ace. He showed a weak ace. Well,
I don't believe he had the worst hand, but I think he had the best of it.
Well, Mark's talking to him. I don't know what he said. I think it was good fold, but I may be wrong.
No, I think it was too.
Okay, so now we know why it was a struggle for Ellie. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to put down top pair there. Yeah.
And I can't confirm it, but the body language there didn't appear to be. You should have stayed in the hand. You know,
right.
It was like it sounded like good call kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Or, good decision, not call.
Yeah. It felt like Mark wanted Ellie in that pot, and he pushed his hand.
And Mark's a gentleman. We know that. He's not. He doesn't spike the football or anything like that.
Well, I can't perfectly see Ellie's chip stack, but I've got a feeling they're going to get in real quick here.
So how excited are you, Barry Brown, to get on an airplane tomorrow and head back to the frozen tundra of Saginaw, Michigan, or wherever you're going?
All right. Well, I don't know that excited's the word, but my new family member
Oh yes,
the horse.
Yes.
I've got to get home to the horse.
Yeah.
He spent the week in daycare.
Yeah. The
and
horse is his dog.
You've got to get home to the cat.
I do, and as the ratings dip here, we got to give equal time to my cat, Squeaks, and your pup, Horse.
Yes, Horse.
I'm on more of a free roll because my cat food is like $25 a week, where yours is it's like having a second wife at home for you.
Listen,
not a cheap date, the Horse.
I wouldn't change a thing, but I didn't see this big guy coming. Yeah. He's the breakup puppy, as I mentioned, and Dad's the new owner, and I wouldn't change a thing.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, he's a part of us.
Does he help you pick the games, the football games?
I wish he could help me. I could use some help, as you know.
I know, I think Squeaks could. They could both probably help us.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say. But,
I'm excited to get home. We got a Super Bowl Sunday.
Yep, that's tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then, for me, I have to go back to reality back home. I do a local radio show. So I wake up every day, and it's been no problem. I wake up at 4:50 every day. That's 8 a.m. Central. And I'm to work and out the door by 5:30 to get on the radio by 6. And I've been going to sleep at 4:50 the last 7 days. So, I mean, that's we've been staying up late. I like that. The hot tubs stay open late here. There's always food. There's food 24 hours.
Right,
There's
right.
Pizza.
Right.
One day I just found a bunch of sandwiches downstairs. And Corey and I we had a little feast at 3:30 in the morning.
And I think somewhere in there that unlimited cocktail purchase you made pre-board may come into play a little bit.
Yeah, for once in my life, I won. I'm the victor here, and you can't beat me on that one.
My man.
Back to that hammer Ellie laid down. That's just a sign of a fantastic player. He had top pair. And he got off of it, and it could have cost him his tournament life. And now he's still playing, and he could still go on to win this thing, and we could go back to that hand right there.
Most definitely.
But he made the fold.
It's a tough spot. He started the hand with the ace. He hit the ace, and it's hard to fold. And,
it really is. It's very hard to fold. But so many great pros. I always talk about Phil Hellmuth, how he takes that short stack and just massages it, tough word to say, and maybe goes up a pay step, maybe up to second instead of third. Just because you get short like that, you don't have to just get them all in the middle. Wait for your spot.
Absolutely. And at the end, I think Ellie made the right play there.
Yeah, I think that's
he lives to see enough to fight on. And as you just said, he can double that in a hurry.
Yeah. James Larson, my name, alongside Barry Brown, hanging out here aboard the Harmony of the Seas. I don't know where we are. I haven't been outside today. Came straight to the poker room after breakfast, but I know we're sailing somewhere back to the Fort Lauderdale area, where we'll be landing tomorrow, and we'll get off this beautiful ship. It's going to be hard. It's always fun, though, to take your first step on land in the States after being gone for 7 days.
Yeah.
I'll get on an airplane and head home, and then Super Bowl tomorrow. And then stay tuned on Monday. I don't know when this show is going to air, but on Monday we'll have our New Orleans event from Boomtown. And this show that we're doing now isn't live because of the internet. Internet issues. Not issues, but it's just hard to get a strong signal when you're, floating around Cuba.
You're pretty good at this, my friend. No hole cards. Ad-lib a little.
Yeah.
Make the best of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Professional BS. What's your shirt there? The Victors. Talk about that a little bit. Is that
Harbaugh's given us some hope over there, up there in Michigan. So those of us who have waited through the years to feel competitive again, I feel like we're there.
We got an all-in by Ellie, and they're ganging up on him now, it looks like. They both did call. So standard move here, probably check down and try to eliminate a player. And we'll be at heads-up poker.
Ellie could have anything here on the button.
Yep. And the flop is Queen 4 Deuce. Hopefully for Ellie, that fit into his hand.
To the turn we go.
Turn card is the 2 of hearts.
Shot checks. Mark checks behind.
I think Ellie's got a shot here.
I think he does too.
If it stays little, we'll see.
I think he might have a queen.
Ah, that's the nut.
That's going to do it. He's going to... So,
all right.
Triple up, right?
Triple up.
Triple up. Ellie's back.
Go, Ellie.
Well, just like that. That'll teach you to play the 10-3. Says with a smile. Of course, Mark there was just trying to jump in. 2 against 1 is always more fun.
No doubt about it. And
especially when you're talking $6,000, you know?
Yeah, and Ellie's pushing just about anything there, so.
He sure is,
Good for Ellie. Good for Ellie. Gets to stick around.
So you talk about the Michigan football team. This last year I was on the sideline. Had the best view in the house when they came to Iowa City and played the Iowa Hawkeyes. And who would have thought that would have ended up the way it did?
You.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't see that coming. I think we were having a little text chat that evening. And someone was trying to give me some good advice in the sports gaming world. I hope I listened. I don't recall, but worked out well for Iowa that night. Not so well. That may have kept Michigan out of the playoffs this year, but they had their chances.
Yeah.
You got to get her done. So I don't know. We're excited up there in Ann Arbor land.
And you guys are Lions
Good things
fans
are coming.
too, right?
Good
you guys
things
are
are coming.
Lions fans?
Some.
Yeah.
Some. I'm a born and raised Miami Dolphin guy, but some are Lions fans.
This year too. The Fish got into the playoffs.
They did. They did.
That was another easy pick there if you're following that. Three-handed play remains here. Ellie is going to get a walk. A walk now. Oh, he's going to fold, sorry.
I think Ellie laid it down and
so
walked it over to Scott,
Haven't seen too many walks here at this final table.
If anyone knows how to play his button here, it's going to be Ellie. So I think we're going to see Ellie's chips in the middle here.
When I think of Ellie Lesbra,
just about every time he's on the button.
I don't think of ESPN. I don't think of WPT. I think of sitting at home late at night. Maybe I just got home at 11:30 or 12, flipping through the channels, and on CNBC or whatever channel was playing the replays of Poker After Dark and the high stakes game. I remember watching those high stakes games. And to me, there's nothing more entertaining. We just do tournaments on our show, but I love watching high-stakes cash games, and now Ellie is all in.
And no surprise, Ellie's all in on the button.
That is a call, ladies and gentlemen. And Mark has an ace. So King Jack against the ace right now. Mark is in the lead. So
I think if Ellie had to get called, he'd take this.
I think
probably
so.
hoping that he didn't have the ace, but
and the flop is
and
6 just like that. Ellie goes in the lead. I don't feel good about this river for some reason. Ellie's been running really well. I don't feel good about the river.
Scott's gonna
turn card now is the queen.
No help to Scott.
No.
Scott's gonna have to find an ace on the river here, or Ellie's gonna double up again.
Can he hit the 3-outer? It's an 8. So look at this, a double up. So
all right, and the crowd gives Ellie a little love.
Ellie Lazra.
All right,
back from life. So one more time, and then you got to fear Ellie. I mean, is that enough right there?
He's still a bit short, but I wouldn't bet against him. That's for sure.
So again, a mere flesh wound, rather.
Yeah, in my opinion, an easy call for Mark there with the ace.
No, that was a sign of relief.
Saying what, 100?
All right, the action continues here. James Larson alongside Barry Brown, BB. Got our director here, Kevin Bove. Our engineer in charge of graphics, Jeff Casper. Corey Stewart is out calling the action. Glad you're joining us here. It's a beautiful day in the middle of the Caribbean, and I told our director next broadcast we do this, we got to have a GoPro out on top of the ship. That's what we got to do.
Oh, I don't know the chip counts, but it looks like Mark and Scott are near the million mark, and Ellie looks like he's got himself backed up.
Oh yeah, Mark, you want to come on? Yeah. Where am I? I'm right here. We're going to have Mark come on in another hand here, so stick around, Barry. We're going to have Mark come in, and we're going to chat about Card Player Cruises. So I'm going to have to learn how to say his last name. That's always the issue for me, so I'll do my best there.
Right here.
Action continues. We'll let you call this. We'll let you call this hand here, Barry.
Okay.
You've been good luck for Ellie, so I don't know if you want to
Yeah, I guess I'm showing Ellie some love. I guess I'm pulling for the underdog here, but not so much pulling. Just I appreciate good poker, and we both know Ellie's chips are hitting the middle on that button, which he hasn't proved us wrong.
Indeed.
And he came from behind in that one, but you got to do that sometimes, right?
And he's going to win the pot. So.
And 3 straight for Ellie.
All right, we're going to take a 15-second break for station identifications. You're watching the HPT. Come on, Mark. It's a chance for me to text while you put this on. Yeah, around your. That's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, we are.
Oh, we are.
Ready? All right, welcome back to the HPT. It's James Larson alongside Mark. And how do you say your last name?
Napolitano.
Napolitano, and he is with Card Player Cruises. Welcome. You guys, you and your wife are the newbies of the organization. So tell everybody how you got started.
We are. Tina and I started out years ago with Poker Pages, and we've moved on from that, and we were actually retired. I don't want to miss much of the action here, though. We won't lose the action, will we?
One more double up, I'm going to bust everything.
I don't think you need it. I think you're going to do that anyway.
This is Elia Lesra is in the booth, and he just told us one more double up, Mark.
It's going to be over.
Boy, you're running real good here all of a sudden here, Elia. This is fun to watch. That'll teach him to play 10-3 again.
Yeah, where are we? Oh, we're in there.
Yeah, there we are.
Okay.
So when we're there, you got to look down at the camera. But anyway, Mark joins us, telling us the story about how he got involved with Card Player Cruises.
Yeah, so Tina and I were retired, and we moved to Las Vegas 2 years ago, and Jan and Linda asked us to work with them. They didn't want to do the day-to-day business, and Tina and I, that's what we do. So we joined them last May or June. And towards the end of the year, they said, do you want to become partners with us? I guess we must have done a good job.
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
And so we said yes, and now we're all partners, and this is incredible. I mean, this HPT cruise has been amazing.
Yeah. It's unbelievable how many people that have signed up, just over 400. And look at that, Ellie's going to show his hand. I saw a couple of royal cards there. It looked like a king and a queen. But so anyway, what do you think so far of the experience and working with Card Player?
It's been amazing. I mean, this week I've actually had 19 hours sleep total.
Oh my God!
It's been brilliant.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I'm taking 2 days off after this, and then we'll be right on to the next one, the next cruise, and we've got about 8 cruises lined up. I'm just excited.
Yeah.
I love being on the ocean. I love the thought of traveling and poker together is just amazing.
Yeah, this is my 3rd cruise with Card Player, and they've gotten better each time because I figured out what not to do, what to do. It's like the first time you ever go to Vegas. First time I went to Vegas, and the next 10 times after that, I spent all the money I had in the first night I was there. I was up for 21 straight hours. Now with the cruise, I kind of did that on the cruise, not so much with the poker, but just I try to do everything at once. You're here for 7 days. I took it in stride, and I had just a blast this week.
Yeah, it's been great.
So much fun.
And the good thing about the cruise is you just keep giving them that piece of plastic.
That's all you do, yeah.
I mean, the first time I came on a Card Player cruise, I was just buying everybody drinks, thought it was fun. And at the end of the week, they gave me a $3,000 bill. Yeah. I never did it again.
Yeah, never did it again, yeah. I've heard people and the guest services crying at the end of cruises, not Card Player Cruises, but I've heard it from other cruise ships where it's like, I didn't pay for that, $5,000, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
So the flop is 10-6 tray, 3-handed poker, and Mark, we've seen some great action at this final table. It's been really fun to watch, and all the characters at the table. And look at this. He's going to do it again. Now, if you're just joining us, this is his 5th, 6th all in here. He had a triple up. He had a double up. He had a couple where...
Yeah, he has the best hand.
I think he might have the best hand.
I'm sure he does. But if he doubles up here, he gets to $1 million now. I think.
And then you got to, yeah,
I think he's favourite now, actually, at this moment.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. That's how much respect I have for his game.
Yeah, and a lot of people have been saying that. We tried to figure out odds when we were at 6 at how heavy of a favorite he is. But you know, Mark, that's why we play the game, though. It's poker. You know, your hands can change, the cards can change, and you know, there's a little bit of luck involved from time to time.
Absolutely. But I think that
if it weren't for luck, I'd win every pot. Didn't some wise man once say that? if it weren't for bad luck, whatever it was. Yeah, Phil Hellmuth or one of these guys, yeah.
So if you think about it, he folded. How much did he fold? He had, what, 200,000 left when he folded on that river?
Right.
And he took all that time to think about it, and now he's put these in. Look how confident he is.
No, and I brought that up when he folded. How great players, that's what separates a great player. I would have probably snap called with the top pair there, even though with a bad kicker. Three-handed, I fell in love with it. Now, what were you out there? What did Mark tell him that he had? Did he say good fold? That's what we kind of read back here. We didn't really get it.
I didn't hear.
Okay.
I didn't hear. I have a feeling.
We all do.
I have a feeling that Mark told Ellie that he folded the winner.
Make my decision much easier.
Ellie folded the winner. I have a feeling, but I'm not sure.
We're going to have to interview Mark after the broadcast.
Don't tell Mark. Don't tell Mark.
After the broadcast, we're going to interview Mark. It's funny, Ellie keeps popping back here. All of a sudden I look back and there's Ellie. He just bounces around. If you're looking for him, he's either in the back of the room getting another glass of water or harassing us back here. So it's pretty fun.
This is great. I mean, I only just came over to watch. I haven't had time to even watch.
Well, you're always working.
Yeah, I've been working. I've been busy, but I used to, you know, with Poker Pages, I used to film all of the final tables of the World Series. So this has been 15 years since I did what we're doing now.
And I was
changed. The world has changed.
It really has, you know, with Twitch and Twitter and Facebook and all this, you know. It's good, though. It's good for poker. There's ways for us to get it out to the public quicker and faster. Now, the only thing for guys like you and me and Lon and the folks at ESPN is this is warts and all here. You know, we don't get redos because it's live, and you know, it's out there for the world to critique. But I like that too. And Mark, there's times I would rather not have the whole cards. It's kind of fun to speculate and, you know, try to figure out what the players have.
Yeah, well, I never can, of course. That's why
I got right on the first hand today. I looked like a hero, and I haven't made the same call yet. It's just like my poker playing. I usually win the first hand and then dump everything back.
Yeah.
So now Ellie has chips where it's not just a shove fest. He can afford.
I know he can play. I mean, when he tripled up to 240, he called, I think, the very next hand. And didn't move all in. 90% of players are moving in. There's no one move, right? With 6 big blinds.
Now these two guys got to be thinking, how in the heck did we keep him hanging around the game? Because, you know, I don't think Scott's worried about Mark. I don't think Mark's worried about Scott. Maybe they are a little, but all eyes are on Ali Alansbury, and they have been, you know? You bring a guy like that to your local game, you know, you're going to think about that.
Yep. See, they can no longer just call and check it down. Right. Now he's too dangerous. If he triples up from here, he's even chip losing.
Exactly.
Close to, I guess.
You know, with no limit hold'em, man, there's no room for error at all. You know, I mean, you can leak a few, but one error, you're out to the cage. You know, you're filling out paperwork and you're going up to your room thinking, why did I do that?
Yeah. But these great players don't seem to have less sudden rushes of blood to the head.
Absolutely.
Like lesser experienced players.
And they see more hands, and they're playing more often. You know, I see myself when I haven't played in a while. It's like I get out there and I just want to light it up, and I want to play every other hand. If not, I say every other to give myself a little credit. But you know, and he plays every single day. You know, he's always playing, and he sees a lot of hands. So he's definitely got an advantage. But hey, I'm not trying to take anything away from these two guys. As a matter of fact, I predicted. Mark was I predicted him to win the thing. I like where he's at. I like the way where his head's at, and I like his game. And it's too easy to pick Ellie, so I picked Mark.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've not been watching the other two players, so you've obviously been watching the whole thing, so I'll be interested to see how they do play.
And Scott's been playing a good game. Everybody's been playing, and that's what you want to see. It's something like this, good poker. You know, you don't want to see a real bad beat for someone to go out. You want the cards to break even, as Jan says. And just a good fun game. But you also want some stuff for TV, and we've seen that. We've seen some pretty cool hands. We'll talk more about card player cruisers after this. Ooh, he's kissing his chips goodbye. Ooh. It's the third time. If you're keeping track at home, it's the third time he struck the dealer now.
Tyler twice.
If he strikes him one more time, they're going to have to get up and dance. That's what we're going to have to do. So, James Larson alongside Mark, card player cruiser. So what's next for you guys? And how many of these? I've never known this, so I'll ask you. How many of these do you guys do a year?
We do 6 to 8.
Wow.
We do we do 6 to 8 cruises a year. Mostly from the US shores, and then we always do one exotic a year.
Sure.
Which this year we're doing Rome.
Oh wow!
And we do a back-to-back. So first week we go out to Greek Isles, come back to Rome, and then in the afternoon we stay on the ship if you book both, and then we go to the Western Caribbean. So I'm really excited about that one. So I've never been to the Greek Isles. So. Yes, we do 6 to 8.
And you're going to St. Martin for a standalone brick and mortar event.
Yeah,
I would love maybe next year. And we kind of talked. I'm always spreading rumors, so it's easy. But I would love to have the HPT get involved with that one.
Oh, really?
Just the St. Martin area. I love going there. We'll talk about that off camera with management, because I'm just a loudmouth with the microphone. So I can't make the decision. Yeah, sounds like it's a deal. Lock it up, Corey. I got good news and bad news. The good news is we're going to St. Martin.
Bad news is
the bad news is
we made a deal.
We made a deal, and I'm not the deal maker of the group. So, but I would love to. I personally would, just to get back to St. Martin. The first time I did this card player cruise, I went to St. Martin on an excursion.
Okay.
Watching the planes land overhead. We were with Oral and his gang, and just if I remember right, we were smoking cigars and drinking Mai Tais. That's what we do.
Sounds about right.
That's just what we do. Wearing big straw hats. Watching people blow off the beach when the planes come overhead. I was never one of those crazy people that wanted to have the jet exhaust. No, that does nothing for me.
No.
Nothing for me. Sorry, I don't get it.
I think they stopped bringing 747s in there now.
So yeah, I think you're right. Tell everybody about this accent that you have. Let me guess, is it a Midwestern accent, or is it Canadian?
Far east.
Far east. Okay,
far in the east of New York.
Okay, gotcha. That's what I thought.
No, we come from England originally, moved over the Atlantic from England to the US, started Poker Pages, which was, poker.
Of course I know about Poker Pages, yes.
So we started that in 99, actually, beginning of 2000. And then we had Poker School Online, which was an education site, one of the first one probably. And then we moved back to Europe when live online poker started to boom. We moved back to Europe and were involved in the site there. And then when that was all over, we moved back to the US, and we've been here ever since. And, I think they're going on a break.
No, I don't think they're going on a break. They're just changing the card. Is this a 30-second break, Kevin? Kevin, how long? How long is the break? How long is it, though? Oh, it is a couple minutes. 10-minute break. Okay, well, we're going to step aside. Before we do that, though, anything else you want to say to the folks that are maybe contemplating a card player cruise? Why should they sign up? I can tell them, but I'd rather have you do it.
Well, I think this is an amazing combination of travel and poker. It's not expensive.
No, it's not.
Obviously, you have all of the variations of accommodation, so from inside up to owner's suites. So it's very economical. Everything's inclusive. It's an all-inclusive package. You get to play poker 10, 12 sessions
absolutely
in a week. If your partner doesn't play poker, there's so much to do on the ships. It's a perfect vacation.
It really is.
If you love poker.
It really is.
You know, and for those people, as I say, the partners that don't play poker, they have a great time too.
They sure do. And it actually works out good for married couples. If the wife plays and the husband doesn't, he can go do things, vice versa. But you can hang out down here in the poker room too, even if you're not playing. We have food, we have drinks. You can sit behind whoever you're railing. And the other thing is that I like about this is you don't have to be a guy that's Eliel Ezra's resume in poker or Oral Hershiser's bankroll, if you will. Anybody can play these things. It's not a soft game. It's a perfect game. It reminds me of the games we used to play, years ago before Hold'em got big. Friendly cash games. Nobody gets hurt. There's a lot of fun check raising, things like that.
Yeah.
But couple $100, you can run it up to 1,000. You know.
When I played in the 2-5 last night, I won 1,600. Biggest winner at the table won 5,500.
55
in a 2-5 game.
No kidding.
Yeah,
Wow.
Seriously.
Well, he's swimming with the sharks. I'm over at the smaller table.
Well, here's what we did. The other night, you see, we decided, we got late and one table left, so we decided to play 2-5 with a $5 ante. That was all.
Sure enough. Okay, yeah.
So there was 7 or 8 of us wanting to play, and we played till 8:30 in the morning. It was one of the best poker games.
That's
I lost,
so much fun.
It was one of the best poker games I've ever played.
There's nothing better. And then here you just go up the elevator to floor 15 or whatever floor you're on and go to sleep. So definitely check out the webpage.
Please do.
Cardplayercruises.com. All kinds of fun stuff there. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for watching, everybody, and keep supporting the Heartland Poker Tour. It's the best tour out there. That's
Thank
mine.
you. Well, that's very nice of you to say. That's a great way to end. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back.
See ya.
Thanks, buddy.
Oh, that's all right. I did.
James Larson, my name. You can hit us up on Twitter at HPTJAYMZ. If you have a question for Barry, what's your Twitter?
Barry Brown.
You got at Barry
Let's
Brown?
see, what am I? What is
I was
my...
going to say, I could probably sell that for something. But.
Barry Brown, at Barry Brown 37. Really?
Just look up Barry Brown.
Really? You see how much I Twitter?
Yeah, he's got a bobblehead of himself on his Twitter.
I do have a bobblehead.
You know you're big time.
I just don't know my Twitter account.
You have that. So, all right, action continues. We talked to Scott on the break, and you said, "Isn't this fun?" And he said, "I'm loving every minute of it." That was really
2
cool.
of spades, 9 of diamonds, 5 of hearts. Scott checks.
These final tables, they're hard to come by, so you certainly want to enjoy the moment.
Turn card now is the deuce of diamonds. We just got back from a 10-minute break. As it gets quiet out there, we got to talk quieter in here because we're right on top of the
Mark
action.
calls. And we're ready for the river.
So let's go to the river card now. And the river card's the Jack of Hearts.
Jack of Hearts.
Action on Scott.
Check.
Scott checks over to Mark.
50.
That's up 50,000 and Scott folds.
And that is going to be a fold. So now, were you out there when Ellie had that big hand with the ace-4? Were you out there?
I was in here with you.
You were in here, okay. Does anybody know what Mark said? What he had? I should have interviewed him on the break there, but long story short, Ellie could have made that call and been out of the tournament, and then a double up later, and then a triple up, and then a couple other big pots, and he's right back in this thing. A force to be reckoned. As always, you're playing in the HPT. I'm pretty sure this is Ellie's first HPT event. Wouldn't that be something? Play your first event, and make a final table, and then win the thing.
No doubt. Professional grade. You know, Ellie made a decision to lay down top pair.
You and I would have had those chips in there so fast, my friend.
I'm afraid so. I'm afraid so. Yeah. No, I think at the end of the day,
80 on top.
Ellie's read was I'm not ahead here, and
I don't know which
he lived to
one.
play another hand, and he has spun it up to $500,000 now. So.
Just talk about it live unless they have to be the same thing.
All right, action continues here from the Harmony of the Seas.
And we will find out what Mark had.
We sure will.
I should have asked him, and I didn't think of it.
That'll be the first question I ask him when we do either his championship interview or his exit interview. He's going to get one. He's going to get one of those two choices. He's not going to be able to leave without putting the microphone near him.
If he bluffed Ellie off top pair, great play, and if he didn't, which I don't believe he did, then great lay down by Ellie.
75.
Ellie makes it 75.
It's a raise now by Ellie Leslie. And Scott's going to fold. Ellie wins the hand. So a lot of fun events coming up on the HPT. Colorado right around the corner, and of course New Orleans going on as we speak. All the information is at hptpoker.com. But that Colorado event, we talked about that last hour. It's just it's a good event. There's a lot of money on the line. Typically $1 million prize pool. And it's fun to be up there in the mountains, you know. Great places to stay. There's an Ameristar property just kitty corner from the poker room. That's where we always recommend people to stay. The Ameristar, one of the nicest spots up there in the entire city. Small little town of Blackhawk, Colorado.
It is, but a fantastic place to stay, as you mentioned. It's where I stay when playing the event.
Yeah, and our event's at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor. But if you get a chance, get over to the Ameristar and play some action. They got a great poker room. To the flop we go. It's King, Queen, Jack. We've seen a lot of these royal, Broadway type flops and turns. We've seen a lot of big cards hit the board. When I was in East Chicago last week, we had 3 hours of heads up, and I don't think I saw a king for 45 minutes. You know, a lot of deuces and sevens and nines and checking and folding and checking. Well, someone potentially could have a monster here, Barry. Look at that, now a king. So kings and jacks with a queen kicker.
For some reason, I feel like it's going check, check here. And it does.
I
think we got an ace, though. I see an ace there. So the ace is going to play.
The ace will take it down, right.
Scott smiles a little bit as he drags those chips, puts in a piece of chewing gum. My mother always told me, you never chew gum on television. Tell that to Seattle Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll. He makes a living doing it. I feel sorry for that gum.
Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll owns Barry Brown.
Seriously?
Owns me.
You play? Oh,
I can't beat Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
I couldn't beat him at Texas, and I can't beat him at Seattle.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
He makes Barry Brown.
Yeah.
Looks like Ellie's got to check his phone before he makes his decision.
Scott raises to 70,000.
70,000 is the raise on the button. With position, Scott elects to raise.
Call.
And Ellie's not scared. He's going to make the call, as does Mark.
Hey, we've got our first three-way in a while. We're going to see a flop.
And the flop is.
The flop is 9 trade deuce, couple of clubs. Check. And all 3 players check now.
And we'll see a turn card.
Turn card is the 4 of diamonds.
Turn is the 4 of diamonds. Check over to Scott.
Well, not much out. I mean, we got a straight draw board. 2, 3, 4, 2 clubs. We'll see if we get that 3rd club out there, and there it is. So a little more coordination out there. We got clubs and a paired board. And a 2, 3, 4. Somebody's got to have something.
I was just going to say, I think the first bet's going to pick this up, and I think Ellie feels the same way. I'm afraid Scott may have missed his Broadway cards there.
I have a
and Ellie picks it up.
And Ellie could be on anything there. He did show an ace, though. Showed an ace. He's going to win the pot.
Nice fold, the one I lost so much.
And a nice pot to scoop.
If you could pull Scott aside right now, what advice would you give to Scott at this point in the tournament? You've been here before. You've been down to 3. You know how it feels. Is there a gear that needs to be changed? Anything like that?
You know, possibly get a little more involved than he is, but he's so solid. There's probably not a lot I could say to Scott, but it seems as if Scott and Mark are a bit passive, and Ellie is well aware. And I would expect Ellie to just continue to be the aggressor, as we are both watching his stack grow here.
Yeah, but
he's got his pinks back finally.
He does.
Yeah.
He hasn't necessarily been a bully, though. From the early onset of this, we haven't seen.
He's not.
Yeah, which we thought we might see.
Just solid, right?
Just
picking his spots, and he's playing solid.
When we came back from break, Mark was our chip leader with 1.8, Scott with 1.1, and then Ellie was right around 550. So
70.
Makes it 70,000.
You know, a double up here for Ellie, and you know, it's those numbers flip flop. You know.
Are we at a 3K ante?
$210.
Mark re-raises to 210,000.
Looks like a 3-bet now to 210,000. Action over to Ellie. Great to see Ellie sporting the HPT patch, the card player patch.
Ellie makes the call.
And Ellie's going to make the call, so... yeah, that's a big call.
Ellie's stronger here than I thought he might be.
What do you got?
He hasn't been 3-bet that often.
Okay, well this could cause some fireworks here.
2 hearts, Mark first act.
210.
We'll see if Mark takes it.
It looked like a medium pair there. I think it was 8s.
Ellie folds pocket 8s.
Pocket 8s for Ellie. He's gonna fold. So, you know, one of those hands where you make that big call, hoping to flop that set.
Queens.
Pocket queens.
Wow.
Well, good for Ellie that he didn't flop it.
There he is. There he is again.
Some days,
Ellie's radar is on. I give him credit.
Well, unfortunately for Ellie, the flop was the opposite of what he was looking for there. So easy for him to get out of the way. But yeah,
I'm not sure that I don't get all my chips in pre-flop there.
I know,
8s.
right?
But that's why I'm sitting here and Ellie's out there. So
happy to have you here, though. Finally, you know,
happy to be here.
You and I talked about doing a broadcast like this together. Had some other great guests with us, Greg and Mark and Jan. Jan, there's nobody funnier than her on this cruise. She makes me laugh every time we talk. It's not every other time we talk. It's every time we talk. She makes me laugh.
Yeah.
If Ellie does get knocked out, no offense, guys, but I want to roll him right in here and give him the headset because I want to call some poker.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm looking forward to that. And we may not be able to have that opportunity. I may have to wait till tonight when he's sitting on the rail after I knock him out of your game. And when I knock him out, I'm going to take my finger and I'm going to put it in his chest and I'm going to say, oh, maybe I won't.
Careful, Tiger. Careful, Tiger.
Hey, it's like buying a lottery ticket. A man can dream, you know?
We'll have a great time tonight.
We always do. Good way to wrap it up here on the eve of our departure from this ship. And the action continues, 3-handed. Got a feeling we might be here for a while. It's 2:48 here on the East Coast. Our boat is slowly inching our way home. I wish they could drop me off a little closer to the Middle West, though. I have to get on a couple of jets tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, Scott's going to make this call.
It does have the feel that this thing could last a while.
Been around a lot of these final tables.
There's not a lot of aggression.
Well, especially when you've got good players that know how to play the game, that have been down this road before. And again, they're not playing for the money. They are, but they aren't. This is a title thing. Flop is Jack, 9, 6, couple of spades out there.
Check.
Scott checks.
And that is a bet after Scott's check.
Mark bets 120,000. 120 for Scott.
140.
140.
Scott might have something here. Yeah, I think Scott might have something there. It's much easier to sit up here and watch these guys under a microscope. We have that advantage. but I just felt like Scott might have liked that. Maybe he's got a spade draw. Maybe he's got a straight draw. I think Mark's got the best of it right now. This is all we can do right now because we don't have all cards. Okay, that's a spade. That's the 5 of spades.
Yeah, we're going to see who's going to represent that card here. Scott's in the seat to do so for sure.
150.
Yeah, I think Scott made it.
Yeah, and here he goes.
I think he made it.
And Mark couldn't fold fast enough.
No.
So.
Yeah, I think he had good spades there. And won the pot.
Yeah, well played by Scott. Whether he had the spade or did not have the spade, he represented it and Mark laid down quite quickly.
So we talk about the food here. Do you have a favorite meal that you had this week, Barry?
I'm going to go with the tenderloin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and the cheesecake. Haven't missed a cheesecake this week.
Yeah, I know. You're going to have to hit to the gym.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
For me, it was the lobster tail was so good. The beef tenderloin was great as well. And I've had the French onion soup 4 out of the 5 times I was in the dining room. So
there is no shortage.
There is. I don't know how they do it, Barry. 5,000 people eating dinner every night.
I know, right?
I mean, you struggle at home with horse life and the occasional daughter stopping by with a friend.
Yeah, it's an amazing week out here.
Yeah.
How could we possibly complain, right?
Kudos to Royal Caribbean.
No doubt about it.
How these folks can do what they do is truly amazing, and also kudos to Jan, Fisher, Mark, and Tina, and Linda from Card Player Cruises.
The entire staff, they're dealers. They don't miss a beat. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah, and the dealers were a lot of fun to play with as well. So they would join us at the cash games, and they can deal you a bad beat and then come over on the other side and have a vodka and cranberry with you.
Exactly.
You can take it out on them.
Exactly how we spent the day yesterday. Yeah.
All right, action continues. Scott's on the button. Got Corey Stewart out there calling the final table. It's good to see old Corey get out of the office and out in the forefront.
Mr. Cool, Calm, Collected out there.
He is.
Yeah.
I talked about my first time ever having to do that, and I was the opposite of that.
2 players to the clock.
I was like a duck. You just underneath the water, and I still am that way. I looked like I knew what I was doing, but I was scared underneath. All right, big flop. Your ace, king, 7, a rainbow.
35.
35,000.
Mark with a piece of this. He's going to make the call.
And the turn card is?
Turn card is the 9 of diamonds.
Mark checks, Ellie checks behind. And we see a river card. No reason.
Let's go to that river card. River card's the 10 of clubs, so...
Mark checks. I'm from suburban Boston.
Yeah, I didn't feel like Ellie was going to check this back, and he did not.
Ellie, that's 70,000.
And look at this, he looked him up. And
Mark looked him up quickly.
And I think Mark's got an ace.
Mark shows
wow.
No. Pair of aces. Okay.
Pair of aces are going to be good. Just like that. So Ellie loses a few, a little bit of a smile. He didn't hit the dealer, though. That's good. I warned her. I said, be careful. And she says, if there's anybody that can hit me. And when I say hit, again, he's joking around. Fun to see these little antics at the game. We're playing a game. This is poker. We're playing for a lot of money, but it's a game. So you brought your daughter on the trip, your 22-year-old daughter. What did she think of the...
I think she's having the time of her life. Yeah. It may not have been the best timing for me to pull her out of her final semester at Michigan State. But, these opportunities don't always come around, and I wanted to do
105.
This. Sure. With Haley, and here we are. So I hope she's having as good a time as I am.
Both players full.
So raised by Mark, and both players full.
During the break, rumor had it she was on the 15th deck playing volleyball in the pool.
Oh, wow.
So I went and visited for a moment, and there she was.
Sure. Well, she's one of the tallest people in the
No
crew.
doubt,
I know
no
that.
doubt,
So
no doubt.
I'd want her on my volleyball team and my basketball team for that matter. He's Barry Brown. I'm James Larson, bringing you this exclusive coverage here of the HPT aboard the Harmony of the Seas. After we're done here, I'm going to arm wrestle Barry for $50
and win.
Yeah, I mean, come on, he's this guy. Forget about it. He just looks like he's strong. Okay, I look like I'm not, but I actually am.
I'd pick you every time.
I wish it was. I wish that was the truth.
You know, earlier we discussed chopping.
Yeah.
And back in the early days of the HPT, the tournament you mentioned that I was heads up in at Majestic, we were strictly told no discussion. We had our headsets on, and unfortunately for me at the time, you couldn't discuss it whatsoever.
Right.
And it probably cost me 35, 40K, because the gentleman would have chopped what was just over 200,000.
Yeah.
And I think he was very willing to chop from what we later discussed, but we couldn't do it at that time. Today you can do so.
Right.
Back then,
Now and I know where you
would you chop right now if everybody was even in chips? What do you think about chopping this?
Flop comes out Queen 9-3, all clubs.
Flop here. We'll get back to that in a minute. 3 clubs come on the flop, and we'll have to give you the. I'll have to break down the prize pool for you before we talk about that. But 75,000 is the bet, and Ellie's going to fold. But
can you remind me the 3? We're 35K,
yeah,
21K,
I believe
and
it was
15.
I think it's 35, 21, and 15. I said roughly 70, so my sheet disappeared. So 55. Just call it 70K. Call it 70K. Okay, so you got 3 players left. 34, 21, and 15. 70,000. How much you guarantee everybody? 20, 40, 60, 23,000. You know, 22. Give the dealer a big tip or something. You know, I don't know.
If the table wanted to chop 3 ways, 22K in this 1K event at the C, I'm in.
Yeah.
That's just me. I'm in.
And I'm a softie. I'm with whatever everybody else wants to do.
It's second place money.
Exactly.
Right? If you're going to offer me second place money and I've got to try to run these other gents down who are so solid.
Yeah.
I'm on a cruise. If I just turn my 1K into 22, I'm going to grab and run. That's just me.
Yeah. Because you could lose 6,000 because it's 15,000 for third. So you're,
Right.
Depends on how you look at it.
Right. So. And I'm personally not a big chop guy. I'm just saying in this instance.
I just, for some reason, we never talk about chopping when there's 80 players left. I don't know why that is.
Did you mean 180? I would love to get 80 deep.
Yeah, I know, right.
And the other gents at the table, they're such good men that if they said, Barry, you want to chop this 3 ways we do, I would chop very quickly, just because they're such
and go jump into another game and start losing money.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
You and I would graduate to the biggest game in the room.
Exactly.
Proceed to lose about 35.
Or head to the casino.
Yeah. We've been known to do that.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first time. Yeah.
All right, so I got a couple of text messages and emails from Craig, the Legend Casino, and he didn't make this trip. Yeah, he's enjoying the broadcast, but I need to give him a shout out back from the Chicagoland area. Hopefully Craig's enjoying this. And his buddy Stan Jablonski was on here, and he finished 12th place. So he got the booby prize. He told me $1,000 booby prize.
Just another deep run by Stan.
Yeah,
No surprise. So solid.
I played a little bit of cash with him at a table in his tournament, Satellite. And boy, the guy's smart. He's just a smart. Stan is just a smart poker player.
Yeah, those two, they make quite a team.
I love it when anybody critiques Craig's play. Craig's too aggressive. Craig's this, and here I say I write down a few numbers. I go, this is what the guy's done, just on the HPT. Oh, and then by the way, he made it through the Chicago Poker Classic, which is like the colossus, essentially, and he won that too. So you can talk about all you want. Until you got numbers like that, I'm not starting the Craig Casino fan club. I'm just saying numbers are numbers, you know. So
Why?
Yeah.
he runs well and he plays well, and
it's a good combination.
it is.
He does
And
both.
He's definitely, you know,
He
smart,
does.
aggressive,
Very deserving. And, you know, a great friend that you mentioned earlier about the relationships you develop in this game. And
He's big. I wouldn't.
you and I met, I don't know how many years ago, and I met Craig Casino. I can't say when, but there's not many weeks that don't go by that we're not texting or at least checking in on each other, and that's part of the beauty of this game for sure.
All right, well, back to the poker here. It looks like an option, checked option there. And the flop is queen, jack, deuce. The bet is 40,000. Scott makes the call. Scott doesn't go away easy.
Turn card is the 4 of diamonds.
Turn card is the 4 of
And at
diamonds.
this point, he shouldn't.
Let's go check, and we'll see a river card.
Let's go to that river card.
Is the 6 of clubs.
6 of clubs on the river.
But 80. Scott bets 80,000.
Scott's going to bet 80,000. Look at Scott, calm, cool, collective. You don't want to let a guy like Ellie Elezra get into your head. That's bad news, Bears, and he hasn't let him. Ellie reluctantly makes the call. I see a queen and a tray.
Top pair.
Queens. Ellie just kind of dump chips
Ellie,
here.
Yeah, Ellie had second pair. He had the jack. That's tough. That's tough. He went with his read, and after that queen jack, it was pretty dry out there.
Getting blinds are 20,000, 40,000 with a 4,000.
I'm not sure I could have gotten off that jack either.
Playing 20,000, 40,000. 4K ante. James Larson doing the broadcast Heartland Poker Tour alongside Barry Brown. And a little frustration here. He's on the button. Blinds just went up. Yeah, I think it's an all-in here. He probably has one paint card, maybe a king. I don't know what his other card is. Hopefully an ace for his. It looks like sixes.
And Mark did make the call, I
Ellie's all in
believe.
for 122,000. Mark calls him. Ellie shows 10-6 of hearts.
Oh, 10-6. That was close.
Yeah.
Mark with 10 clubs.
And Mark's going to call with any two here.
Any two here, yeah. And unfortunately, this could be well.
And, we're good. Good chance of chopping this thing, but Ellie couldn't ask for more here.
The flop is king,
Yeah,
it's
right now, Ellie wins, but yeah, this is going to be Chop City, USA, unless a deuce or a 6 comes up. That's a 5.
is the 5 of clubs.
So right now,
7.
Well,
one card to go, and let's see the river.
Can Ellie stay alive? It's a 4.
and the 6 plays.
The 6 is going to play.
The 6 is going to
So
play.
not so fast, you guys. I got guys saying chop, chop, chop. Look, and the crowd goes back. The crowd was really.
Yeah. That would be Ellie's wife.
Yeah. A little crooked almost. Maybe it's. Sorry. Talking to my director here, Kevin Bove, who's single-handedly, alongside Jeff Casper, built our stage back here. I'm going to get some pictures and put them on Twitter. Kind of a neat setup, huh, Ken? We can't. I'm sorry. My bad. Kev, man. Yeah, Bill. Forgot who I was sitting next to here. Too many Mai Tais. I know, that's the problem. I was tripping into things today. Someone said, "What's wrong?" I said, "Well, I haven't had a drink." All right, Ellie, who recently doubled up. Let's see if he shoves again. Back-to-back shoves, maybe. All you can eat, baby. You call, it's going to be all over, baby.
Yeah, this
can't even get his.
You can expect to see Ellie's chips in the middle. I'd be surprised if not almost every time.
Yeah. It's been too many years.
And he's got a stack that's not that easy to call right now. These guys don't want to call off 300,000 to just But
all right, action continues. Over to Mark.
it wouldn't surprise me to see Ellie chip right back up here.
No. Because let's be honest, Ellie's having a little bit of luck. You know, luck's going his way. We've seen that with his all-ins. We saw it there.
So Mark led into Ellie here. And to me, so Ellie is going to push
He's
back.
going to go all in. That's a quick fold. I think Mark's got a hand here. He's got enough to be raising.
I do as well.
Do it. Okay.
I do as well.
Now, could this
Ellie's
be
going to have
pocket
to have a
fours?
hand too, though.
Pocket fours and.
2 fours for Ellie.
Now the last time
Is
fours.
he racing?
One over.
Oh, you know what?
Just one over card.
Wow.
Ace and tray. So Ellie said just one over. Now, if he can double up and win this hand, I'm going to tell you something right now. This could be his tournament to lose. Let's go to the flop.
Flop is
And it's, oh, wow. 8,
2 of hearts,
deuce,
2 of
deuce.
diamonds.
So, good flop.
Fantastic for Ellie if he can.
2 cards
Ellie
to go.
can dodge
Can he
his
double
ace.
up? It's an ace, just like
Ace
that.
of clubs on the turn.
Just like that.
And Ellie's gone to the last 2 fours in the deck.
Well, Ellie's gone to a 4 and
Let's see the river.
4.
Oh, my good.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to be Ellie Alezra.
And look at this, Mark. Beating up the dealer. The 4 on the end. Did you kind of see that one coming a little bit?
I did not see that one
What
coming.
did I just get done? I didn't either. What did I just get done saying? Ellie's having a little bit of luck.
You weren't wrong, my
Okay,
friend.
good luck, bad luck. I'll take the good luck. Wow.
Well,
the card room here just went crazy. It's the loudest I've heard the room. I hope nobody was sleeping on floor 3 in 801 because that's the room right outside the door.
Yeah, I apologize to listeners if I just
You just blew
yelled
out the eardrums of our
into your
director,
ear.
our audio person, and
I was
everybody at home.
Pretty excited about that 4. You'd think I staked this guy.
You think
or
you staked
something.
the guy? Yeah, I don't think you did.
Who doesn't love the river other than Mark right now?
Now look at Mark. Look at him. Everybody's yelling, screaming. He had a little fun with the dealer, but look at him. He's not happy. And why would he be? But look at that's tough. That's tough. Now you got it. That's a cooler that you got to get over.
But Mark did get out of his seat, make light of it. He made the most of it. Congratulated Elliot.
Sure, but then you got to sit back down and go.
And catch your breath.
Here we go again. That's the hard part. And when I see a lot of aggressive players, they always want to get their stack back to where it was before. And Mark, I don't think will play that way. He took a hit. But again, I don't think either of these guys want to be giving chips to Elliot.
No doubt about it.
When you open up the poker manual,
if you ask Mark, do you like your chances with 1 card to go? I think Mark would take it every time.
Hearts, 8 of clubs, 6 of diamonds.
Those 4 is...
Hey, it woke this poker room up out here.
Yeah.
As you said, it's the loudest I've heard all day.
Ellie bets 100,000 and Scott folds.
And now showing cards.
Shows the 9.
Shows the 9.
Ellie's a cat with 9 lives today.
Yeah, he's used about 8 of them. That's all I'm going to say.
Let's see,
he might not need the 9th one.
A River King against Mona, and but he in both instances he got in good. In both pots, Ellie got in good. So
yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah.
And that's that's a good running deck, they say, or a good deck, or whatever Jan was saying. Not these terrible beats on the end.
Yeah, it's not like he's getting lucky. He's got in good in both of his river.
Look at this flop. 10, 9, 8. This is a good game if we're upstairs playing Ultimate Texas Hold'em. Ellie's on an absolute heater now. He didn't show anything. I couldn't see it either. I couldn't see it. Hey guys, can you give me an idea of what the chip counts would be? Because Ellie would be in second now, right? To Mark, to Scott's.
20, 200.
He did show it then. Okay.
So much for 200 for 800. Looks like Mark's sitting at just about 900K. What I can see.
I'm really surprised Ellie folded any 2 cards right there. Deuce 7, I figured he'd maybe raise right there. Play the heater, you know?
He's right back in this thing. So,
listen to me. That's how I play. Why wouldn't he play if it was even a 7 deuce? That's how I play. Yeah. But, you know, there's something to be said about playing that streak out a little bit. Doyle Brunson always talked about it. You know, play that heater until it goes away, I guess.
100. Ellie's feeling really good right now. Scott's going to bring his button in, as he should.
Well, I'm glad we're here recording this because that's going to be a hand we replay a lot here on the HPT. I'll guarantee you that.
And this is the deepest I've seen Ellie in a while.
Yes.
So it's definitely game on again.
Since the club's on the river.
Yeah, Ellie's going to scoop another one.
Scoop, scoop, scoop.
All right,
Repeat.
momentum.
Yeah.
There is such a thing, and we're seeing it right now.
Yes, it's like the waves. They come in, they go out.
You know.
Come in,
you know.
and they go out.
Oh.
Yeah. They come in, they go out. Look at this guy. You want to do a flexing contest here?
Oh, you would win. You would win every time.
This guy is just too modest.
Yeah.
Very proud, ladies and gentlemen. So, hoping you can get back to an HPT final table.
We're going to keep grinding.
I would love to sit up here and critique you playing cards.
I know that you would.
I would love it, my friend.
I would not disappoint you that there would be plenty to critique. I'm always trying to get better, and I don't find a lot of time for this game anymore. But I'm surrounded by so many amazing players that if I need advice, I've got plenty to go to. That's the beauty of this game.
Flop is 10-6 deuce, couple of spades. We go to the turn card after 2 checks. Ellie, of course, is up again. Who knows where he's at this time, but he left his glasses and his cell phone, so he couldn't go too far.
Mark, that's 90,000.
That is 90,000.
90,000 is the bet.
Scott's been kind of quiet as of late.
I think Scott's just playing a very patient game. Scott's not getting involved where he doesn't want to be, and just such a solid final 3.
Yeah, Scott's really impressed me at this final table.
Scott raises to 250,000.
Well,
as we say that,
as you mentioned, here he goes.
He's ready to play a hand. Come on, let the guy play a hand.
Looks like Mark may come along here.
Mark in a tough spot here after the cooler on the river there. Lost another big pot before that.
Oh, they have the same hand? I didn't listen.
2 spades and 2 clubs out there.
Oh,
now he's going to lay it down. So now Mark kind of on the outside, looking in a little bit.
Sorry, thank you.
Well, I hear Ellie, there he is.
It's a game of swings, you know, and Mark will weather this.
No, I'm old. I need to pee.
We've seen Ellie with the highs and lows all afternoon long, so.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, back to the action.
Action on Ellie.
And it's on Ellie. He's going to fold.
See, Scott? Nothing is
wrong.
Yeah,
that's a fold.
Mark, nothing is wrong to let go. You see, Scott? Just let go when you have nothing. You keep limping.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're correct. You're correct. Ellie's right back. He's up to a million.
Yeah.
He's up to a million.
Right back.
He may have his largest stack of the day. He started the day at 8:33. If I'm not mistaken, he's over $1 million now.
Yeah, gosh, who would have thought? He just crawled his way back, scraped, kicked, fought.
He did. He did.
And now these other guys need to kind of shake it off a little bit.
I think you're going to see Ellie involved often often here now that he's got the chips to back it now, you know.
So we play for 66, and the winner will take.
And now Ellie's become the fan favorite, you know, the underdog. And
we're allowed to do it. It's up to us. Okay.
Like I said, if they're live feeding right now, we'll just talk about it on the table.
Okay. So we'll go over there for a second.
So it sounds like they're going to talk deal here.
Sounds like so. Funny we talked about this.
Yeah.
They are going to talk about a deal, and I just heard our marketing manager, Corey Stewart, say, if you guys are going to do it, can you leave the table? So we're not going to film this part of the. So what, if you're in charge of this chop, how would you lead the conversation?
I'm sorry that I continue to bring up Ellie, but Ellie is going to be the director of this chop, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Just on experience alone. And I see this thing getting chopped here. It's going to be fair for everyone. It looks to me like they're all right around the million chip mark.
They're all at the same spot.
It's a chop that will make sense, and I think it's going to get chopped up.
And I'm hearing from Greg, 22 apiece comes out to 66. What do we do with the 5K for the winner?
We play
off for the winner. Okay, we're not confirmed yet, but maybe it is confirmed. I don't even know if we can talk about it being confirmed. Let's just go with that, and that makes the most sense. So they are going to chop, and that we didn't even talk about adding more for the winner. That makes total sense. Everybody's guaranteed 22,000. Now the fours, remember, the fours have ran well today. Only one time they didn't hold up, but Mark had him and hit a cent, and
you're not
Ellie
wrong.
hit him,
You're not wrong.
and you got a cent.
You're not wrong. Personally speaking, I think that's a fantastic chop for all three.
I do too, absolutely. And it's a friendly game.
If I'm not mistaken, Scott satellited in, and I apologize in advance if I'm wrong.
I think
I'm not sure on Ellie, and I can't speak on Mark. A week on the sea in 22K.
Yeah, and the chance to win another 5,000. Scott got in for 250, so yeah, that's the exact cost of the satellite besides the add-on. So tell me this: what does a chop like that do to the speed of play now?
It speeds the speed of play up, in my opinion.
I think it does. I'm just curious how much.
With that said, there's still a title at stake that I think is very important to all three, so I'm not so sure that it gets as fast as I may have thought it would get now that
Scott shows 10 on.
There's 5K is still substantial, and the title is very substantial, so I think we're going to see the same solid poker that we've been seeing.
That, and you know how fun it is to be out there. Everybody's watching them. You know, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. What else are they going to do? They got there's a TV broadcast here. It's like, hey, let's show off a little bit more.
No one out there wants this to end right now.
No. It's the main event. It's the
main event.
The big stage, you know. But yeah, definitely an HPT title. We all know, I mean, the HPT has made its way up the poker ranks too to be a contender. So everybody, you know, a title's a title, you know.
And we just discussed this moments ago. No one's taking less than second place money. You're a winner.
Yeah.
Right.
You're a winner, absolutely.
Right.
2 players to the
Ellie knows. He's playing against 2 very solid players, and obviously those players know who Ellie is. If you offered me 22,000 on my 1,000 out there, I wouldn't have to think twice about it. But that's just me.
But these players at this point, he's just another player at this point. Especially the fact that he's been such a teddy bear at the table. I don't think there's any fear in these guys' minds.
turn card is Queen of Clubs. Ellie checks.
Oh, really? Ellie's no dummy. Yeah.
150. 100.
Yeah, I like the chop. I like the chop. Well, my friend, how much longer do you think we'll be here? Another hour, you think?
I'm feeling it. I'm thinking when's dinner break? We may get to that 4 p.m. dinner break. Am I wrong?
Is that when dinner break is?
This thing may resume after dinner, which will change the dynamics of our 7 p.m.
Sure
event,
would,
which is fine.
Yeah,
that is
sure would.
Very fine.
Just confirmed. 70.
All right, James Larson broadcasting here from the Harmony of the Seas, the largest ship in the world, and it's so big you don't feel it moving. You just you sleep at night, rocks you to sleep like a baby. It's kind of nice, and it's been great being on this ship. Alongside me, I've got my buddy Greg and Barry Brown. Greg's going to stop back in here in about 5 minutes. We'll let him call another orbit. 40, breaking in 40. Copy that. 40 minutes left until we take our dinner break here, so we'll pause the broadcast if we don't already have a winner. And usually when we go heads up, we always take a time out and position the chips and get the cash out on the table. That's always the best part of the day. Fold it around. Scott's going to win the hand.
You know, I don't know your thoughts. I see this thing just continuing to grow.
Absolutely.
These three gentlemen are going to tell their family and friends, and I don't know about you, Greg. This is the largest field I've played against since cruising, right? Yeah, and I see it just getting bigger. There's not an empty table out there this week.
Yeah, CPC is Card Player Cruises is really onto something. They've been doing this for years, but you know,
they're awfully good at it.
They are good at what they do, and it's the cool part is seeing all the repeat offenders, running into those people in the hallways and in the dining room, and obviously in the poker game. It's just it's fantastic. So and it gives us on the HPT. You know, we're working, but it's fun to be on a cruise too.
Yeah,
we're not swabbing washing the deck or anything like that. So.
Yeah,
Not yet anyway.
It's not so bad to be HPT out here.
Yeah, it's fun. Now, depending on how this last cash game goes, I might be up there mopping the deck. Maybe even washing some of the dishes.
I got you.
We'll see.
I got you. You just get me on the right side of Sunday's game, and I got you.
Right. All right. Well, if you want to check out an HPT, an event, check out our website at hptpoker.com. We'd love to have you. We've been meeting friends on the tour for 10 years now, so we want to continue to run into new people. And a lot of people say, James, I don't want to play. I want to play, but I'm nervous or I've never played. Come on out and try a satellite. I always say try a $250 or $360 qualifier. That's a good way to get your feet wet. It's the way I did it when I was nervous too. My heart was racing. I didn't want to, upset a big name player by betting out of turn. Nobody cares. Come on out and have some fun. And we've had amateurs have some huge success here on the HPT.
We certainly have. We certainly have. And we were all there at one time, right?
Absolutely.
Nothing's changed for me today. Satellite, I'm always interested in satellites, right?
Yeah. You'd think we'd get better after all these years. Are we going backwards?
We're having fun, right?
We're having fun.
Yeah, let's just leave it at that.
All right.
Yeah. Our time is coming.
I think you're right. You're right. You talk about a guy like Craig Casino. He started playing poker like 8 years ago. 10 years ago. Maybe not even that long ago.
Look at him now.
Yeah. Mark makes the call. And then we go to that flop. And it is. Flop is 10, 9, 6.
150. Come on, 150,000, 7 something, and else is all in.
250,000 and now an all in.
5, 6.
So the bet's 250 and an all-in bet by Ellie. And I think Mark would really like to take Ellie out here. I got a feeling that I'm right on that because he's been beat up a little bit. He's going to make the call, it looks like. Maybe he's just making the, that's the initial.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's the 250.
Yeah, we're getting, Mark's trying to figure out where he is here. You know. I see you on TV. Ellie said he doesn't want him to see my face, so he's hiding somewhere. We're not sure where he's hiding.
What is it, 520 more?
Just because alleged chop happened, like you said, if our numbers are right, $5,000. You know, I mean, that only leave us with 25 to check.
Personally, I'd.
Jack Queen. You have Jack Queen. Okay, good. Okay, good. Be very, very quiet. So he says he has Jack. So he's got an open ender.
And it makes perfect sense to me now.
Yeah, sure does. I love how Ellie pops back here into the broadcast booth. We've never had so much fun on the HPT. Maybe we could run it twice too, just to have some. He's gonna fold.
And Ellie consoles him. Ellie consoles him on his bad lay down.
Good luck. Good luck.
Did he call?
Not yet.
Oh.
I thought he made the lay down, so.
Okay.
And he does.
I tell you what, Ellie with an open-ended straight draw today on February the 3rd at 3:26. I'd take those odds any day, today at least, for sure. Maybe not any day, but definitely on this day. They sure are having fun. They are having fun, and that's what it's all about here. I want to thank our tournament director all week, Zach, who's been absolutely killing it. Round of applause for him. He's done a great job.
Yeah.
He's always got a smile on his face, and if he doesn't, it's a scowl, but he doesn't mean it. You know, it's got 100. So I want to thank Zach. He's done a great job, and I want to thank everybody for coming out on the cruise. If you're watching this, a lot of you will be watching this that were on the cruise probably on Monday, so you already know that New England won the Super Bowl. I'm gonna throw out a score. I'm gonna say 32-21 Pats. They'll think I'm like Nostradamus because this is filmed on Friday. Flop is Ace Jack 4, a couple of clubs.
I'm going to add 7 to the 21 and make it 28.
28?
I'll stick with your 32.
Okay.
I'm going to add 7 more to the Falcons on that one.
Okay. Who will the MVP of the game?
I don't think the Falcons have only scored 3 times all year. So I'm going to put them in the 28.
Will there be a safety in the game and or a 2-point conversion?
Every time I say there's no safety, here comes that safety.
For years, I bet this. I'm talking every year. And then when Elway gets out there, the snap, not Elway, I'm sorry. Who's the quarterback for for Denver? Manning. Shoot the ball right over his head. Safety on the first play of the game. My phone blew up. Greg Langdon for 30 people just blew up. They said, finally, after all these years, you finally hit it. I said, nope. As a matter of fact, I didn't.
Yeah. We have common. My friends, unlike myself, are wise enough to put 100 or so on that every year just because. And start that game, the ball sails over Manning's head, and
first play of the game.
Yeah.
I will say this though, the craziest prop I ever had. My buddy Jerry Siegel was out in Las Vegas. I said, make me a bet. I hadn't been betting much, and he said, I got you the first score of the game and the last score of the game. I hated the bet. It was the Chicago Bears taking on Indianapolis. He said, some guy by the name of Devin Hester. I said, whatever. I wasn't a Bear fan, and if you remember the game, opening kickoff, Hester runs it all the way back.
I remember well.
It was fantastic.
I remember well.
All right, let's get back to the poker. We digress. We're in the weeds here. Let's get back to the action. 3 players still. And the flop is queen, trade, deuce, couple of clubs. You know, you talk about what we said about the chop. There really is nothing you can do. You can encourage the players to not do things like that, but for if it's their money, you know, who's it for us to say how they're supposed to play their money? We can ask you to play it down so we can find a champion and crown that person his or her title. But I don't feel comfortable saying, well, Barry, you can't do that with your money. You know,
I completely
Anytime
agree.
you guys want to some kind of shot, I'm ready.
This chop is not going to take away from the integrity of the table.
Not at all.
There's a title to be won, and it means a lot to all three of those gents.
Absolutely.
Get 3. We mean we're ready to drink.
Okay. Yeah. Ellie just told Greg he's having the time of his life. You know, I know this is killing you. I know it is, because like me, you wish you were down there right now.
More than you know.
I do know. I do know, because I know you inside and out, my friend.
I'm so convinced.
Oh, I can't wait to interview Ellie after the broadcast here. I got a lot of questions to ask him, but I got a feeling I'm not going to get a lot of straight answers. The flop is king, queen, tray, couple of spades. 3 spades, sorry.
Ellie checks as well.
I forgot my contact lenses in the room.
Checks
Let's go to the turn card. Turn card is another king, king of diamonds.
Check, check, check.
It's really been an active
To the
deck.
river we go. The river is the ace of diamonds.
Ace of diamonds on the river.
Mark checks, Ellie checks.
We go check, check. Somebody has to flip over their hand or we can't have a winner. I see a spade. No, that's an 8.
Give it to him. Give him the 9.
Is this I can't tell. Is this going Scott's way?
That's going Scott's way, yeah.
Oh, no.
It's going Mark's way.
Mark. All right, I couldn't. All right,
Wow.
it's hard to tell up here.
Can we renegotiate the job?
Yeah, there's no losers out there today. Yeah, it's the best of everything.
All right, new dealer in here, Barry. I want to ask you one more question about the cruise. Did you get a chance to do any excursions? Did you do any deep water fishing or snorkeling or anything fun like that?
For everybody.
We excursion this year, and it's where do we go? I gotta think on this a minute.
Your daughter went ziplining, I know that.
My daughter ziplined.
Yeah.
We got
What'd you think of that?
Havana in Haiti.
Oh, you ready to huh?
I've got to step it up on the excursion. I usually stay on the ship, and we had an amazing time on excursions. My friends went and ATV'd yesterday in Cozumel.
Wow.
And
I love it.
I hung out with the dealers and the Hirschheisers and that amazing group of people. And
I love it.
So much fun. No. Yeah, I'm getting sad because we're about 24 hours from getting out of here. So it'll be good to be home.
It will be good to be home.
I'm going to be looking to book another one of these. I don't know if we can capture the moment like we did on this one. Though it was pretty special. Pretty special.
Make sure I know about it, please.
Yeah.
I'll join you.
I'm going on a strict diet next week too, but
all right,
I'm gonna be a new man after this.
You're not alone.
9-7 tray is the flop. Ellie's gonna bet.
Ellie leads out with 100,000. Bet is 100,000.
Corey Stewart out there giving you the cards.
Oh, 100,000.
He's our marketing manager, but today he's the Florida.
I don't even know what to root for now.
Let's go to that turn card.
And the turn is
6 of diamonds. And I got a check by Ellie.
check. Scott checks. 100,000. Mark bets 100,000.
100,000.
Action back to Ellie.
Just to let everybody know, your late local news will follow this broadcast. Appreciate you being with us here at HPTpoker.com.
I believe him. I believe in Ellie.
I'm not too sure. Ellie doesn't have a little piece of this, though.
I concur.
I think... yeah, Ellie wants this title. He can brag to his friends in Vegas that, a WPT title, a bracelet, and now the HPT.
Yeah, I rode the elevator up with Ellie on one of the breaks earlier. And you're exactly correct. It does mean something to Ellie. It's his resume, and it means a lot.
Well, I don't care what tour it is, what kind of game it is. You want to be the last man or woman standing. You know, whether you were playing on the beach, your left, right, center game. Well, that actually was beneficial to you in a financial. But you want to be the winner, you know. And with stuff like this, with things like this, accomplishments like this, you know, you get bracelets. You know, we don't have one for this particular event, but we typically have a silver bracelet that we hand out. We had a championship belt, believe it or not, in Los Angeles. Something to put on your mantle. You know, hey, how'd the cruise go? Well, how many people are going to remember when he got home and says, "Well, I got third"? How about when he gets back and says, "How'd the cruise go?" Well, I won the damn thing.
Yeah. And they're hard. And we mentioned before, they're awfully hard to come by.
I interviewed Kenny James after he was the last man standing in our cruise a few years ago. We were live on TV, and I said, "Kenny James, congratulations! How does it feel? You won the cruise." He goes, "Oh my God, I won the cruise! I thought I only won 30,000. I won the whole ship. This is great." By the way, I want to give a shout out to my partner on the TV show, Kenny James, who does a fantastic job, and big heart, and just a great guy. Love working with him.
Kenna was to my left at this very final table last year, and I can't say enough fantastic things about him. But we got in a big hand, and it shortened my day for sure. My bad play. Kenna's fine play.
Yeah, right. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to drink the shot and
he's a gentleman.
React, okay?
I enjoyed every moment.
No, I don't know if Mark's really down with all this. I think Mark... Oh, they're taking shots.
Taking the shot, and then I'm going to...
All right, well, hey, it's great TV, but they're forgetting about the commentators.
While tanking, always good to do a shot.
One for the dealer?
Wow, yeah, how about one for the dealer and one for each of us back here?
Don't forget about us.
Don't forget about us, Ellie.
I said for the winner of this tournament, and I'm moving in. 814,000.
Oh, look at this. All you can eat.
Oh, where can you have this much fun?
Wow. I think Ellie's real strong here. And look at the face here on Mark. Scott's still left to act.
Okay, so we may have seen a first in final table poker.
Oh, he was thinking.
Yeah. A break in the action. Let's do a shot and get it in.
Boy, I like it.
That's good poker.
That's fantastic poker. This is the way poker should be.
This is the winner. If
That's a call.
That's okay.
Oh my!
I need to pair.
Mark did aces? Okay, what do we got going?
Folded it. Who did?
Mark shot a straight.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Whatever do.
You mean Scott?
With one card to
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so here we go.
And we've got the straight against the two pair here.
The river is the king
And it's the
of
king
and the
of
straight.
hearts.
That's going to win the hand, and that's going to take Ellie out in third.
All right, I'm going to go try to get an
All right,
interview.
go get your interview.
I think I got Ellie. It looks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Oh, I forgot. What's your name again? Ellie Elezra, everybody. Going out in third place. I've got to ask the question. You played in some of the biggest games all over the world. You look like you guys were having fun today. Talk about this final table.
First of all, not only the final table, this cruise, this scout player cruise, and it's just amazing, and I'm going to keep coming every year, year after year over here. Because we don't play for big money, but we have such a beautiful people.
Yeah, so great. So talk about your alligator blood here at the end. You doubled up, you tripled up, you doubled up, you quadrupled up. Boy, you got a magic rabbit's foot with you today? What's going on?
I don't know. I think that the good cards get into good players. You get very nice opponent in the table. Every one of them was very nice, and I wish them the best.
What a gentleman, ladies and gentlemen. Ali Alezra, one last thing we need to do. I think you owe it to all of the dealers. Go give that guy a hug, please. You owe him a hug. There you go. You punched him a few times. Will you do me a favor when you get your things? Can you stop back and just do some commentary with me? So that sounds good. Everybody, Ali Alezra, give him a big round of applause. All right, well, that's your cue, everybody.
Yeah, perfect.
So, you can hang out back here, though. Don't leave. Here you go.
Just gonna move stacks and kind of rearrange.
All right, let's put that on your ear.
You got a big pill.
Yeah.
But I didn't know
Stephanie, bring me a rack.
Okay, so we have to kind of be quiet, as you know, 'cause otherwise they can hear us.
Make it fun. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, Barry, is that your sweatshirt? Oh no, that's not yours.
Yeah, that's mine. I just put it there.
Oh, okay. 1 million.
Yeah, I think we got to wait for it. Are we taking a break?
Yeah.
I think so.
2 minutes. Moving chips.
Oh, okay.
Just reset.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We might even talk about that, too. Are we... is Kev around here? Okay. I just didn't know if we were...
You got it, man.
Didn't know if we were on. He'll be back in 1 minute.
Yeah, I figured it.
Yes, you are.
Okay, sounds good. All right, joining me in the broadcast booth now, Ali Alezra. So, my friend, we have a camera over here if you want to look on the GoPro. I asked you in front of the crowd there, but yeah, let's move over a little bit. I think I need to move this way. There we go. All right. Boy, we look like a happy couple here. Talk about your play here at this final table. It looked like you were having a lot of fun.
I mean, usually I play with really professional people, you know. I play during the World Series or the last, 15 World Series. I play at least 5 no limit event. I'm a mixed game player, you know. And I always pick up some mixed event. No limit that I like to play. If it's 600 5K or the 10K before the main one. And heads up, I do a lot too. And over here, I just felt it's a fun group.
Yeah.
There was a lot of weak players. I won't lie to you. And they didn't know how to do the exact betting, you know, the sizing and stuff. But I mean, the atmosphere make me feel, who cares? It's only 35,000.
Right.
But we're sitting with those people and they all want to take a picture with you.
Yeah.
And they saw you on high stakes and pop after dark. So it's tickling, you know.
Right.
You feel good about it. And I just think that you don't know, when I play my, what you call it, the bloodbath limits, you know.
Yeah, you do.
I play all the way to 6,000 and 12,000, you know. And the no limit we play like 1,000, 2,000, 4,000 no limit. And it wasn't fun because you either go home sometimes and talk to yourself and say, why do I need this? Why do I need such a high limit? Or you feel like a genius.
Right.
You're not a donkey anymore. You're winning $1 million a night. You're thinking, wow.
Right.
You know? So it's happened a few times for me, and then I decided I'm not playing big anymore. I'm playing now. I can win and lose 30, 50,000 a night. You know, Mark Gregorich and the team who playing 2,400 and stuff. So coming over here, I came because Mary and Mark, you know. I couldn't be happy.
I feel the same way when I was asked to do this years ago.
I couldn't be happier. I got 4 friends from Israel. I got my brother-in-law and my sister, and they love it. They love this ship, and that's the reason I'm going to keep coming, because it's the ultimate relaxation.
Yeah, it is. It is
You're
so much fun.
coming in, you eat good, you swim all day, and
you get to play poker with a little bit of a safety net. You know, their lives aren't being, fortunes aren't changing hands.
Every night, if you guys are here late night and you at the cruise and it's like 2 a.m. and you find laughter all over the tables. They're drinking and having fun. And that's all what we have to do, have fun in poker.
Do you miss the big game at all, the high stakes? Is there any part of it? I mean, obviously the obvious.
You mean the high stakes that filmed?
Yeah.
Getting filmed? I think that if they'll bring it back, I would play.
Sure.
I think that Maury Eskenazi will definitely call me and put me in this one.
Yeah,
so.
and I won't lie to you, and I said this earlier, that was always my favorite show, watching those high-stakes games, and that's how I don't remember you from ESPN. I remember you from the After Dark and the high stakes, and it was just, gosh, I love watching that poker. It's fun. It's different than watching tournament poker.
He invites me to every one of those shows, including the NBC Heads Up, including when we have the countries. I represent Israel, and when we have the team that Chip and Doyle used to do. I was with Chip team, and every one of those leagues. I was, fortunate enough to go ahead and grew up with those guys and be the old school that come into the new school now.
And that's what I liked about you guys. You're one of the old school poker players. I like watching you at the table with your look, the sunglasses and the hat and the foot. That doesn't do anything for me. I'm an older guy now too.
And taking 2 to 4 minutes every day.
I mean,
it's too much sometimes.
Yeah, I don't want any hate mail. I'm just saying I was an old school player. I am an old school player, and you win a hand, act like you've won a hand before, you know what I mean? So poker's great. I love that we have all these players out there, but the only problem I'm finding is it's getting too hard to win. These guys are good. There's some good players in all these games, including today. Yeah, there was some soft tables this week, but we saw some great poker, some really great poker.
It was good poker over here. I think that Scott, I actually told my partner that those two going to make the final four, and look how fast he laid down the pair of aces. I put him on overpair right
Isn't
there.
that something?
I put him on overpair and I was right, but of course Scott is confused me with his check over there, and I said I still got 4 outs. I'll try. It didn't work, but I have a blast.
Did Mark tell you what he had when you had the ace-4 and you didn't go?
He did have queen jack.
We had queen jack.
He said, I swear to you, I have a queen jack. And I called the hand too.
Wow.
I told him you have queens and jack. He said, I can't play with you. You call my hand.
No
and
kidding.
He sings 100%. I mean, you see, I saved the 150, but look at that.
I know.
That's another tip for the audience.
Yeah.
A chip and a chair.
We talked about that, yeah.
If you save your last few hundred or whatever, you can always win tournament, because when you card, the way that I run over here, card run over you, you got momentum. I build it up to 1.1 million.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. So we'll keep you here another 5 minutes or so, but give us a fun story of maybe some of your opponents, like a Phil Hellmuth, with a Daniel Negreanu. You give us a story maybe that you haven't told that you can share with us. Okay, give me a good one.
I got, René Jalil is Salim's husband, right?
Yeah.
The late René,
who
died not long ago.
His soul,
And he started playing with us the mixed games, and he had fun.
Yeah.
He had so much fun. We play 1 and 2,000 and 15 and 3. It's big games.
Yeah.
You can lose and win 100, 200,000 a night, and he loves it.
Yeah.
He quit later because some article on a newspaper put him in a back spot, and he didn't want his wife to, But he played with us, and Salim's had a birthday, and he said, guys, Salim's coming tonight. It was after like 4 or 5 months, and I want to bluff her, and I want to play a big part. So we set it up. She came on with 4 bodyguards.
Oh my!
And she said she was gonna sweat him for 2-3 hours, right?
Oh jeez!
So she came with 4 bodyguards to the Bellagio Island.
Yeah.
And we set it up this way that me and him playing the biggest spot. So I set with 600,000. He set with 500,000.
Oh my God!
And she came in and she pulled in the 2 bodyguards behind her. Hi Renee. So introduced her. Hi, this is Eli Elezra. This is his wife, Ray Ralph. Everybody go around the table. David Gray was there, and he sit down and he look at his card. He say, I raise. So everybody fold, and I say, I re-raise. He say, I raise. So I said 300,000. So Renee said 500,000, and now she looking at all this. So I call it's $1 million in the pot. We don't even know the flop. And the end of it, the dealer, that was the plan to push it for me. So he pushed me the pot. Now all this time, somebody filming her face, and he pushed me the pot, and Renee said, I need more chips. I lost. He said, honey, I lost $1 million. She didn't even move. She had a poker face, and we all love it. She said so.
That's so good.
And then when he tell her that it was a setup, she said, Ellie, I'm going to get you. I'm telling you.
Oh, that's great. All right. Well, let's call one orbit here, and then I'll let you get going. We got to talk a little poker, but
I can bet you right now that if they're gonna be involved, that I'll name the cards better than what you're gonna name.
We'll do it. We'll see what we can do.
Good.
So he's on
a lot of hands, but
we'll see. Yeah, let's do it.
Playing with them for a while, I could have picked up some stuff. I didn't pick up the straight. I did not pick up the 8.
You've been playing with him, but I've been watching him under a microscope, so I have a little bit of an advantage. I noticed a few tells early on by Scott. Yeah, his tail was wagging a little bit early on with that ace king. I'm not the best at reading players.
I know they have the good hands and stuff, but they're both very solid. You don't get much bluffs over here, by the way. When they bluff, they'll be semi-bluff because they won't be...
Right, yeah. So we're heads up here, so it's a raise. It's going to raise to 80,000. This guy looks like he's been by the pool too long. He got a little red-faced, like all of us.
Actually, I have no idea who got more experience in between the two. He's just raising.
He's re-raising, so...
Between the two, whoever play more no limit have to understand. You have to play every... Out of 10 hands, you have to play 8 hands.
Yes, you're right.
You would let go the 2-3 offsuit on your button, but that's probably the only card that you're gonna let go. 8, 3, 7 deuce. The rest of it, you have to raise. You have to raise 2.5 times.
Yeah. You're always raising your button, right?
Yeah. I always raise the button.
Yeah.
2.5 times, and now usually it's how you pick up on your opponent. If you raise and he re-raise you, it's so easy to let go. Of course, if you have.
Where does your raising cards begin? What does it? Let's move down a little bit. We're still a little. Let's move down just a little bit. There you go. Okay. There you go.
All the way from the 8 queen to the 9 jack to the 10 jack.
Sure.
Any 2-face card. And any small pair.
Any ace, obviously,
any small pair.
Things like that.
You have to. When you are 3-handed, you favor it. Any king high is favor it.
How much experience do you have heads up? And how do you get more experience heads up?
Actually, I don't have as much.
It's tough, isn't
it? Because I play mostly kids.
Yeah, you're
I'm not like Daniel Angano and Tom Duan and some of those guys that play so much heads up.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I can hold my own against the young. The old school that hold his own.
Option was checked here. The flop comes
up. It's a limp pot, though, so it's so easy to have a limp pot, 80,000 in the middle.
Right. Ace Jack 10. We got a check here.
As does Scott. And we'll see a turn card.
Let's go to that turn card. And the turn card is the 10 of diamonds. So board pair is there.
Check.
None of them got a pair. One of them, king high, will win this pot.
4 of hearts now, maybe queen high even. And now Mark's here going to reach for it. Scott's probably not going to make this call. I could be wrong. He's going to he's just going to snap call instead. I was wrong.
Nothing. 9-6, 9-7. Oh, he did pair?
Oh, he's going to win.
Oh God!
Chop, huh?
Yeah, because they both. Oh no, he won it. He did the river. That's it.
You know, when it's so bad, sometimes it's hard to figure out who the winner is.
9 high, had to bet. Mark had to bet.
Last question, I'll let you go. When you decided to do the chop, I noticed. I noticed you were a couple 100,000 off.
I was 300,000 less than him and about 150 less than him, but it's nothing.
Right. Yeah.
It's nothing for this limit, or what you need one double up and you take the whole. And I knew that they will. They will decide to do it. You know why?
Right. Sideways picture here.
Because they knew that I have the experience, and they don't want to play against experience, basically. You know.
All right.
What's your last name, sir?
Larson, James Larson. Okay. Yes, Ellie, it was so nice having you here. Congratulations. Are you playing in our game tonight with Barry?
Yes, of course.
Okay, well, great. I hope that you're...
Get 2 bottles of champagne.
Hey, I love champagne. All right. Congratulations. All right, Greg, come on back in here. Thanks so much for sitting in. Class act there, ladies and gentlemen. Eli Ezra, one of the good guys in poker. Great to have him here. Fantastic. And I'll apologize to everybody at home. We kind of got off base a little bit there. We're back to the poker, but it was nice to talk to Ellie. And boy, what a smart man and what a great poker player.
He's a sweetheart, yeah. Outstanding poker player and just a nice guy.
All right. Well, how long are we going to be here now?
I don't know. This could take a while. I mean, Scott's obviously got the chip lead here, but I don't think Mark's going to give it to him easily, even with the chop.
James Larson alongside my buddy Greg from Las Vegas, Nevada, calling the action here. 2 players left. Started with 120, now we're down to our final 2. We had Mona Otto, our last woman standing. She played at this final table. Mark Milam and Alex Jem. He was our chip leader, but he went out, as well as Jackie D. Leo. And Elliot Lesber just went out in 3rd place. So I think these players are ready for a break. They've been playing since 11 o'clock this morning, 11:15. So I think they're definitely maybe ready to step aside and get something to eat, maybe stretch their legs. What do you do when you get bored at the table and or tired at the table?
Basically, I'll try and find something to do to keep me interested. Whether that may be talking to somebody at the table, getting the coffee,
iPad,
whatever.
iPhone.
Yeah, well, no, I try not to do that. I try and keep engaged in the table instead. You start getting off on your iPhone or your iPad, and you lose track of what's going on.
I like to lose track of what's going on because I know it doesn't sound good, but it cures me boredom, and I need to always have music. One earbud in. I don't like to be isolated from the world. But I like having that one earbud in just to have something. I got a lot of things going on in my head, so I need all the confusion I can get.
Yeah, we got a pot brewing here. Yeah, let's see.
So the way I understand it with this chop, $5,000 up for grabs.
And the title, of course, always the title.
Now these guys could chop again, right? Could we chop that 5,000?
They could. I don't see that happening at this point. Yeah. Especially not with the disparity in chips right now.
Yeah.
I think Scott's got to be feeling pretty good about his position.
Like Barry said, you started with $1,000 buy-in or $250 for Scott's case. You ran it up to $22,000.
You got to be feeling pretty good.
You're on the ultimate free roll right now. This is you're in the middle of the ocean, cruising around in the water.
Going to the river on this one.
Deuce of Spades, great camera work there by our camera guy Joe Anderson, all the way from Quasqueton,
kind of an odd board. I don't think there's much out there. Yeah.
No.
Got a king?
Yeah, that's gonna do it.
Yeah.
So heads up poker. The timeout here is 3:56 on the East Coast. James Larson alongside Greg calling the action for you. We'll be taking a little bit of a break coming up next.
6.5 minutes left in the level?
I'm told 6.5 minutes left in the level. And in the background, I can hear him calling for 4-8. Limit Omaha. Games all week long out here, I tell you, all week long.
I haven't checked. How long is their break on dinner here?
I'm not sure. Oh, hey, there we are.
Hey.
Welcome back to the show.
Folks.
But yeah, it is a sneak attack. I want to thank our whole crew for helping us out with this broadcast. It was not easy to get all this stuff. I've been on ships and I've done live TV shows, and it's not easy, my friend. These boats, it's tough to get all the necessary equipment on. So this is more of a hybrid broadcast that we decided to do today. That's why you're here. You're the hybrid.
Yeah, thank you. I'm the hybrid.
Define the high and hybrid.
Hey, we got a raise in the call here. All right, we got a pot brewing. Let's see if we can do something.
Let's go to that flop. That flop is 2 jacks and a 7.
Interesting.
Action on market.
Mark's feeling around his chips. I think he's going to fire something here.
He's firing something.
That's 200,000.
All right.
200,000?
200,000.
200,000.
This could get interesting.
You never know in heads-up poker when it's going to be the last hand.
Yeah, a paired board like that, you wouldn't expect a lot of action, but let's see what happens here. Yeah, I think Scott's going to toss it in here.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah.
Well, he's thinking long and hard about
Yeah,
this.
really. Thinking maybe he's got a solid draw or a pocket pair in here that's smaller than the 7. It looks like he's going to come on in. Yep. All right, he didn't raise the
No, he
back.
just made the
yeah.
call. Made the call.
Could be in draw, small pocket pair. See what happens on
Now
the
let's
next
go to that
card.
turn card. This time it's the 5 of
Okay,
spades.
we got
so
3
third spade.
spades. And we got a small card, so pair of 5s, that hit him.
Check.
Mark checks.
Mark
Yep.
So Scott.
Over to Scott. We'll see what Scott decides to do here.
I think, to a certain extent, I think Scott has to fire something here, regardless of what he has. Well, he checked it.
Check
He
back.
checked it. Interesting.
You got to tell me what Scott has. I'm going to leave it to you, Greg. What does he have?
You
Does he have
got
a
you
jack,
got
a
me
seven,
right
or a
here.
five?
No, I don't.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. They have something like 8s or 9s. Man, I think he's got a pair the way he's acting, but and Mark's
I don't
making
think
funny
either,
faces
I
now.
don't think either of them have a clue.
I swear to God that Scott had a pair there the way he was acting, but maybe not.
And a fold.
207,000 bet. Fold.
207,000 is the best.
Snap fold there for Mark. All right.
Indeed.
Wow. Interesting. Oh. 5-7? 5-7 it looks like. Mark had a pair of 7s in there. Actually, probably a pretty good bet at that point.
Yeah. All right, so this might be the last hand.
Yeah, before dinner. Excuse me.
Got a minute and a half left. We are going to play one more level. HPT when we go to heads up.
Well, looks like we are going to play one more level until
before dinner. Oh, okay.
And then we'll take the dinner break. They're at 2040.
4:30.
Action on Mark.
All right, action on Mark.
Ready to play for 80,000.
Raises? Pretty much standard at this point. You're going to be raising on the button a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ready to play for 200,000.
And Mark comes back over the top.
Re-raise
Scott
now.
comes back over the top. Sorry.
Mark asking himself, is this the hand I want to try to do it on?
Yep.
Already got the raise in there. Well, he's really massaging his hands there. It's kind of freaking me out a little
that's
bit.
a little weird.
Yeah, it was kind of an odd angle.
Yep, and he throws it in. Okay.
Scott wins the fight.
They're still being pretty cautious. I'm surprised, even with the chop. But, of course, they want the title. That's the key thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you think you have what it takes to play right here on the HPT, why not give it a shot? Check out the website at hptpoker.com, and who knows, maybe you'll be playing for the life-changing cash. Doesn't matter, male or female, young or old, why not give it a shot? Because again, you can be playing for the cash just like these folks are right here on the HPT.
And regardless of that, you're going to be having fun.
You can definitely have some fun. More the merrier. Everybody's encouraged.
To raise to 100,000.
All right. Raise on the button, pretty standard.
Yep, just like Ellie said, you're playing 8 out of 10 hands, and you're raising every time on your button.
You got to? Well, we got a call.
It's something I talk about a lot on our show because a lot of our amateur players don't get a chance to play heads up, so it's new to them.
Yep,
you know?
yep. And heads up is a whole different kind of ball game.
It is. I recommend people watch some heads up matches. Go DVR or watch some of our old tapes or a WSOP or even a WPT event. Watch what kind of bet sizing they're doing. And you know the hand ranges obviously are so much different heads up. I mean, it changes with every elimination, but I am constantly trying to work on my heads up game, and I'm lucky enough where I get to have a tutorial every other week. It seems like watching this show, you know.
Well, and if you live somewhere where you're lucky enough to have online poker,
right,
playing some cheap heads up games, because let's face it, technically, if you think about it, even at a 9 or 10 handed table, 9 times out of 10, you are playing heads up against another person on the flop.
Yeah, that's true.
And a lot of the same principles apply.
But you know, there's even play for free sites where you can at least get that experience. You know, you can play heads up with people and heads up S&Gs and stuff like that. So do whatever you can. Or like I've told players before, ask a friend, sit down with a deck, and you know, play for an hour. You know, it'll be good for both of you guys.
If you have a friend who's interested in poker, the best thing you can do is the two of you get together and just talk and play and have some fun.
Guys, we're at 525.50 now.
Looks like Barry picked up some champagne. I don't know.
Oh boy, this could be trouble.
And some Jack Daniels. We got all kinds of stuff going.
Yep, we got a dealer change coming in. Seems like neither player really wants to get heavily involved yet. Everybody's just kind of jockeying a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, kind of feeling their opponent out a little bit. It's heads up. They're trying to, you know, get a good pace on what's going on. And again, there's a lot on the line, a lot of cash, and of course, the title is as well. So we're going to step aside for just 1 minute. We'll be right back. You're watching the HPT.
Hooah.
Hey Barry, you want to take over from me for 10 minutes?
Yeah, really. You and me, Barry.
Yeah. No, really, can you take over?
We're 525.50. 525.
Huh? Oh, I love him. Are you kidding?
Andy's going to take K.
He's a sweetheart.
We'll stick with the 5, so we can race those off when Zach gets back.
All right, we're back at it.
Action on Mark in the small blind.
All right, looks like James ran off, so Barry and Greg here.
Got some big shoes to fill.
I'm telling you.
Sorry, 125.
I'm no James Larson's, but we'll try, right?
And I'm
buddy?
no Barry Brown, but hey.
All right, so here we go. Let's see what we got here.
They've been, there's been a lot of dancing around here so far. Nobody's really wanted to engage. We'll see what happens.
I stepped away for a while, so I've got to get myself caught up here on the chip counts. And
Action on Scott. Cool.
I think Scott's still got the lead.
Scott folds his button, and Mark gets a walk.
Interesting. Doesn't happen very often.
Not heads up.
No.
But as James mentioned earlier, most of us haven't been in this position. Heads up for titles. So
we don't. Yeah. But one thing you have to remember is a lot of times even when you're playing 10-handed, it's usually two people against each other, which is very similar to a heads-up situation.
Action on Mark.
the buttons move to Mark, and Mark's thinking.
175.
175 looks like. Scott tosses immediately. All right.
Mark shows Queen King. For the win.
Yeah, so far nobody's wanted to really get engaged yet. We'll see what happens.
Did you have a chance to play with either of these two gents this week?
I played a little bit against Mark in Satellites.
He does think I'm going to let him do it.
Good solid player, obviously. He's here at the final table, and I'm not. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But I have not played against Scott at all.
Yeah. Well, I did, and Scott is he's an exceptional player and well deserving to be here, as is Mark.
All right, Scott raises his button. Pretty standard move. Mark looks like he's going to at least call. And he does call.
Mark makes the call, and we'll go to the flop.
Okay, to the flop, 8 Jack 8, not a real action flop there.
The action's on Mark. Mark checks.
Oh, Scott puts out 150. Mark snap calls. Interesting.
Mark makes the call.
But he didn't raise, so possibly on a draw, possibly a pair.
And we'll see a turn card.
And a queen. Okay, now you got straights. A couple of straight 9-10 came in for the straight. Overcards, maybe a king queen, something like that came in. Scott checks it.
Checks behind it, and we'll go to the river.
Interesting.
River is the 7.
And the 7, okay, 9-10 still for the straight. Nothing really changed there.
Yeah. Action on Mark.
Mark checks. And Scott
And it goes
checks.
check, check, and it doesn't feel
Mark's
like either
pocket
one of
threes.
them's got too much here.
Yep, and that pocket pair did it.
So Mark's going to take that down with what? 2 pair, 8s and 3s? Had that board pair on the flop?
Yeah, you had 8 Jack 8 on the flop, so 2 pair. Pocket pair took it down.
The action's on Mark. And Mark's going to bring it in and bump it up to 100 here. Scott's
All right, we got a call. We got another hand.
And we're ready for the flop.
Well, they seem to be willing to mix it up, but not too big. 9-10 Jack. Rainbow.
Check to Mark. Check behind. And we're ready for the turn.
It goes check, check.
Queen of hearts.
And I would expect we'd see a bet here. I'd be surprised if we don't. And Mark's gonna bring it in for 75K.
Interesting. That's a fairly small bet into that pot. He may be trying to suck Scott in.
And Scott's gonna come over the top.
Ooh.
And he's gonna make it 150.
Well, he's trying to say he's got a king. I don't know if I believe him on that one at this point. I'm not sure if Mark believes him either.
Mark's going to make the call.
So we will see a river card. And the river is.
All right, you got the straight on the board now. Doesn't really change much though if Scott has the king, which he tried to represent before. I don't think Scott has checked yet. Mark's pre-staged a bet.
I concur.
It's an interesting position.
So. They are going to call Zach over, and Zach gets...
All right, so that is technically a pending bet.
Gets things settled here, and
interesting position. I believe what Scott asked was if he checks, is that bet coming out, and I believe Zach said yes.
You cool?
Was that the ruling that that's kind of like a pre-bet?
I didn't hear it. I could ask.
I missed on that one. I think if Scott checks, that's a real bet there, automatically.
well, I think it's safe to say that Scott does not have the king.
Yeah, he's thinking way too long for a king.
And I'm not sure Mark does, but he's certainly going to represent it. And it looks like he's going to take it down.
Shoved in, what, 7-8?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So 7-8, he was playing the board, essentially.
Scott's going to take it down. I'm sorry, Mark is going to take it down.
Oh. Mark tosses in 7-9 of hearts for a flush.
Even better.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Even better than the king.
I was so focused on the king that
I didn't even see the flush out there.
I never put him on a flush.
No.
So he was better than.
Well, I think
we
was.
both expected there.
He was like Scott. I think he was looking for the straight out front, locked into the flush on the river. That was an interesting hand.
All right, well, the action's on Scott. Looks like Scott brought it in for a raise.
Yep, Scott raised the button. And Mark tosses.
Scott's going to take it down. The action's on Mark. Mark brings his button into 100,000.
Oh.
Scott raises to 250. Mark's asking for a count.
Yeah, Mark's looking to see where Scott's chips are, his whites. Mark made a twitch there. I think he's looking to call or possibly more. Oh, no. Interesting.
Mark folds, and Scott's going to take down the pot.
He looked like he wanted to come in there for a while.
Well, it appears they may have to resume this after the dinner break this evening.
It's certainly looking like it. We may lose our broadcast spots because of the tournament, but hey. I'll have to bring in the fifth string because I think James will be playing too. I don't know.
It's been fun just the same, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, how often do we get to sit with HPT James here?
Yeah, hell, I'll do broadcast and play the tournament. I'm good.
All right, the action's on Scott.
Scott raises it up. Mark calls. We got a flop coming.
And we'll see a flop. Flop is ace of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, 3 of clubs. Mark checks. Scott checks behind. And
interesting.
The ace 10,
those cards look to be in somebody's wheelhouse based on this flop, on the pre-flop action. Somebody's got a chunk of this.
Check.
Wow.
And let's see the river. 2 of spades.
All right, I don't think that changes anything.
Mark checks.
Everybody checks it. King Jack. Pocket fours.
Looks like Mark's 4s are going to take this.
Pocket fours has been the hand.
4s are good. Mark will win that.
They're still being pretty cautious around each other. Nobody's really trying to out-aggress the other one or take charge here. They're being pretty cautious.
Little passive, but it only takes the one
Yeah,
hand.
yeah. I think both of them want the title for sure.
Both deserving.
Oh yeah, they've both played great.
So Mark's on the button. He makes the call. The option is to Scott. Scott's going to raise it up to 125.
Yeah, Mark pretty much snap calls that. So all right, we're off to the races.
And we'll go to the flop. Flop is ace of spades.
Ace 10 5 2 spades. Interesting.
Action's on Scott.
He bets and Mark snap fold. Oh, and it's the pocket fours. Oh my goodness.
Might be safe.
The hand of the century
to play
there.
4-4 on this day. You might have to play the lottery.
I don't know. Seems to me you got pocket fours now. You got to shove.
4-4 is certainly the hand of the day.
Yep.
So, Greg, what's up next for you? What happens when you arrive Lauderdale tomorrow morning?
Not much. We're going back home to Vegas. We've got some work to do in the next week, and then we're headed off to New York for those of you fans out there of dogs, the Westminster Kennel Club Dog Show at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, we've had that conversation about your passion for dogs.
Yeah, I love dogs. Been going to that show for 25 years now. It's a trip. It's a great show. Watch USA Network Monday and Tuesday night. 13th and 14th of February. You'll love it.
All right, so we just went to a flop of king, ace, 3 of diamonds, ace of diamonds, 3 of diamonds, king of hearts. Mark checks. Scott brings it in for 145 and gets a call.
Snap called. I mean,
you can't call any quicker than that.
Before Scott could even get the chips out, Mark was out there. That's interesting.
Scott made the bet. Mark's chips hit the middle before Scott.
Scott, I think I'd pull back just a hair here.
The flop brings us a 10 of spades. Action's on Mark.
Fits into a lot of Broadway hands.
Check.
King 10, ace 10, jack queen. A lot of hands that fits. Scott fires. Whoa, Scott fires out a bet. Mark snap folds. Huh. Interesting.
Looks like Scott fired 200.
Yep.
And Mark folds.
That was interesting. As fast as he called the flop, I'm surprised at how fast he folded the turn.
So Greg, back to the Westminster. You were just, if memory serves me, you're a spectator. You don't have an entrance.
No, don't have. I used to show Irish Wolfhounds. I do not have any entrance. I do have a lot of friends showing. In fact, I have one friend we're going to go meet who breeds Cardigan Welsh Corgis. She's going to be there. I've got a Wolfhound friend there. She's going to be showing. So a lot of friends in the dog world. It's just a lot of fun. And being in New York, you know, there's always something to do.
Never dull in New York.
Oh,
so.
No way.
All right, we're going to pick this back up. We're going to go back to the game. Mark's on the button. And the action's on Scott. Looks like Mark made the call.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to raise.
Yeah, Scott raises it up to 150.
And Mark's right back in there.
I like this Mark. He wastes no time.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is he's snap calling a lot of pre-flop, but he's not hanging on much after the flop.
All right, so we've got a flop of
2, 4, 8, 2 diamonds.
4 diamonds, 8 of diamonds. Action's on Scott.
Yeah.
He's going to bring it in for 150.
Scott seems to be picking up the aggression a little bit here.
He certainly does.
And Mark's not matching him. Like I said, a lot of snap calls from Mark pre-flop, but he's not hanging around after that. That's going to bleed him with chips. He keeps that up.
We'll have to take a break and go to the 4:30 party and then come back after that. We'll figure out a time.
Scott's on the button with action on him. Looks like Scott makes the call.
Scott calls, Mark checks.
We're going to see a flop.
And we're good for a flop. Flop, 10 of clubs, 6 of clubs, 5 of hearts. Let's check, and let's see the turn card. Same reason. 8 of clubs. Mark, check.
Okay, 3 clubs, a lot of straight draws.
Let's see the river. Jack of clubs.
Someone is going to fire at this, and that would be Mark. Mark's going to take it down.
Okay, looks like one more hand before the break. I think I'm going to have to go up and pack my suitcase.
One last amazing dinner.
Yeah.
And then begins the diet.
Seriously. Seriously.
All right, well, we're going to play one more hand here before the dinner break. The button's on Mark.
Yeah. What time do you want to come back?
All right, Mark raises it up.
Mark's going to
Scott
raise,
folds.
Scott's going to fold, and if I'm not mistaken, we're on dinner.
I think.
Have that now. I'm going to sign us off.
All in.
Last hand.
Shove it all in blind. Let's go get drunk.
Hell yeah.
All right, it's James, and I'm back from my trailer, my dressing room, back for some more poker. One last hand, and then we're going to go ahead and take a break and head to dinner. And that is going to do it. So heads up, we'll continue here, but we're going to step aside for a quick commercial break. Want to thank everybody for joining us here on the HPT. And Greg, I got to say, we're seeing some great pokers. So are you going to come back and join us?
Sure, for a little while at least.
Yeah, so we got a poker game.
Yep, got an engagement at 7, but other than that.
All right, we'll keep it right here. Don't go too far. You're watching HPT Poker.
This is it. Heads up for the Card Player Cruise Championship. We would love to have an audience. If anybody is free in the room, come on up. We want a round of applause when we get a winner here. So come on up.
All right, welcome back to Heads Up Play here. It's James Larson from the HPT, alongside a friend of mine, Zach Lawmaster. How are you, Zach?
Great
to see you. You had a very busy week. You were the tournament director.
It's been a very busy week. It's been a very wonderful week, in fact. Busy but great. There's been a lot of action, and we love to see it on the cruises for sure.
Man, you've watched so much poker this week, from the side action to the small tournaments to the main event. I mean, you have seen a lot of poker. We'll talk more about that, but we're Heads Up Poker right now. There we are on TV. Wow, we look good. We could get our own reality TV show.
There we go.
We want to thank you for everything that you've done this week. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, we love partnering with you guys and continue to grow this event, and it's been great.
Appreciate it.
Haven't heard any complaints from any players about it. They love the action, so it's been awesome.
It has been a fun week. Yes, she has, Kev. The cards are in there. The flop is Queen 8-6, couple of spades. It's kind of hard, Zach, without the whole cards. So
for sure.
We just have to be a little, we have to be the professional here, the professional player, and figure out what they're holding. The turn card now is the King of Hearts. Heads Up Poker, I've watched so much of it. Some people call it boring. I love it. I love the back and forth, the meta games.
Match.
It is the chess match. And everybody plays it a little bit differently, yet there's still kind of that basic strategy. You're on the button, you raise. You're going to play 8 out of 10 hands. Like Ellie said, maybe you're going to fold a 2-3, a trade deuce, a hand like that. But for the most part, you're very aggressive, and that's what I like about it.
For sure.
So, of course, Ellie Alezra finished 3rd place. I know
he's been a hoot all week. Everyone loves Ellie.
Yeah, he has.
Just here comes the river.
And the river card is the 5 of spades. Now, this is no joke. I've been calling poker a long time. That might be the straightest board I've seen in a long time.
Good.
Amanda's doing a great job.
Yeah, she's been a great dealer for many years now.
Bet is 200,000. Action over to Mark. Mark's daughter was on the boat dealing.
Yeah.
On the ship, sorry.
This was her first cruise and been great.
Yeah, got a chance.
His wife has actually dealt for us a couple times. So.
Yeah, I got a chance to play with her last night. I wonder how long this Heads Up play will go. I'm guessing 45 minutes tops.
That's a very good guess. I would say, the 2 levels and they're 25 minutes.
Yeah.
So it'd be 2 levels is what my guess would be.
Unofficially, there was a chop that we talked about, and now they're playing for $5,000. And that's the chop is such an interesting subject of conversation. This is a fun event.
Right.
It's their money. We have a TV show to do. All we ask is let's play the thing off.
Sure.
We don't want to just cut it. I know a lot of tournament folks sometimes just want to move on to the next game and all that. But
actually, what you see a lot of the time, if they do make a deal, then chips fly a lot more. And that's
absolutely
not the case here.
No,
there's some pride in this right here, and they want to be the champion.
There is. So. You're exactly right. So
with the action that's been on the ship, 5K is really not that much.
Right. No, true story.
But they really want to have the pride and say they were the HPT champion.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's awesome to see.
It is. So Scott is going to win this first hand after the break. It's funny. We actually, you won't realize that on the broadcast, but we broke 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah. Took a long break for dinner, and we had our farewell party, so everyone got to have a little drink and enjoy themselves and have dinner.
This has been one of those weeks that's just, I don't know, to me it's gotten better each day. I know you've had to put in a long week and a lot of work, but it's been a lot of fun.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go to the flop here.
And the flop comes.
Flop. Wow, look at that. Unbelievable.
Queen, queen.
You just don't see that very often. We saw that earlier today with trays, 3 of them. It's, heads up, this could be an interesting.
This could be
the tournament.
Hand.
Somebody with an ace, somebody with a queen, somebody with a small pocket pair. This could very easily be over right here.
The way both of them have played, even a king high could be a strong hand right
Ready for the turn.
So we go to the turn card now. We'll check. It's a 10 of diamonds, so action will be on Mark. He's going to check. Over to Scott. You got either guy on a queen here?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
We will see a river. And the river is...
An ace, they probably would have bet, so...
River card is the 9 of hearts, so...
Could be an interesting card, though.
Board with 3 queens, 10 and a 9, and it's going to go check, so...
Mark's going to win with about 8 high. Yeah.
Looks like it's a...
Yeah, 9 on the river.
Wow, sure. Queens full of 9s is good enough.
It's going to take the pot.
So, 1-1. Yeah, if this thing goes over 45 minutes, I'll be very surprised, but you never know.
Yeah.
I've seen
heads up. You never know how the cards are going to fly.
I know. I've seen heads-up matches go back and forth.
Tap Kev on the shoulder when you're ready.
Oh, copy that. Yeah, I mean, I remember being in New Mexico at Route 66, and we thought we were done, and it was 7:30. And I told you about that just a minute ago, and at 1:57, they were calling it.
It's amazing how cards go sometimes.
Gosh,
it just goes back and forth.
It's it really is amazing.
Just like when Ellie, he was down to nothing earlier, and then came all the way back, and then next thing you know, he was out again. So.
By the way, if you hear Ellie in the background, it's going to get very loud in here. We don't have to be concerned about the players hearing us anymore because there is a cash game going on, a little mini tournament, kind of a private entry with some friends of ours and from the cruisers here, about 20 people. I was scheduled to play in the game, and thank God this thing ran late, so I saved myself 300 plus probably another 300 in props and additional buy-ins. So
for sure, they will have a blast though.
They do.
A bunch of giveaways, and it's all about having fun.
Yeah, it is.
There is some serious poker action on them, but for the most part, it's all about friends having fun. And
it sure is. Yeah.
As you can tell by coming on several of them, it's more of a family. Atmosphere.
Yep. Did you play any poker this week?
I have not.
You're too busy.
I've been going since about 2 a.m. every morning and getting back up at 9, so it's been a grind. But love seeing this being busy as it is. And
it's good to see this big of a cruise. Yeah. All right, so let's go to the flop. Once again, we got Scott and we got Mark. We go to that flop. And it's 10, 7, deuce, couple of diamonds. It's really nice to have the RFID technology when we're heads up.
For sure.
It's tough to, because the hand selection, the hand range is, deuce to ace, I mean, it's everything.
It's every hand possible.
So if you had to make a prediction, put you on the spot, who do you like, Scott or Mark in this?
I think Mark's going to pull a trick out of his that bald head of his and show him something.
Mark's 52 years old.
Mm-hmm. He's out of Florida, originally Mississippi, I believe.
Tennessee is his hometown.
Okay. Yeah.
And
I knew that back in the day when I was working the Mississippi stops that he always was there, so Tennessee would make sense. And Scott's from Illinois.
Yep, Scott's from the Chicagoland area. Just played our HPT event at the Ameristar East Chicago. So I got in late. I didn't get a chance to see him. Had a huge field for that one. First place paid over $190,000.
Be a great payday there.
Yeah, it sure would. Chicago, Zach, just a lot of great poker players in the Chicagoland area. It's shocking. And the flop is Queen Jack. He's leans in to do it. There's a few action cards out there. Turn card. Turn card is another heart, so now we got hearts out there. It sure could. Just waiting for one of these players to really turn it into the aggressor at this table, but they want it pretty bad, so they're not just going to start dumping
they're
chips.
Protecting their chips for sure. That heart could be could get a lot of action left in this hand.
Sure could. That is a call by Mark.
And we're ready for the river. And the river is...
And that river card.
Oh,
now I was going to
go.
just say that. Now, fourth heart on board. This could get real ugly quick. That's what I like about heads up too. Any hand could just end this thing, you know.
It wouldn't surprise me if both of them have a heart right here, actually. No, check.
Yeah, looks. I see. I think.
He goes check.
No heart anywhere.
No, he did have a heart.
10 hearts. Okay. Oh, two.
2 hearts. Yeah, he didn't need. He didn't need the turn card. And if we're miscalling a few things, it's because we have smaller monitor screens here. Big screen with a small picture. Oh, another 5 minutes. Yeah.
I'll keep the plus up here for you.
So James Larson alongside Zach, our tournament director here, wrapping things up. We're slowly making our way towards Fort Lauderdale, and even though I've had a great time, it'll be nice to get home. Just
always nice to see your bed.
It is, yeah. And
feel your pillows. Always
feel
a
the
great
pillows.
thing.
Drive my car. I haven't done that in 8-9 days, so that'll be fun as Scott releases his hand. I'd have to say my highlight of the cruise was just seeing old friends and the weather. I live in the Midwest, so the fact that I could,
for sure,
sit in the pool all day.
It's always nice in December, January, February to be able to get down to the Caribbean, for sure.
So where's your next event after this? Is your tournament
actually, we leave here and we don't have anything till the end of March, which will be Maho.
Oh, sure.
So it'll be our land-based event for Card Player Cruises. So looking forward to it.
Keep talking to your folks about trying to get us involved in one of those.
Yeah, that would be it would be awesome to join with HPT.
Yeah,
I think it would be a huge event that lots of people would be very interested in because it is at a resort.
If people are just tuning in, why don't you tell them the denoms of the colored chips that we have out there?
We have 2 denomination of chips. The orange are $5,000 chips, and the pinks are 10K chips.
5 and 10K. And why don't you let everybody know what level we're on here, what the blinds and antes are.
We are at 5,000, 25,000, 50,000.
It's nice having the tournament director in here. I don't have to stare at that screen or squint my eyes.
It's level 24.
We got a chance to hang out with Scott at the pool the last couple days, and ran into him.
Tell he got a little tan.
I know he's pretty bright.
Yeah.
And then Mark, I didn't meet until late in the cruise. We played last night a mixed game. Flop is ace 10 tray. It's a rainbow.
This thing's going to get interesting.
I think you're right.
It's a pretty quick check, so we'll see if he really didn't have anything. Yeah, here we go.
90K and a quick call. What kind of strategy do you play heads up when
I'm always an aggressor.
Yeah.
If I get beat, I get beat.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I am too.
I'm going to push the pedal and test the water for sure.
When I do finally get the heads up, that's
there
the problem with me.
You got to make it to dinner break.
Right, yeah, exactly. I only played one satellite this week. I wanted to play at least one more, but I won't lie to you, I got back from Jamaica and I needed to take a little rest.
For sure.
I was a little tired. Let's go to that river card, see if this will help. Now another 10 and another heart, so... So action on Scott here. I'm guessing he's got a piece of this. He might have a big piece of it, actually.
I'm thinking he's got the bigger side of it. He might only have an ace, but the quick check and then the quick call was pretty suspicious.
It's a bet of 100,000.
King 8.
Oh, he did make the call. 100,000 and a call. And we have a chop. Wow. Well, 45 minutes. It may be a little longer than that, but we will see. Want to thank all the dealers this week. These guys have done a great job, and
we've worked them hard, and they've been very good.
Yeah.
Something that's pretty special about these cruises too is we have very high quality dealers.
Sure do.
We take pride in who we hire, and not only are they great dealers, but they have great personalities to get along with all the guests.
Yeah.
So.
Not to mention they're pretty good poker players too. I saw
There are a lot of them that like to play.
I think I sat with 4 of them last night, and one of those deals that say, come on guys, let me win one of these. At least we're playing a small 2-4 game to learn some different mixed games. But
on a lot of them, there's a late night game that is just mostly dealers, just because they really like to play. So
yeah, it's
always a good time.
It's a lot of fun. So I want to thank all the men and women that helped us out here on this card player cruise as we get back to the action. I want to thank our director tonight, Kevin Bove. He's always watching out for me. I love that guy. I have to get my own little switcher, my own little routing switcher over here. All right. Scotty looks like he has a big hand. I picked up a few tells from him.
Different ways of gripping the cards and everything.
Yeah, and early on I saw more than and I'm not a. Well, Mark's going to get out of the way, so it's not going to matter. Go ahead and show him your ace, Scotty. No, he's not going to show anything.
Mark shows the 4 spades in full.
Yeah, I'm ready for him. Yeah, it's fun.
Zach, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, Zach. Well, thanks for stopping in, brother.
Always.
What's that?
Alan, you ready?
Hey.
What do you want? Alan Curl.
Alan Curl's coming in.
Last year's champion.
Yep.
Okay, sounds good. So you're gonna have one more hand with this here. I'm glad you got to take a little break. Come back
I'm
here.
too. It's always a joy to see you guys.
Absolutely,
and get to sit and
absolutely.
shoot the breeze anyway.
And maybe this will be if this is the all-in hand that wins it, Alan's not going to get a chance to talk.
Last year's champion. We'll get a shot if we get to go farther than this hand.
Absolutely. How many total chips in play do we have here?
3.6.
3.6. And what was that chip count coming in today? I think it was 1.9, 1.6.
Yeah, it was very
close.
One hand difference for sure.
Yeah, within a couple 100,000.
This is the clock for us. Then just one player will announce it and hold up both of them.
Corey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, hey. I believe I heard a re-raise.
It is.
Okay, so a 3-bet here.
For 300,000.
Alan, you might not get a chance. And that's a...
Uh-oh, I hear Ellie screaming in the background.
Oh, I hear Stan's got kings. We're calling 2 games here at once. I had no business in that game. You know what I should have done is just give him the 300 and then come over here, you know.
See if they give you one of the bottles. Of
right, yeah, just a couple,
just
to say I got to play with all these guys, you know. I got a feeling this last night when all the dust settles, there's going to be a very big cash game after this game. Extremely big.
It might go for a while tonight. Ellie does love his Chinese, and they play pretty big in it as well.
Hey, Barry. I drank your pocket cleans already. Oh, shoot. Got me on the kings as well.
All right, well, and a fold. All right,
thanks,
brother.
It's been a pleasure. I'm going to let Alan talk to you guys.
If we go an hour and a half, please come back, man, and bring me a Corona.
For sure, you got it. Cerveza.
You got it. Thanks, buddy. A very well-spoken tournament director, one of the best in the business. I want to thank Zach for stopping by. Now we've got Alan Curl. You know how to work that there, Al? Let me help you, buddy.
I'm new to this.
Alan, welcome to the broadcast. There you go. Sit down, my friend.
Well, thank you.
Let's get this guy on camera, Kev. Alan Curl, let's get him on camera here real quick so everybody can see him. Oh, we're playing cards. All right. Hey, keep it down, please. All right. So, Alan, welcome to the broadcast. How are you?
Good. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much.
Alan's last year's cruise winner, so we're watching heads-up poker here. 2 players left. Scott and Mark, have you played with either of these guys?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I mean, not this tournament. Mark does look familiar.
Sure. So how much money did you win last year here on the HPT?
It was just under 30,000.
Oh, that's great. That
must
have been
nice,
fun.
Good time.
Yeah, it must have been fun going home with a nice couple of bundles of cash in your backpack. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and my friends got a little bit too.
Oh,
you can only go, not over 10,000. So
sure,
so I had
of course.
to split it up among a couple friends.
Flop is Jack 8-5. Jack 8-5. Yeah. Mark's going to check. Now over to Scott. What was that feeling for you when you won that title last year? Had to be just fantastic.
Oh, it was awesome to win an HPT title. I had just that summer won an MSPT title.
Wow.
So I was on a pretty good roll. So it was really nice to win the HPT
That's
title.
great. Where'd you win your MSPT at?
In Sioux Falls.
Yeah.
It's actually in Iowa.
Yep.
But it's just on the other side of the border.
For Larchwood?
Yeah, Larchwood.
Very familiar with that.
Yep, in August.
Well, wow, you had a good year.
Very good year.
Where do you live at?
I live in Belfouche, South Dakota.
South Dakota, okay.
South Dakota?
Yep. That's a fold. Scott's going to win that hand. What big city is that by?
A lot of people know Sturgis, South Dakota.
Yep.
We're about 25 miles to the west of Sturgis, about 10 miles to the Wyoming state line.
James Larson is my name, and I'm joined with Alan Curl here. He's last year's winner of this HPT cruise that we had with Card Player. So are you planning on any HPT events coming up?
Yeah, I might make Colorado.
Oh, for sure.
You know, that's close to home.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's always a big prize pool up there. Always a lot of action, and just a great place to visit, you know?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's a really nice place.
Hotels are nice, and I always tell people, get over to that Ameristar property. One of the best, and when you're not over at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor, try to check out the Ameristar Poker Room. Yeah, come on back. All right, let's go to the flop. And the flop is Queen, 8, Deuce, couple of hearts. Hey, how's Boozy doing?
Yeah,
both players.
I saw them in the casino. They were having fun. They were having fun.
Gambling in the casino?
If you want to call it that.
Oh boy, I got to hear about this. All right, well, back to this. 9 of hearts on the turn. Alan, we really haven't seen a whole lot of aggression from either player yet. Heads up, it's just been feeling each other out. Let's go to the river card. We kind of thought this tournament would be over a long time ago, but this thing's gone on, and 9 of clubs there on the river.
Well, it looks like Scott has about 2.2 million, and Mark has 1.4, so they still have quite a bit of play yet.
A lot of play, absolutely.
Mark's sitting at 20, 22 bigs, and Scott's at 30, so there's still quite a bit of play.
I'm not sure if that's our 3rd or 4th chop since we've come back from our dinner break. Yeah, unbelievable. So, another chop here. So what was your best part of the cruise this week?
Always playing poker.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's so laid back. If you're a kind of player that doesn't like the 12-hour days, come on the cruise and play the tournaments. That's what's perfect about the cruise.
Yeah, we always stop for dinner. That's fine. We did it tonight, and we all go to our private dining area, and it's just it's fantastic. You know, it's so much fun. And then you get to go all over and check out all these fun ports and everything. It's just it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, because that's what's kind of tough with some of them, because we play 12 hours a day. Yeah. On the cruise, you don't. It's so much more laid back.
No matter what, I won't miss this again next year. It's a lot of fun. All right, let's go to that flop. It's king, 6, and a 5. A couple of spades. Got to check. Maybe we can get another chop pot here. Turn is now the king of clubs. You never know. It could happen.
Pair the board, and it probably will be a chop spot.
Check.
So we will see a river card, and the river comes out.
Let's go to that river card. And the river card is the 6 of clubs. Don't look now.
I don't think it'll be a chop.
No, I don't either. Unless they both have an ace.
Yeah.
Check.
And
Scott's jack high play.
Jack's going to play. Kings and 6s with a jack. Maybe we need to get a new deck up there, Al.
There you
get
go.
Things going here, but
they're playing cautious. They weren't waiting for the other guy to make the mistake.
Talk about your heads-up match. Who was your heads-up match with, and how long did it last at last year's final table?
Well, I feel really bad. I can't remember what his name is, because I've ran into him 2 or 3 times on the ship, and he always, hey, Al, hopefully we can do it again. And so I feel really bad about that. But when we were down to 3 or 4, my buddy went and got ice cream, and he missed it. It was over when he got back.
Are you serious?
So it went really quick.
Yeah.
I mean, we got some big hands, and it went over.
You don't always remember the second place person. It's funny you bring that up. Do you remember the year Greg Raymer won the World Series of Poker? Do you know who finished second?
No, I don't.
Good friend of, not a good friend, but a friend of mine, a guy I love hanging out with. He's a chef. He knows how to cook food. He was just on Fox doing the Master Chef. David Williams got second to Raymer.
Okay, now I remember.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird. You
what a class act.
Class act. I did a couple, about 4 shows with David, and got to hang out and have dinner with him. And we were up in our studios up north, and couldn't think of just a nicer guy to spend some time with. He was fantastic, and he taught me a few things. He taught me a lot of things about poker and a few other things. But he's just a class act. The flop here is a couple of 10s and an 8. Again, I apologize if I don't call the cards right away. We've got limited technology here on the boat, and we're using smaller monitors. Turn card now is the Tray of Hearts. My director said it might not be the monitors, it's the Coronas, but I'm still on the decaf. Let's go to that river card.
You guys do like your beer.
Yeah, we sure do. King of Hearts. Now another interesting board. 4 hearts out there. Action on Scott. 120 is the bet by Scott. Action is over to Mark. Looks like Mark's going to fold this hand. So who are you all with?
A pretty good chip lead there now.
Yes, it sure. Who are you all with on the cruise then this week?
I am with my wife, Kim, and then my 2 sons, James and Blake.
That was nice of you to name your child after me. You know, I know you guys are big fans of the show, but really appreciate that. That's awesome. That's awesome.
How did you know that? Yeah, my son the oldest son actually played.
You talk about South Dakota. Out of all the events I've been to on this TV show, I'd have to say that Deadwood was one of the most fun times I ever had doing this TV show. We just had a blast out there, Deadwood, South Dakota.
That's been quite a few years ago.
Oh, a long time ago. It was the first season I was on. It was 9 years ago.
Yep.
And just a great place to hang out. And, some great action over there, too. We did that event, and I think we did 2 events there. But, boy, I'd really like to get back there.
We'd love to have you guys back.
A couple of queens and a 7. Yeah, it was just it was a good time out there, and had good weather and lots of fun surrounding the event, and had some fun side events as well, and my kind of place, you know.
Deadwood's fun.
It's really my kind of place. Mark's gonna bet 130,000 and a fold. Amanda's gonna ship Mark the pot, so yeah, he's definitely an underdog here now in the chips, and he's gonna need to make a run here.
Yeah, it looks like Mark has probably around 800, 840.
Yeah. And I think there's something like 3.6 million in play, or
so it'd be 2.7 for the other. So
again,
yeah, he's got some catching up to do.
Watched a lot of these heads-up matches, Alan, and anything can happen. You know, we all know that.
Yeah, we might see some all-ins now.
Yeah, I mean, at what point here does Scott really just try to end this thing? You know. Looks like 150 and a fold. Blinds are going up now, 40K, 80K.
48.
So the only negative part about this week for me is I'm going to need some aloe vera. I've burned my earlobes and part of my face and part of my neck, but that's the price of doing business out here in the middle of the Caribbean.
It wouldn't be a vacation without a burn,
no.
Right?
The only other issue I got in a fight with a shark on our first stop, and let me just tell you, that shark didn't mess with me again for the rest of the day. Poked him right in the eye. All right, action continues here. I have no idea actually where we're at right now in the ocean, but I know we're heading back to Fort Lauderdale slowly, and we'll be cruising overnight. A lot of people have been asking to give us an update on where we're at, and we're on our way home. That's all I can tell you. Northeast.
Coffee.
All right, action. V Cran. Here. Here, bud. Hey, you got it? All right, the bet is
back in an hour.
bet is 120,000.
Uh-oh.
Okay, now we're going up to 250. Back to Mark now. Flop was 9-7 deuce, so that's the interesting part. But we are playing heads-up poker, of course, so these players can be holding any two cards. And he's going to fold. I believe he showed a deuce.
Showed a deuce. Yeah, that was probably a good fold.
So what do you like most, Alan, about playing the HPT events?
Getting a chance to get on TV.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and then a lot of the events are really large. I mean, over $1 million prize pool.
Yep.
Especially Colorado, the one that's coming up. So that's always a good one.
Yeah.
Plus, it's just a nice drive for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Never had any luck there yet, though. But
well, you got to get through a lot of people, you know, to get to the cash. You know, it's one of our biggest events of the year, and boy, is it loud out there. I was worried about the players hearing us. We're so close, but we're going to have to start screaming to hear ourselves, my friend.
Yeah, they're having a good time out there.
Yeah. Barry Brown, who was on the episode with me earlier today, kind of started this game up, and they've got all kinds of prizes. And I hear all in. I did hear an all in by Scott, and that's a fold.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a bunch of bottles of alcohol on the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
I don't know if I could say that.
James Larson alongside Alan Curl. You related to any Curls in Iowa?
Not that I know of.
It's good, because this guy is a real lunatic, so that's good. All right, action continues here on the HPT, the live web stream. Something we're working on here, Alan. Obviously, this is a smaller type of broadcast, but we're really working on perfecting our live stream so we can make sure we have good internet everywhere. Obviously, this event, not so good just because of the fact we're in the middle of the ocean, but something we're constantly working on with our creative team here is how do we make our live stream the best it can be. We see other people with their live streams. We want to have good, reliable internet and just good quality content because people, they don't want to wait a year to see what happens. They want to see this stuff right away. And even if it's not as put together as the finished TV broadcast, people just want to see it. They want to see it right away.
I know, I've watched it a few times live.
Yeah.
Especially when I had friends in and stuff.
Yeah, you know, we see our Twitch numbers when we first started doing this, 100, 150. Oh, we got an all-in and a call, ladies and gentlemen. My story can wait. This could be the tournament. Unbelievable. Ace-Jack against threes.
We are racing.
We are totally racing. The threes in the lead. Mark is in the lead with his trace.
Mark is all in for his tournament life over here in the HPT Car Player Cruises main event.
It's one of those where anything can happen here.
For the flop.
Yep. Two big overs against the pocket threes. We go to the flop. And it's King 6-6. Good flop for
a little
Mark.
Scary for the threes, but
a little scary.
So the threes remain in the lead.
Don't want to see pairs.
No.
We're ready for the turn.
Let's go to that turn card.
The turn is
it's another 6. Now this is interesting.
Yep.
So a full house.
Just got to avoid
Where's half of it?
Just got to avoid an ace, jack, king, or 6.
I had to fake them out.
So Mark now has a full house. 6 is full of threes.
Okay, so we go to the river looking for an ace, Scott, ace or a jack.
King or
ace,
6.
jack. King for the chop. River card is?
Here's the river.
It's a 7. Wow. A full house.
A double up.
And a double up.
Doubles up in the game.
Not going anywhere for a while? Grab a Snickers bar, Alan. Want to thank our floor director is doing a great job. That's Corey Stewart over there. Everybody's having a good time, Alan, in the poker room. You know, that's what happens here when you're on these things. Everybody's having a great time.
Oh, and everybody gets along with everybody so well. I mean, it's just like a big happy family.
I haven't seen, you know, one argument, unless our crew had a few. That was about it. But other than that, we haven't seen any arguments. Everybody just gets along real well.
And most of the time, you can't even tell you're on a boat. It's so calm.
True story. True story.
This boat is amazing.
So we continue our broadcast here from the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. I always wanted to say that. Broadcasting from the Bermuda Triangle. It's James Larson alongside Alan Curl, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now Scott's got to get back into his game here and try to shake that off.
Yeah.
Still the chip leader, right? He's still the chip leader.
Yeah, Mark's sitting at a little over $1 million, it looks like.
And it made sense that they both got him in there. Okay, we'll have her on after this hand. That's fantastic. After this hand, Linda. Well, Alan, you're going to be your next person up after you is the First Lady of Poker. So I'd say you're in pretty good company.
Yeah, very good company.
All right.
Check to the turn.
Let's go to that turn card now. And the turn card is the 9 of spades. Action is on Mark. Just a real nice guy, Mark is. I played with him last night, like I said, and glad he made it to the final. Glad he made it to heads up. He may be our champion. It's far from over.
He might be. Just win a few more flips and he'll be there.
Scott, that's $150,000.
$150,000. And a quick fold. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend.
Al will come this way as well.
That's Alan Krill, last year's winner. And he had a lot of fun, brought his family on this year's cruise. And now I have a woman that needs no introduction, but I'll give her one anyway because she deserves one. She doesn't need one, but she deserves one. The First Lady of Poker. First Lady of Poker, Linda Johnson. You help her with this, Jeff? Hi there. Hi there. Yeah, it looks perfect. All right, Heads Up Poker continues. You having a good week so far?
I am having the best week. I'm just totally enjoying having such a busy card room and such nice passengers and such great ports. I mean, I really love the Caribbean.
I do too. You know, one of these cruises, I want to see some kind of whale jump or a shark. I never get that out here.
You got to go to Alaska.
I know.
I got to tell you, I doubt if you're going to see a whale jump in the Caribbean.
I know.
It'll be a first.
I'm always crossing my fingers that I'll see some kind of creature out there. But so, all right, we bring you into the show, and first want to start off. There you are in all your beauty there. Fantastic week. Thanks for having us back.
It's a pleasure.
Talk about the numbers. Almost a little over 400 cruisers.
We had about 450, yeah. And we haven't had that many in a while. You know, we did do 4 charters where we had 2,500 poker players. Those are trips.
Yeah.
But this has been a very busy card room.
That's awesome.
We've been enjoying it. We've had spreading all kinds of games, all different limits. So.
Yeah, it's truly amazing to me, and I don't know how you guys do it, how well you take care of the players. And I know this has been a work in progress for years, but the food down here, the dealers, your tournament director, Mary, all these people. I mean, it's really, and I'm not just saying this. If I didn't mean it, I just wouldn't say it at all. But it's a well-oiled machine.
It is, and you know, it has become rote for us. I say this at every party, and I mean it. Is that if there were an Olympics of poker room, you know, dealers and staff, we would win the gold every time.
Absolutely.
I've never seen a better staff, and I'm not just saying it because I'm biased, which I am, but that's just the way it is. It's you know, we hire the dealers for their personalities and their skills, and I don't care how well they deal. If they aren't nice and they're not willing to do whatever they can to accommodate the customers, then I'm not interested in hiring them.
Right.
So I don't ever want to hear it's not my job. I mean, we have dealers who take people to their rooms at night, and if somebody's cold, they'll go and get them a jacket and all that kind of stuff.
You know, it's a tight group here, and you know, if you're not doing your job, it's going to be noticed very quickly.
Absolutely.
And we're all going
Right.
to see it. And what I like about these cruises, for me, is this is making poker fun again.
Yes.
Poker has gotten serious, which is great. We need that in poker, but this is the way I remember playing poker growing up.
Oh, you'll
you
never
know?
hear more laughter than you'll
It's
hear
fantastic.
in our
And
card room.
I got to play a mixed game, and when it got to be my choice, they let me play 7 card stud high-low, and I got to put a spinner in the middle, a community card. Where else can you go? Yes, they let me do it. They didn't tell you we were doing it.
Okay.
Just fun, you know. We just got to play different games. We played 2-4. Nobody was out for blood.
Right.
It was just fantastic. It was
Right.
fantastic.
Hey, we got a flop here. Queen 9-6 flop and a 7. So. Is this being broadcast anywhere at this time? Or
And not
is it
at
all
this
for
time because
entertain, or?
we couldn't get the landline, so we're
Cannot
recording
get a
everything.
landline. That is for sure.
And we're
By the way, did you explain to the viewers that you are the one who asked if there was a landline?
Did. Yeah,
Okay.
I did. I was asking about the internet, and I said, "Come on, can we talk to somebody from the staff here? Can we get a landline, a hard line?" And they looked at me and they said, "No, I don't think so. We're in the middle of the Caribbean, so that's not going to happen." So at the end of every cruise, and this happened a couple hours ago, you guys have what's called a top 10 list. Why don't you tell everybody about the top 10 list? I made the top 10. All my life, I've been wanting to get on the top 10 list, but not this one.
Yeah, the funniest or dumbest things that people say or ask all week, and James made it with that question about the landline.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, does he really think we have a cord that goes all the way back to Fort Lauderdale?
I just don't always think things through, but yeah, I'm just glad I made the list.
We had some good ones. We one couple had been married 52 years, and the husband was asked, "How did your marriage survive this long?" And he says, "I don't own a gun."
Which, by the way, I think he's still in the auditorium giving
Telling
a
the
speech.
story, yeah, right.
Looks like we have a raise here by Scott.
Yes, from the small blind.
And then that is a call.
So Mark's in position here, and he has called the raise.
Let's go to the flop. Love that felt. Corey worked hard on that last night.
Beautiful felt.
Flop is 8-7-4, a couple of spades. Now, when you were calling,
actually, I think it's 9-7-4.
My eyes are. When you were calling WPT, how did you read the flop? Because I always start with the highest card and go to the lowest.
That's how I did it.
And that's why I think I did it, because I remember watching you.
And if it was 2 of a suit, 9-7-4, 2 spades.
A couple of spades. Yep, I do the exact same
9-7-4
thing.
rainbow. Whatever is applicable.
And there's a big bet there by Scott. And people ask me all the time, Linda, why? Oh, we have an all-in now.
Oh, Mark said all-in.
That's an all-in. So it was a bet and an all-in raise.
Right.
And now action back to Scott, and he's going to...
I have a feeling Scott doesn't have a pair. I don't believe he has a pair.
I don't think he's got
I don't believe
spades
he's going to
either.
call.
I don't think so.
I could be wrong, but I don't think he's calling here.
No.
Total bet is $850,000.
Maybe a little Hollywood in here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a fold. He's given his chips a count and see how bad it's going to hurt if he calls and loses. I just think he's got 2 overcards.
Doesn't want to give up another big blow. Doesn't want to let his opponent get back into this thing.
Yep.
Well, he's thinking about it.
If he had something he really liked, I think he would have snap called. So his hesitancy makes me think he's on 2 overcards.
Amanda is our dealer tonight, doing a great job.
Yeah, Amanda deals at Red Rock in Las Vegas. We're lucky we get a lot of our dealers from card rooms in different parts of the country, or dealers who follow the tours. We have a lot of WSOP dealers, a lot of WPT. No call.
That's a fold. That's a fold. All right, let's get back to you calling the final table at the WPT. Now, how many years did you do that?
I did that the first 6 seasons.
Wow. What was the hardest part for you? Because I did the exact same thing for HPT. What was the hardest part for you doing that?
There really was no hard part. It was
to me, it was my feet, standing on my feet.
Yeah, that didn't bother me. I think the hardest part was getting my makeup done and having the guy with the mic come up under my blouse. That was all.
Exactly.
There was no hard parts. It was a great family. We traveled together, a lot of camaraderie. I guess the hardest part part was, going to the bathroom and not having my battery pack fall into the tank. So I did that the first time. So I had to get used to protecting that.
The best part of that job for me, being the sideline reporter slash, wasn't the TD. I was just like the guy calling the cards. All Hearts there, 984. For me, it was just I got to really be in the front line and got to meet all the players face to face. I took them all the way through to crowning them as the champion, doing the interview at the end, and again, that's why some of these guys back here are some of my real good friends.
Yeah.
Guys and girls for that matter.
Yeah,
I was
the ones who follow the circuit, you get to know them. And the people you work with are really like a family. I mean, I was lucky. I worked with Vince and Mike, and we had some great producers. It was just a lot of fun.
Did you ever make any huge mistakes on the microphone? Because I know
luckily,
I did.
I did not, luckily.
Good.
I only had one dispute from a player, and the way it came down, one player was betting all the way, and the board ended up with 3 6s and 2 kings, and it was bet and called, and players turned up their hand, and I said, so-and-so has Queen Jack, playing 6s full of kings, and now he says... and now the other player turns up his hand, and he was actually playing the board. He had like a 3-4 or something, and the player went ballistic saying that I was coaching him. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. And he said, well, I'm not going to play unless we change directors. And I said, well, that's your prerogative, but you will get blinded out if you don't play.
Because we're not switching directors.
I said, and you're 100% wrong. I've got to call the winning hand, and for him to think the guy wasn't called. Okay, we got an all-in here.
So Scott goes all in, and Mark makes the call. It was Scott's all in, and I see pocket nines going up against Queen Jack.
50-50.
It's 50-50. Yep. Nines are my favorite.
Queen Jack suited.
Of course, we love aces and kings, but nines are just one of my favorite hands. Let's see if they can hold up to the flop. We go, and it's King 10-4. Okay, so an open-ender
against 2 nines.
Who do you like?
Let's see. We've got 2, 6, 12 outs. We got 12 outs for the Queen Jack.
I don't think the nines want to make a set here, do they?
Not so much. So the Queen Jack definitely wants to see an ace. He's not even going to feel that comfortable if it's a 9.
Let's go to the turn card.
He wants to see an ace, a queen, or a jack, I think.
Turn card is the 5 of
he's
hearts.
Got more outs.
Wow, interesting.
Wow.
Now, by the way, the Queen Jack is in Mark's hand, and he is all in for his tournament life.
Okay.
So if he
Mark
does not, he needs help, or this thing's going to be over.
Wow, what a sweat this is.
This is a sweat. I'm going to bet on Mark. He's got the hearts. He's got the straight.
Right.
He's got the overs. We'll see, though. It could be the random deuce of spades, too, but we'll see.
Scott is a very slight favorite here.
It's all
even
up
with
to
all
he really is. Yep. And it's up to that woman right there that's holding the deck.
Yep.
She will burn one card, and then she will turn one card.
Mark has 2 of his 9s and 1 of his hearts. So it looks like about 20 outs.
See the river card. The river card is...
It's a 7,
it's over.
and that is going to do it. Hard to believe that the 9s hold up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new...
so many cards.
He did.
But he managed. So.
You run that twice, 3 times, it's going to be a different result.
That's
but
right.
that is going to do it. Give credit to Mark. He did a great job.
Yep.
Boy, what a fun
I'm
HPT
very proud of Mark. I don't know if you know, but he dealt for us on a couple
sure did.
races.
And his daughter was here dealing as well. So
Jennifer,
I'm going to pop out and try to get an interview. Thanks so much for joining us.
Bye-bye.
See you guys on the flip side. Ladies and gentlemen, do me a favor. Give it up for our new HPT champion. Scott takes the whole thing down. Big round of applause. And not for nothing, second place, Mark. Great run, my friend. Give Mark a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And real quick, if I can just get one question with each of you guys here real quick, and we're going to start with Mark. Mark, let's turn around to the audience here. First off, great shirt. I love the shirt. You came dressed for success. What do you want to say about your play here at this final table? I did.
I feel confident. We've had 3 or 4 days here. It's been, I don't second guess any play that I've had the whole time. So
you had so much fun today. Tell everybody at home what it was like to play at this final table and play with these players.
it's awesome. I mean, we're on a cruise, we're playing poker and stuff. There are no losers. It's awesome. We're learning from the best here. We're playing with the best out here, and everybody is just having a blast. I mean, we cannot. I don't care if you got put out first, you got put out me. I got put out last. So we're all having fun. It's a blast, and can't wait for the next one.
All right, well, we hope to see you soon on an HPT event. One more time, put your hands together for Mark going out in second place. By the way, does anybody know how many outs that is? I mean, 18 outs this poor guy has. 18 outs, 17 outs, whatever it was a lot of outs, but you'll get him next time. Now we move over here to the champion. Look right there into the camera, my friend. How are you feeling right now? The last time I talked to you was at the pool, and you said, well, we're down to 12. I feel pretty good. How do you feel right now?
I feel great. This is awesome.
Yeah. So what's your plans with the cash? You're going home with the big payday and the title? Just more HPT events? Or are you going to book another cruise maybe?
Yeah, I came off an HPT out of Maristart before coming here, and you'll see me back again, and on here next year.
What was it like to play with these other players? Your heads up, partner Mark. You had Ellie in the one seat. Just a good group of players. What was going through your mind when you sat down? Did you think you could win this thing?
Yeah, I did think I could win. I had to keep the confidence up, but I got to tell you, the experience of playing with all these guys, great players, it's amazing.
And not for nothing, starting off with that ace-king against the ace-jack, that really got you started on, I think, the third hand of the day.
Yes, that was a good one. That was a good start.
Anything you want to say to your two beautiful daughters watching at home on the live stream?
I love you girls. Thanks for support.
Give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our HPT champion. There's the nines right there. People always ask me why I like nines so much. Right there. I like them, Joe Cata likes them, you like them, and Phil Helmuth does as well. So we're going to sign off from the live web stream here. One more time, I want to thank everybody from Card Player Cruises, all the dealers, all the floor staff. Please give them a big round of applause. These guys are fantastic. And thank you for inviting the HPT. For our director, Kevin Bove, and our chief engineer, Jeff Casper, and our marketing director, Corey Stewart, I'm James Larson saying so long from the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. We'll see you next time on the HPT.
That makes it better.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you didn't get the ocean wrong.
Right. I thought I was out.